Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed by Girls and Joined the Familiar of Zero World Part 4. Before we start, please go support issei-senyu for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 39, The Rescue, Part 1. We found ourselves in the cell where Issei and the others should have been, but now instead of them, there was the Queen and Ennis, who were talking about what had happened, and Ennis was giving her report to the Queen. The Queen was looking outside, while Ennis was kneeling behind her. Ennis, even with me here, this happened. I am truly sorry. Queen, no, it's not your fault, it's all my. Ennis, Your Majesty, the ship was captured and we are searching the city with all our might. It's only a matter of time before we discover them then. At that, Ennis gets up and was about to leave, but the Queen stops her. Queen, Ennis? Ennis, yes? Queen, don't let your guard down. Ennis, yes? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, we can see how the guards were searching for Issei and the others everywhere. Guard 1, did you find them? Guard 2, no. Guard 3, not here either. Guard 4, where are they hiding? While the guards were searching, they were being watched by several people. One of them was a man and a girl who were watching them from the entrance to a tavern while they were talking. Jessica, it's all a fuss. Madam, how unpleasant. Have bandits appeared? How scary, how scary. Then someone touches Madam's shoulder from behind, which causes her to get scared and start screaming. Madam, no! Don't attack me. And if you want to do it, be nice. Issei, wait. Wait. Scarra. At that, Scarra stops screaming and sees that the people behind him were Issei and the others, so he calms down. Issei, hello? Scarra, who are you? Jessica, what are you doing here? Issei, well, you see what happens is that. And so Issei begins to tell him everything that had happened and why they were here. After a while of talking, Issei finishes telling them everything. Jessica, even giving up her nobility just to save a good friend, it's really stupid, but it sounds like something you guys would do. Maricorn, even though we were able to get out safely, what are we going to do from now on? Guiche, that's right, there are soldiers everywhere, it won't be easy to escape from here. At that, Colbert interrupts them. Colbert, let's head to Gallia. Guiche, hey? Issei, Professor Colbert. Colbert, everyone look at this map. At that point, everyone focused their attention on a map that was being held by Renard. Colbert, first, with us as a decoy, we will pilot the Ausland in the opposite direction, towards Germania. This way, the people at the palace will believe that we are heading towards Gallia from Germania and they will chase us. Kerchi, by taking this back route, we will be heading towards the border by land, correct? Colbert, yes, you have to head towards the old Duchy of Orleans. That seems to be the place where Miss Tabitha's home was originally located. Issei, maybe there's something that can serve as a clue, right? Louise, we will definitely find something. Tiffania, it's true. At that, Jessica interrupts her plan. Jessica, wait a second, are you really going to the Kingdom of Gallia? Scarra, if you defy His Majesty's orders, it will become a serious crime. Not only will you lose your nobility, but why? Maricorn, that doesn't sound good. Louise, even so, we have to go. Issei, yes, because Tabitha is our friend. Irukaku, she is my dear Wani-san. Kerchi, the best of friends. At that, the rest nodded to what they said and Jessica gave up. Jessica, apparently they are all hopeless fools. Scarra, you don't have anything to do, right? Jessica, let's help. Jessica, huh? Okay. At that, Scarra and Jessica get up from the table where they were sitting. Issei, but Professor Colbert, to use the Ausland as a decoy, we'll have to return to the royal palace again, right? Colbert, yes, considering the time, it is clear that the Ausland is an important part of the plan. There will surely be some level of security. Louise, so what are we going to do? Colbert, leave the Ausland to me. You guys head towards Gallia as fast as possible. Kerchi, Jean, are you serious? Issei, I can't allow you to take such a risk alone. Louise, yeah, we can't do something like that. Colbert, wait a minute. The one in the most dangerous situation is Miss Tabitha. We don't have time to argue. Issei, yes. Renard, Professor, I would like to go with you. Boy, I think we can help operate the Ostland. We will surely be of help. Colbert, thank you. Issei, Rosweiss Revel Kaneko Siesta, there is something I want to ask you. Rosweiss, what darling thing? Revel, what's wrong, Issei-sama? Kaneko, what's wrong, senpai? Siesta, what's going on, Issei? Issei, girls, I want you to accompany Professor Colbert, please. Rosweiss, hey, why? Revel, don't you want us to accompany you? Issei, it's not that. I want you to help Professor Colbert, please. I promise I'll make it up to you later. Siesta, you better be Issei. Rosweiss, after this I want us to be just the two of us one day. Revel, I also want a day alone with Issei. Issei, don't worry girls, I'll make it up to you. Montmorency, where did Skara and Jessica go? Skara, sorry for the wait, everyone. Then Skara and Jessica return, carrying something in their arms. Louise, what is that? Skara, these are things left behind by poor traveling artists as payment for food. With the clothes you have now, you'll be caught very soon. Issei, then. Jessica, disguise yourself with this to go to Gallia. Skara, in exchange, make sure to rescue your friend. Colbert, we apologize for the inconvenience. Louise, thank you. I will never forget this. Tiffania, it really is a fantastic idea. Irukuku, with this we can save one Isama, right? At that, Irukuku runs towards Jessica and hugs her while he starts to turn around with her. Jessica only smiles at Irukuku's attitude. Skara, and what about my opinion on that? Issei, Guiche. Guiche, yes. At that, Issei and Guiche get behind Marikorn and after a few seconds they push him towards where Skara was, who closes his eyes and hugs him tightly while moving him from one side to the other. Marikorn could only ask to be released. Marikorn, please let me go. Skara, very good. You play this, it's too good. Not bad. What's your name? Issei, can I ask something? Colbert, what thing? Issei, why are you doing this for us? Colbert, Miss Tabitha is also my student, and besides, I can stay alive thanks to her fake death magic. Isn't it only natural that I save her? Kerchi, Jean, you are the best. At that moment, Kerchi approaches Professor Colbert and tries to kiss him, but he just backs away. Colbert, stop, Miss Serbst. Jessica, come on. Come on. Boys on the first floor and girls on the second, change quickly, okay? All yes. After a while we can see how everyone had changed. Issei was dressed as a sword master, Guiche was dressed as a nobleman with a mustache while Marikorn was dressed as a clown, and that Issei and Guiche, when they see Marikorn, start laughing at him. Marikorn, what's happening? Why are they laughing? Issei, I think it suits you best. Guiche, yes, that jacket, those shoes and that belly. Marikorn, they are cruel. Jessica, sorry for the demos. Skara, they all look absolutely adorable. Then the boys saw Kerchi Montmorency, Tiffany, and Irukuku dressed as exotic dancers. Montmorency, I can't stand the thought of wearing something so revealing in front of others. Isn't it indecent? Kerchi, what's wrong with it once in a while? It suits you. There's still a poor thing they haven't even looked at. Louise, what's going on? Are you talking about me? Kerchi, ho, did you hear correctly? Louise, you seem very carefree, even though you said you were going to save your best friend. What's with that attitude of yours? Kerchi, am I supposed to spend my time frowning like you to succeed? If that really works, I'll do it too. Louise, what did you say? Issei, stop fighting. If we don't get along now, we won't succeed in the mission. Colbert, alright, let's go recover Ostland. Issei and company will go save Miss Tabitha. Let's go. All yes. Meanwhile, in another part far from there we can see that it is already afternoon, and we can see how Tabitha was reading a book next to the bed where her mother was. Tabitha, captured by the dragon, Lou did his best to hold back his tears. Because of Ivaldi, after everything his parents had been through, he thought he had no right to cry. It's unforgivable. This is a self-inflicted punishment. Tabitha, punishment? This is also punishment for betraying my friends. While she was reading, she didn't realize that she was being watched by a butterfly that had the mark of the void magic on it, and this was used as a means to spy on her by Sheffield. While with Sheffield, she was in another place where the potion for Tabitha was being prepared, but then Joseph arrives where she was. Joseph, ho Myasnitnern. At that moment, Sheffield, upon hearing that they were speaking to him, ends his spying spell. Sheffield, I've been waiting for your arrival, Joseph-sama. Joseph, I came right away the moment I heard it was almost ready, but this place is really hot. At that point, Sheffield begins to direct Joseph around the facilities. Sheffield, it's because we don't let any air or sound escape. This whole place is covered with very tight canvases, and the reason for the heat is the large number of boilers. Joseph, I don't mind. This is where they keep the important stuff. Sheffield here. Then they stop in front of a huge metal door, and Sheffield opens it with his magic, and when he does so, the place shakes from the movement of the huge door. When it opens, Joseph can see that inside there was something with a red eye looking at him, and he could also see how its heart was beating. Joseph, so this is Jormungand? Meanwhile, returning with the others, we now meet Professor Colbert's group, who are hiding behind some trees near Osland. Boy, he's completely chained up. Renard, as we expected, there are guards. What are we doing, Professor Colbert? Colbert, nap? Nap, yes. Colbert, get naked. Siesta, undress? Girls, huh? While with Issei, they were already on their way to Gallia. They were carrying a carriage with them. After walking for a while, they stopped. Issei, is that it? Louise, what? Goethe, they knew we would try to cross the border, and they prepared a blockade. Maricorn, what are we going to do? They'll surely discover us. We'll be thrown back into prison. Issei, shh, calm down, we have disguised ourselves. We will not be discovered so easily. Kerchi, everyone listen, act as normal as possible, okay? All yes. Then they continue walking, and one of the gentlemen speaks to them. Knight, okay, you guys stop. At that, the group stops next to them. Gentlemen, a group of traveling artists, isn't it? Irukaku, that's right. Gentlemen, in that case you can continue. Issei, thank you very much. Then they resume their journey, but one of the guards stops them. Gentlemen, you, the chubby one over there, wait. Maricorn, upon hearing that they were talking about him, remained still for fear of being discovered. Maricorn, I can't. Goethe, what do we do? Issei, if it really doesn't work, we'll fight. Then the knight arrives at where Maricorn was. Knight, chubby. Maricorn, why yes? Knight, you drop this. At that point, the gentleman puts the clown nose on him, since he had dropped it without realizing it. Maricorn, thank you very much. At that, the boys, seeing that it was only because of the faggot's nose, let out a sigh, since it seemed they had been saved. After that, they begin to move away from the knights, resuming their march towards Gallia. Knight, good luck. Irukaku, thank you very much. Goiche, gosh, I don't know what could have happened. Kerchi, really? Issei, it was very close. Maricorn, be you but. Tifania, although that means we've crossed the mountain, right? Irukaku, we can save my Wani-sama, right? Issei, yes, everything will be fine if Professor Colbert can retrieve the Osland safely. Meanwhile, returning with Professor Colbert's group, they were hidden behind the trees, waiting for Siesta to follow the plan. Night 1, last time you forgot to put on your. In that, they are interrupted by Siesta, who stands in front of them. Siesta, excuse me. Night 2, who is it? Siesta, your job must be tiring. Gentlemen, miss, this is a restricted area, please leave immediately. Nap, During that siesta, she lifts her maid dress a little, letting the guards see her legs, and when they see them, they blush and are surprised at how beautiful she was. Siesta, well, actually, there's something even better. In that siesta, you begin to slowly lift your dress. Gentlemen, is there anything better? Night 2, and I can't resist anymore. At that, both knights are hit on the back of the head with a stick by Rosweiss and Ravel. Rosweiss, perverts. Ravel, dirty pig. Siesta, we did it. Then the others arrived to where they were. Colbert, come on, we have to move fast. At that point, other gentlemen begin to arrive. Night 3, who's there? Siesta, I have the impression that suddenly there are too many people. At that, the green-haired boy stands in front of them. Boy, wings of wind. This makes the knights who are coming from the right fly away. Renard, deep ground spell. This makes the knights coming from the left fall asleep. Colbert, let's take this opportunity. Board the Aslan now. Me and the girls will go to the control room. Renard and Gimli go to the boiler room, please. Guys, yes. At that, everyone gets on board the Aslan. The boys immediately went to the boiler room and started throwing coal into the fire to get it going, while the teacher and the girls went to the control room and started to make the Aslan start moving. At that, the ship starts to move a little but then stops because it was chained. Colbert, isn't it working? Then Professor Colbert goes to where the communicator is and speaks to the children. Colbert, add more coal. Guys, yes. At that point, the boys begin to throw a lot of coal into the boiler, which causes Aslan's speed to begin to increase. Meanwhile, returning with Colbert and the girls, they see that they still had more to go and that the knights were beginning to wake up. Siesta, please! Hurry up, the soldiers will capture us. In that, Professor Colbert accelerated Aslan as fast as he could, and even then it seemed that it wasn't enough, and this was worrying the girls. Siesta, sir? But after a few seconds, the chains holding Aslan break, as his strength was too great to continue holding on. Aslan then starts to move again and takes flight. Guys, we did it. Siesta, Professor Colbert, the soldiers will surely catch up with us if we don't speed up. Colbert, this is enough. After all, we are only a decoy so that the boys can escape, so we have to attract as much attention as possible so that issei and the others can cross the border. At that moment, the knights were rising from the ground as the air currents created by the Aslan sent them flying, but Anise arrived to where they were while she was followed by her squadron. Anise, what are you waiting for? They're trying to reach Gallia by crossing the Germania border. We have to get ahead of them. Gentlemen, yes. Anise, we will also chase them. Gentlemen, yes. Meanwhile, returning with Sheffield and Joseph, they were still with the potion, although they were drinking a glass of wine in the moonlight. Joseph, this is also a good thing. In some way we will be able to erase all our failures. No, this represents a huge achievement. Sheffield, thank you very much. You are flattering me too much. However, there is something that bothers me. Joseph, what's wrong? You look depressed. Sheffield, to tell the truth. Joseph, are those in the Void user group being hunted down as traitors? Sheffield, that's right. I think his intention is to rescue Charlotte Sama. Joseph, interesting. Sheffield, before they enter Gallia, I could. Joseph, it's not necessary. Bidashel is still in Alhambra. This is also favorable. Before my niece falls into her eternal sleep, let's let her meet with her friends. Meanwhile, returning to Tabitha, she was still reading the book. Tabitha, after careful consideration. Tabitha, however, betraying my friends was my only option. It is natural that I suffer this punishment, in that case become what I deserve. Lou's last wish was to be forgiven by the friends he betrayed, but that was only a wish that could never come true. At that, Tabitha starts to shed some tears. Tabitha, as if they would forgive someone like me. Meanwhile, returning with Professor Colbert and the rest of the boys, they were under attack in the Aslan since the knights came riding dragons chasing them while launching fire and magic attacks to try to divert them while on the ground. Anise was chasing them with her team while they rode on horseback to try to intercept them when they managed to knock them down. Siesta, there are many who are chasing us. If we don't speed up they will capture us. Renard, well if that's the case Professor, I'll fight too. Colbert, we can't do that. I don't want anyone to get hurt. While they were devising a plan, we now return to Issei, who continued on their way to Gallia. Maricorn, do we still have to keep walking? Goiche, don't say that, we're all equally tired from walking so long. While they were walking, Louise trips and falls to the ground, and Issei immediately goes to help her. Issei, Louise. But as he does so, the cart he was pushing with Maricorn starts to move backwards, since at that moment they were pushing it up a hill, but Maricorn and the others managed to stop it. Issei, Louise, are you okay? Louise, I'm fine. Louise, sad face, thinking, from now on I will depend on myself, that's why. At that, Louise tried to get up again, but the pain in her ankle prevented her from doing so, causing her to fall back to the ground. Issei, seeing this, became more worried since Louise would not be able to walk. Louise, it's just a little sprain, it doesn't hurt at all, oh. Issei, you shouldn't overexert yourself. In that, Issei carries Louise like a princess, who blushes upon seeing the act that Issei performed. Issei, at times like this it's not bad to ask for help, remember that I will always help you. In that, they resumed their march towards Gallia. Meanwhile, returning with Professor Colbert and the others, they were still in trouble since the knights did not stop attacking them, but in that, on the top of the ship you can see a large white flag, which meant that they surrendered. After that they land and are surrounded by the Knights of the Royal Guard. Anise, only 7? Where are the others? Colbert, they have already crossed the border. At that, Anise sees Colbert, who was leaning against one of the walls of Osland. Colbert, long time no see, Anise. Anise is very surprised to see him. Anise, what? Wretched, are you still alive? In a fit of rage, Anise draws his sword and rushes to attack Professor Colbert. When he reaches him, he pushes him against Osland. When he was about to deliver the final blow to his neck, he stops, lowers his sword, and releases him. Anise, I can't believe you've tricked me 3 times. Come on, at least I'll take them, or else I won't have any way to give explanations. Chapter 40, The Rescue, Part 2. Now we find ourselves in a tavern in Gallia. We can see how the Knights of Gallia were drinking to pass the time in the place until they had a mission again. In that, one of the knights who was sitting at the bar begins to complain. Knight, this country is very boring. Our last mission only consisted of going to the Duchy of Orleans and taking a sick woman. At that moment, Kerchi approaches the gentleman from behind and sits next to him. Kerchi, At that, the gentleman looks to the side and sees Kerchi, who is wearing her exotic dancer outfit. Upon seeing her, the gentleman can't help but blush and stop looking at Kerchi's tits, which she highlighted by squeezing her arms underneath her, which caused a little blood to start coming out under the gentleman's nose. Kerchi, a soldier as exemplary as you doing that, what a waste. In that, Kerchi gets a little closer to the knight. Kerchi, I like strong men, I would like to hear a little more, is that okay? At that, Kerchi moves a little, causing her tits to start bouncing, and the gentleman, upon seeing her, can't help but fall under her influence, so he starts to tell her everything. Gentleman, why yes? Kerchi, really? What happiness! Meanwhile, a few tables away from them were Issei and the others, who had ordered some drinks to remain incognito while they waited for Kerchi to gather some information. While they watched Kerchi do it, they began to talk. Montmorency, although the plan is to gather information about the surroundings of Tabitha Kerchi's town, she is the only one who can do it this way. Issei, apparently he knows how to take advantage of men's mentality. Louise, being able to do it that way could be considered a talent, couldn't it? After a while, Kerchi returns with the boys, since she had been able to get all the information the man had on the subject, while the gentleman remains unconscious with a kiss mark on his cheek on the bar. Kerchi, it's the city of Alhambra. That's the place where Tabitha's mother was taken. Most likely she's there too. Louise, Alhambra, that's the eastern border of Gallia, right? Goiche, by all the heavens, it seems we will have to cross the mountains again. Issei, no matter how many there are, we'll cross them without any problems. Go ahead, let's rescue Tabitha. Later we find ourselves in the city of Alhambra. After a long journey, Issei and the others managed to reach the city of Alhambra, and now they were hiding in one of the houses, observing the surroundings to be able to plan a plan. Kerchi, thanks to Maricorn's exploration magic, we estimate that Alhambra's military forces consist of approximately 100 men. If our top priority is the safety of Tabitha and her mother, we can only think of one strategy. Montmorency, if it's about preparing sleeping potions, I know how to do them. Goiche, I'll go buy a lot of beer, then we'll add the sleeping potion. Issei, but how are we going to make 100 men drink alcohol? Kerchi, prepare a secret weapon, between. At that the door opens and Tefania and Irukuka enter, who are dressed as exotic dancers, as well as Kerchi, Guche and Marikorn. When they see them, they can't help but blush, while Issei feels a small blush on his cheeks because he found girls like that Hexy. But it's not like before where he would be drooling over them, but now he can control it, and it has decreased quite a bit when it's not about being with one of his girls in bed because otherwise he's an animal. Kerchi, the plan is for us to dance to get them to drink alcohol. What do you think? Guche/Marikorn, good, very good. Kerchi, so tonight we will rehearse. Marikorn will continue to observe the situation in the city. Irukuku and Tifa will help Montmorency. Marikorn, understood. Irukuku/Tefania, yes. At that point, everyone goes to get ready and Louise, Issei, and Kerchi remain in the room. At that point, Louise decides to speak. Louise, wait a minute, and I have nothing to do? Kerchi, come on, do you want to dance too? Although we'd have to prepare your costume. Louise, I don't mean that. Kerchi, you and Issei are going to rest. Louise, are you going to keep bothering me at this point? I know you might hate me. Kerchi, I don't hate you, on the contrary, I'm recognizing you. Louise, huh? Kerchi, although I haven't told everyone yet, we still don't know what kind of enemies we're going to face. We'll entrust you with the important tasks. Use that legendary power you possess, okay? Louise, do you know about emptiness? Kerchi, I humbly apologize for my lack of education with the bearers of the ancient powers. Please grant your powers to us who are defenseless. Louise, stop. You're putting me and the bearers of the ancient powers on the same level. I've already abandoned my nobility. That's right, I'm just Louise the Zero, that's all. Kerchi, Louise, you really are. Then Kerchi hugs Louise against her breasts, suffocating her, and she tries to separate herself. Louise, wait. Kerchi, hey, once all this is over, come to Germany please, I'll accept you as my servant. At that Louise manages to get her face out from between Kerchi's tits. Louise, stop bothering me. Kerchi, now I thought this would look good on you. Louise, what are you saying? Kerchi, you're an idiot. After that, Louise and Kerchi continued arguing for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Issei went out for a walk around the town. After a while, he leaned against a tree and started to think until his tenants spoke to him. Drake, Issei, there's something we need to talk about. Issei, what's wrong, Drake? Drake, Issei is about the Gremry girls. Issei, what's happening to them? Drake, I'm not sure, but whenever one of them comes here you feel a slight increase of energy in the environment, and this energy is different from the others since I recognize that it is Ryu's. Issei, are you telling me that Ryu will send one of them here soon? Drake, I don't know, partner. I've only felt his magical power gathering in the same way as when he opened the portal to send us here, so it could be the most likely thing. Issei, I see. Drake, what will you do when they arrive? Issei, as I talked about before with the girls, it seems that the ritual was not completely successful since I still feel something, but it is minuscule. I would not call it love, but... Drake, but what? Issei, with Kaneko when she arrived I felt the same. It was almost nothing or so I thought, but as I have shared with her again that feeling has started to grow, but I don't know what to do. Drake, what do you mean you don't know what to do? Issei, I don't know if I should trust them again. What if they change me for someone else? Drake, dude, when you were with them I felt that their feelings were real and that those feelings never went away, not even when they were with the other guys. Issei, are you saying I should forgive them? Drake, I'm not telling you to forgive them, but they loved you at all times, but their actions were very wrong since they ended up hurting you. What I'm telling you is to give them a chance to talk to you, and from there it will depend on you if you want to forgive them and give them a new chance. Issei, thanks for the advice, I'll think about it. After that, Issei left his mental space and began to head to where Louise was to see how she was since he hadn't seen her for a while. Meanwhile, with Louise, she was in the room where they had met before. She was wearing a white exotic dancer outfit, while she was doing different poses in front of the mirror. Louise, look at that, how quick! At that, Issei enters the room and sees Louise, who was posing in front of the mirror. When he sees her, he is shocked by her appearance. While when Louise noticed that Issei was looking at her, she gets a little more nervous. Louise, what are you doing here? At that, Issei, seeing her, turns around quickly while trying to keep his dragon instincts under control. Issei, that outfit. Louise, I also wanted to dance with the others. I don't want to be treated in a special way. Issei, I see. Louise, what's going on? Issei, what do you mean, Louise? Louise, why don't you turn around to look at me? Do I look bad in this? Issei, no, that's not it, Louise. Louise, didn't you like that I used this, Issei? At that, Louise begins to shed a few small tears since she believed that she was not attractive enough for Issei, while Issei notices it and turns to Louise. Issei, what's wrong, Issei? Louise, do you find me attractive? Issei, what is the purpose of that question? Louise, answer, do you find me attractive? Issei, Louise, you are one of the most beautiful women I know. Louise, so why didn't you want to see me? Issei, it's because I was keeping myself under control. Louise, control of what? At that, Issei approaches Louise and kisses her. After that, he picks her up, and when Louise is lifted, she crosses her legs behind Issei's back while they kissed. Issei takes Louise to the bed and he gets on top of her, and they separate from the kiss. Louise, wait, Issei. Issei, Louise didn't want to look at you, since I wanted to keep my dragon instincts under control, but I can't anymore. You're too beautiful and hexy in that suit. Louise, Issei, what are you saying? Issei approaches Louise's ear and whispers to her. Issei, Louise, I can't stand it anymore. I want to make you mine now. In that, Issei kisses Louise again, who was quite blushed by the turn things took, but she still reciprocated Issei's kiss. While they were kissing, someone was approaching the room where Issei was. Gucci, hey Issei, help me a little with. At that, Issei, upon hearing Gucci speak to him, quickly separated, but before that, Gucci had seen Issei on top of Louise, kissing. Louise, we were just practicing the dance. At that, Louise and Issei quickly separate while Gucci remains in shock at the entrance of the room. Meanwhile, in another place, we can see how Professor Colbert was locked in a cell. He was sitting on the edge of the bed. At that moment, he hears someone approaching. At that moment, he sees how they open the door, and it was none other than Anise. Anise, Salt? At that, Professor Colbert gets up and starts following Anise around the castle. At that, Anise starts talking. Anise, I heard that you took advantage of a student's magic to fake your death. Is that true? Colbert, yes, but please don't make things difficult for my students. It's all my responsibility. Anise, more than that, I should thank you. Colbert, okay? At that, she remains silent and stops, and Professor Colbert imitates her until suddenly they hear a scream that was calling Professor Colbert. Renard, Professor Colbert. At that, the teacher looks out the window and can see the Ausland that was landing nearby, and in it he can see his students, and also the Issei girls who had accompanied him to help him. Renard, he's been released, hasn't he? Boys, Professor Colbert. Girls, Mr. Colbert. Then Anise speaks to him again. Anise, I can't forgive you for burning my town. Anise, at that moment you were the one who saved me, but I still wanted to kill you. However, if I killed you on impulse, your students would hate me without a doubt, and in that way the chain would continue. Anise, I have been given the opportunity to break the chain. His Majesty will issue a pardon shortly. Wait on the ship until it happens. Colbert, I understand. Meanwhile, returning to where Issei and the others were, we can now see how Kirchi was talking to another person. Kirchi, hey Baron-sama, don't the soldiers under your command need a little entertainment from time to time? We're here to sell that. Baron, alcohol and dancing? At that, the Baron looks behind Kirchi where the rest of the group was waiting and begins to see them one by one from a distance until suddenly he stops his gaze on Louise. Baron. Very well, come in. Kirchi, thank you very much, then let's begin. Baron, but... Kirchi, hey? At that point, the Baron begins to speak in Kerchi's ear. After that, Kerchi is a little surprised by what the Baron had told her, but they still continue. After a while, we can see how all the guards were gathered in a large hall, and on that stage was Marikorn trying to talk. Marikorn, welcome, everyone. Knight, hurry up and start. Knight 2, get down from there, boy. Marikorn, the next thing you will be able to appreciate is the dance of the unfortunate flowers that bloomed in the desert. Ladies, let's dance. At that point the curtain opens and the gentlemen see all the girls on stage. When they see them, they start shouting at them and cheering them on. Guiche and Marikorn start playing music. After a few seconds, Kerchi is the first to start dancing, and then the others start to follow her. Meanwhile, down below, Issei is handing out the beer to which they had already added the sleeping potion. Issei, hello, does anyone want more beer? While in another part of there was also Irukuku with the exotic dancer costume, also giving beer. Irukuku, drink more, okay? Meanwhile, not far from there we can see how Tabitha was with her mother, and she was reading. Tabitha, Ivaldi, in order to save Lu, entered the dragon's cave. At that very moment, Lu fell into despair inside a completely dark house. At that moment the elf enters where Tabitha was and begins to speak to her. Elf, I heard some itinerary artists came to do a performance. If you want to go take a look, I'll give you special permission. Tabitha, it's not necessary. Elf, the potion of madness will be ready before dawn. Your sanity will come to an end tonight. Tabitha, I don't need your pity. At that the elf just stays quiet and leaves, leaving Tabitha alone, who was about to go back to reading. Meanwhile at the show, the girls had taken a break while they did. Issei was showing some tricks with the swords he had which seemed impressive to him because of their speed and certainty, while behind were the others. In one part were Tiffany and Louise sitting. Tiffania, dancing is really hard. Louise, in your case it doesn't matter, you can dance just by moving a little. Then they hear Montmorency speaking loudly. Montmorency, what Louise? Kerchi, silence is too loud. Montmorency, I am sorry, it's impossible for Louise to do something like that. Kerchi, but Baron Mascaras seems to like Louise a lot. He wants her to accompany him at all costs. Montmorency, what kind of humiliation is that? Kerchi, you should know that. Besides, the two of you alone together is way too dangerous. Kerchi, it's true, it will have to be me after all. Louise, I'll go and chat and drink alcohol. That's enough, right? Isn't it simple? Montmorency, what are you saying, Louise? Louise, from now on, I'll have to rely on my own strength to move forward. This means nothing. Montmorency, Louise. Kerchi, I understand, I'm counting on you. At that, Kerchi takes out something she had in her bra and gives it to Louise. Kerchi, this is the sleeping potion with accelerated effect. Just talk to him a little and then use it at the right time. Then Louise takes the potion, looks at it for a few seconds, and puts it in her bra. Louise, here I go. At that Louise goes to where the Count was, leaving the girls behind somewhat worried. Tiffania, will it be okay? Kerchi, we believe in it. Meanwhile, the Baron was somewhere else waiting for Louise to arrive. He was sitting on a sofa with a glass of wine in his hand while laughing a little, until suddenly he heard someone start knocking on the bedroom door. Baron, go ahead. At that Louise opens the door and enters. Baron, I was waiting for you, come on. Come here. At that Louise stands for a few seconds in the doorway. Baron, what's going on? Louise, it's an honor to be called by the Baron, so I'm a little nervous. Baron, aha, I see what a pretty girl. At that the Baron drinks the glass of wine he had in his hand. Louise, I'll help you serve the wine. At that moment, Louise enters and serves the wine to the Baron, who just watched with a smile. At that moment, the Baron grabs Louise's chin, which makes her nervous. Baron, your face is certainly charming, you being a dancer is a waste. Louise, he's flattering me too much. At that, the Baron closes his eyes and looks at Louise's breasts. Baron, also those splendid breasts. Louise, Baron, those flat chests make my heart flutter. Louise, PL plans? Baron, I can't stand it anymore. Louise, huh? Baron, let me see more of them. Louise, that's not something so lustful. Louise, thinking, I must resist if I rush to use the potion. At that, Louise grabs her breasts to check if the potion was there but notices that she didn't have it with her. Louise, sad-faced, thinking, it can't be, he got lost. Louise got lost. Baron, yes, lost. At that point, the Baron began to approach Louise, but she only moved back slowly. Baron, that's why it's better for you to come here. At that point, the Baron jumps on Louise, but she dodges him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we can see that Issei was walking behind the stage while the rest of the girls were dancing. At that point, Issei notices that there was something lying on the floor, so he decides to pick it up. Issei, what is this? Then he heard someone approaching. Tiphania, heavy. At that, Issei looks up and sees how Tiphania was carrying Irukaku, who was unconscious, so he goes to help them. Issei, Tifa, what happened? Tiphania, Irukaku suddenly fell asleep on stage. Issei, hey? Why? Then inside Issei someone speaks to her. Derflinger, Issei. Issei, what's wrong, Derflinger? Derflinger, the dragons in the verse need physical strength to be able to maintain their human form, they must be tired. Then Tiffany, with Issei's help, left Irukaku on some boxes and heard her talking in her sleep. Irukaku, Wanisama is also going to dance, right? Issei, gosh, let's let him sleep for now. Tiphania, yes. At that moment, Tiffany sees that Issei had a bottle in his hand. Tiphania, Issei, and that bottle? Issei, this one? It was lying around. Tiphania, that could be it. While returning with Louise, the Baron was now upon her. Baron, isn't that okay? Just touching breasts that can't be considered as such. Louise, stop. You perverted Baron. At that, Louise tried to get free, but she couldn't bear the weight that was on her. Baron, I can't contain myself, those flat chests. At that moment, the Baron tries to kiss Louise's breasts, but suddenly he is kicked hard and sends him crashing against the wall. Issei, don't touch my Louise. Louise, Issei. At that, the Baron stands up and takes his wand and points it at them. Baron, it seems you are not just some traveling artists. Now go and leave the girl. Issei, you wish? Baron, if that's what you want. At that point, the Baron casts a fire spell against Issei, who summons Derflinger and blocks the attack. While behind him, Tiphania is preparing a spell and casts it against the Baron. After that, the Baron stands still, staring into nothing. At that, Louise gets up and goes to hug Issei. Louise, Issei. Issei, Louise. Louise, thanks Tifa. Tiphania, no, it's nothing. At that, Issei takes out Louise's wand that he was keeping and gives it to her. Issei, you didn't even have your wand, that was very reckless. Louise, but I wanted to help everyone. Issei, Louise, don't carry everything alone, we have to support each other. Baron, where am I? At that moment, the Baron sees Louise's breasts and runs towards them. Baron, the breasts I like. At that moment, when he was about to reach Louise, Issei takes out his booster gear and hits the Baron in the face, sending him against the wall again, this time leaving him unconscious. Issei, nobody touches my beautiful Louise. At that, Louise blushes upon hearing it, while on the other hand Tiphania feels somewhat jealous of Louise. Meanwhile, elsewhere, returning with Tabitha, she continued reading. Tabitha, Ivaldi defeated the dragon and entered one of the rooms in the depths of the cavern, and in that place, Lou was trembling, hugging his knees. Then Ivaldi extended his arm towards Lou. Tabitha, no hero will come for me, no one will come. At that, Tabitha starts to cry and lays her head on the bed while she continues crying. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and the others, now they had finished the act, and all the knights were on the floor due to the effect of the sleeping potion. Montmorency, are those really all the soldiers? Kuche, okay, if there are even more, we can. At that moment they heard a voice coming from the top of the stairs they were next to. Unknown, what do they want? Kerchi, suddenly appearing. Irukaku, no! At that moment, Kerchi casts a fire spell against the stranger, but he blocks it and returns it. At that moment, Montmorency reacts and casts a water spell to counter Kerchi's spell. Montmorency, Kerchi. Unknown, it's useless. Guche, Yelf. Irukaku, the kidnapping of Wani-sama. Irukaku, come back to me as Wani-sama. Elf, you're the dragon from that verse. Did you come all the way here to rescue her? Even so, it's still useless. At that the elf begins to recite a spell. Elf, elven power sealed within the rocks obeys the ancient command and listens to my orders materialize in the form of flying rocks and destroy my enemies. At that moment several rocks began to fly in the direction of the boys, but Guiche and Maricorn counterattack. Guiche uses a ground attack, while Maricorn uses an air attack. Together, they defeat the elf's attack. However, the elf counters it by joining his two attacks and thus forms a stronger one that he launches at them, but the boys manage to dodge it. Issei, stop! At that, the elf turns around and sees how Issei was coming to attack him. Issei jumps to attack him, but the elf blocks him with his magic, so Issei moves back due to the repulsion, and behind him arrive Tefania and Louise. Girls, Issei. Elf, back off, primitive warrior, you will not be able to defeat me. Louise, Issei, what was that? Issei, it's like there's an invisible wall. Derflinger, that's counter reflects all physical and magical attacks, a very powerful ancient magic. Louise, so it will be useless no matter what we do. Derflinger, no, you have two ways to cancel ancient magic. Apparently one is with your power of the void, and the other is for Issei to use his cancel in combat. Louise, dispel. Issei, Louise, I'll buy time with cancel, but I don't think it will be enough if I reactivate it progressively, so you prepare your dispel just in case. At that Louise begins to channel the spell while Issei goes to attack the elf again, but he blocks it. Elf, I didn't tell you it was useless. Issei, we'll see, cancel. In that the barrier that stopped Issei's attack disappeared and Issei proceeded to attack him again, connecting a kick that makes him retreat. After that the elf counterattacks Issei with rocks, and he begins to block them but tries to counterattack, but when he gets close to him the elf uses counter and attacks with rocks again, so he cancels the rocks but still could not attack him. Louise, ready Issei. Issei, use it against the rocks, I'll take care of the shield. In that Issei launches himself against the elf again, and he attacks him with rocks, but Louise cancels the attack and Issei takes advantage of it to attack, and when he reaches the shield he uses cancel and eliminates him. After that Issei hits him in the stomach making him kneel, and Issei puts his sword to the elf's neck, but Tefania speaks to him. Tefania, Issei, wait. Please don't do it. Issei, but he was the one who attacked Tabitha and the others. Elf, sad face, thinking, why someone of the same class and the descendants of the demons? Tefania, my mother once told me elves are not warlike people. I'm sure she must have a reason. Louise, Issei, we're here to rescue Tabitha. If he's not going to stop us, don't hurt him. At that Louise faints, but Tefania manages to grab her. Tefania, Louise. Issei, Louise. Elf, she is in the North Tower, the door is closed with elven power, go ahead, go. At that Issei lowers his sword and goes to where Louise was. Issei, Louise. Elf, a warning, the king of Gallia, Joseph, is a cold-blooded man. If this ends now, remember that. Meanwhile, returning to Tabitha, she was still with her head on her arms resting on the bed until she heard someone speaking to her. Issei, Tabitha. At that she looks up. Irukaku, Wani-sama. Then he wakes up completely, and sees that all his friends were there. All, Tabitha. Issei, now everything will be fine. At that Tabitha begins to cry with joy because her friends had come for her, but without realizing it they were being watched by a butterfly which had the symbol of emptiness on its wings. In another part far from there we can see how two people were talking while looking at something. These people were none other than Sheffield and Joseph. Sheffield, my lord Bidashel has failed. Joseph, incompetent, forget it, this is nothing more than a minor setback. Sheffield, so finally? Joseph, that's right, let's play a little with our new toy. Chapter 41, The Rescue, Part 3. Now we are in the middle of the forest, which was covered by fog. In this we can see how Louise was lying on the floor while she had her wand in her hand, and that a voice begins to call Louise. Tifania, Louise! Urukuku, Louise, wake up! In that we can see how Louise begins to wake up and sees how the boys were in front of her next to the carriage. Tifania, Louise, come on, we have to go! At that Louise gets up and starts walking towards the carriage. After a few seconds she reaches it and looks inside, but when she does so she sees Issei hugging Tabitha and how she is snuggled up to Issei's chest. Issei, now everything is fine. Tabitha, Issei. Louise, seeing them, just remained in shock as she felt her heart begin to stop. Louise, so you have that kind of relationship, right? At that Louise raises her hand with which she held her wand and casts a spell. Louise, explosion! After a few seconds she sees that nothing happens, so she repeats it, but still nothing happens. After that and several failed attempts to do the explosion spell, Louise falls to her knees exhausted since she couldn't cast the spell. Louise, I can't use magic anymore? At that Louise wakes up from the dream she was in and sits up quickly because she was still somewhat upset. At that point she starts looking around and sees how Urukuku was sleeping next to Tabitha and is next to his mother. Louise, it was just a dream, it can't be. Meanwhile, in another place far from there, returning to Kwa, we can see how Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Irina and Asia were in the living room of the Hayato residence talking. Rias, girls, Ryu will soon come and he will be able to send us to where Issei is, so we will have to decide which of us will go. Zenobia, Irina and I will go. Akeno, Era, and why would it be you and not Rias and me? Irina, I am her childhood friend. Rias, so what? I was his first kiss, and the one he fell in love with first. Zenobia, he promised me that we would have children together. While the girls started to argue again, we can see how Asia was alone on a couch thinking about everything that had happened until now, how Issei helped her, how without even knowing each other well he challenged Rias and came to help me, how she fought against Reincarnation to save me. How she got angry when Shelva sent her to the dimensional scream, and how because of her he had activated the Juggernaut drive, how together they competed in the sports festival, and several other things. Asia, Issei said so many things for me and I hurt you, but I swear that I will return to your side and I will fulfill our promise to always be together no matter what. Returning to where Issei was, we can see how Louise was in the middle of the forest at night alone, while she tried to practice her spells. Louise, explosion! While in another part we can see how Tabitha was sitting on a log reading in the moonlight, when Issei arrives from behind and speaks to her. Issei, Tabitha. Tabitha, who? Issei, have you been awake all this time? Tabitha, no, I just woke up. At that Issei approaches where Tabitha was and sits next to her. Issei, what is that? Tabitha, Ivaldi the hero, the book of memories. Issei, really? At that, Issei approaches to see the book better, but in doing so, he also approaches Tabitha and she blushes slightly because of their proximity. Issei, it would be nice to be able to read this book. Tabitha, I'll teach you. Issei, why? Tabitha, I owe you my life. Issei, don't say that, saving a friend is natural. Tabitha, gratitude. At that moment, Issei sees that Tabitha was pointing at a word in a book as she began to read aloud. Tabitha, Ivaldi is the name of the hero. Issei, and this? Tabitha, Lu, name of the young woman who was rescued. Issei, I see. Tabitha, my mom used to read it to me back in the day. At that moment, Louise arrives where Issei was with Tabitha and she speaks to him. Louise, Issei. Issei, what's wrong, Louise? Louise, I can't use magic. Issei, huh? Louise, what am I going to do? If I can't use magic permanently anymore? Issei, it must be because you're exhausted, it will return to normal if you rest. Louise, don't say it so lightly. I'm empty. I can't feel anything. Issei, Louise. At that Tabitha gets up and stands in front of Issei and speaks to Louise. Tabitha, if you can't use magic anymore, I'll protect them. Louise, Tabitha? What are you saying? Tabitha, Issei saved me. This time it's my turn to protect him. They are my feelings and I must solve it myself. At that point the others arrive where Issei and the girls were chatting. Goiche, hey guys, why are you fighting this time? Maricorn, did the enemy AR arrive? Tabitha, okay, not yet. Maricorn, really? Thank heavens. Meanwhile, in another part of there, far away, we can see how Joseph and Sheffield were standing together in front of a large golem. Joseph, a quadrangular class golem, isn't this monster similar to the devil himself? This puppet knight, I'm very impressed Miasnitnern. Sheffield, I feel very honored. Joseph, what about Charlotte and her people? Sheffield, they have crossed the Alhambra forest and are heading for the border. Joseph, really? At that Joseph approaches the golem and raises his hand. Joseph, it's time for the clock of time to ring. The wind blows through the valleys of Gallia. It will surely weep for their deaths. Joseph, thinking, my beloved Charlotte, just like what happened with my brother Charles, will I be able to feel sadness inside my heart if I see your blood? Just like when my own brother murdered Charles. Meanwhile, in another part, far from where they were, we can see how the Ausland is flying towards Gallia, while on the deck we can see how Siesta Rosweiss, Ravel and Ennis were talking, but Siesta was a little far away, looking over the railing of this ship. Siesta, I hope you're okay, Issei. While Professor Colbert and Kirchi were in Ausland's cockpit, someone started speaking through a loudspeaker. Unknown, nothing suspicious in sight. Colbert, okay, keep watching please. Unknown, good. Colbert, thinking, the King of Gallia has not taken any action after hearing the news. Flashback starts. We can see how Professor Colbert was in front of the Queen, the director of the Magic Academy, and Ennis, while behind him was Julio. Colbert, although he wouldn't let them leave just like that, especially not her. Director, but the problem of crossing the country's border. Julio, we will have to consider that in the worst case scenario. Now it's time to use the cannon. Colbert, cannon? Julio, it's supposed to come from the east. We're sure it's one of the artifacts that had to travel through time. Director, that's it. Queen, Mr. Colbert, please make sure that everyone. Colbert, I understand, even if it costs me my life. Ennis, what do you plan to do if it's just the four of you? If you can make room in Ausland, the Musketeer Squadron will also help. Colbert, I appreciate it. Flashback ends. Colbert, thinking the cannon, it would be better if we didn't have to use it. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and the boys, they were in the carriage while Issei was reading with Tabitha. Issei, Ivaldi, upon defeating the dragon I entered the cave. Tabitha, cavern. Issei, he walked towards the room in the depths of the cavern. At that moment, Issei sees that Louise was looking at his hand, so he decides to talk to her. Issei, are you okay, Louise? Seeing that he didn't receive a response, he decided to continue reading. Issei, with Tabitha's help I have been able to improve quite a bit. Tabitha, that is also due to the power of Gandalf. When dominated by the power of Gandalf, the heart experiences changes. Louise reacts upon hearing that. Louise, is that true? Does the heart undergo changes when it's dominated by Gandalf's power? Tabitha, you are the one who should understand it more clearly. Louise thought, it can't be as Issei is by my side because of Gandalf's power? So, if he doesn't use the void anymore, will his feelings towards me change? If the magic doesn't return and someone else becomes his master? Louise, Issei. Issei, huh? Louise, what were your feelings before you were Gandalf? Issei, none in particular. Louise, lie. Your feelings must have changed a bit, right? Issei, Louise. Louise, so why did you make another contract with me? Issei, Louise, I already told you, I love you, nothing can change that. Louise, but what Tabitha said. Issei, Louise, no matter what happens I love you and I will love you forever. In that Issei kisses Louise and hugs her. Louise, seeing the actions, blushes and reciprocates the kiss and hug. After a few minutes of kissing they separate while a thread of saliva united them both. They were observed by Tefania and Tabitha, who felt jealous of Louise, and were also observed by Irukuku, who blushed a little and felt a little jealous, but then someone caught her attention. Maricorn, look guys. Issei, what's going on? At that, Issei goes to the front and talks to the boys. Issei, what's up guys? Gucci, look over there. Then he looked ahead and saw that they were approaching the border of Triana and Gallia. Issei, the border. Maricorn, as soon as we cross the bridge we will find ourselves in Tristein. Irukuku, let's cross at once. They continue moving forward, but notice how the sky begins to darken, and then Issei looks up and sees something falling where they were heading. Then Issei takes the reins of the carriage and makes the horses stop. Then he sees something giant fall in front of them. Issei, this has to be a joke, why did this have to happen? In that he sees how what had fallen in front of them was a giant metal golem which had a sword with the Guiche, what the hell is that? Unknown, long time no see Gandalf. Issei, Sheffield. Sheffield, you didn't think it would be that easy to escape, did you? At that moment the others arrive at the front of the carriage where Issei was. Tabitha, Sylphid. Irukuku, immediately. At that, Irukuku jumps out of the carriage and uses Maricorn as a boost. At that, she transforms into a dragon. Tabitha, I'm your target. Get the wagon across the bridge when you get the chance. Issei, Tabitha. Wait. At that, Tabitha gets out of the chariot and begins to cast a spell. After a few seconds, this forms a huge ice spear over her, and with this she attacks the golem. Sheffield, Your Highness, it is a relief to see that it is okay to dare to fight against Jormungand. What admirable bravery. Issei, Jormungand? At that moment the spear was about to hit the golem, but it was stopped by a kind of barrier. After a few seconds it fell to the ground and was buried. Sheffield, it's a shame, but I'm not here for you, you're a nuisance. Guiche, then we will be your opponents, Valkyries finish her off. At that point, several Valkyries summoned by Guiche flew to attack the golem. Kerchi also helped Guiche and launched a fire attack. Guiche, we did it! Tabitha, not yet. At that the golem raises its sword and spins with it, causing a strong air current clearing the air, and then they see that it didn't have a single scratch. The wind made everyone cover their eyes because of the dust that this raised. At that time inside the carriage Issei was covering Louise. Sheffield, Gandalf, isn't it time you pulled out the trump card? Issei, trump card? Sheffield, well, if you can't understand it, I'll split that carriage in two. Issei, as if I would allow it. At that Issei comes out of the carriage. Louise, Issei. Issei, Louise, don't come out, you're his target. Louise, no, I want to go with you. Louise then tries to follow Issei but is stopped by Montmorency and Tiffany. Tiffania, or you can Louise. Louise, no, let me go. Montmorency, faggot starts driving right away. Maricorn, I understand. At that moment, Maricorn starts the carriage to cross the bridge, but Louise breaks free from the girl's grip and goes to the back of the carriage and jumps off. Louise, enough? Tiffania, Louise. While with Issei he was fighting alongside Kerchi and Guiche. Kerchi, fire elves. At that moment, on the giant's right foot, the ground begins to melt while he begins to sink. Guiche, earth elves. At that point, several parts of the rocks break and begin to fly towards the golem to attack it until it ends up covered in rocks. Guiche, did we make it? At that, everything starts to shake and they see how what was covering the golem starts to crack while the ground trembles, and a few seconds later the golem is released, causing the rocks that covered it to fly out and the boys to dodge it. Kerchi, it's not working. Issei, I'll stop him. At that Issei activates his balance break and starts charging boosts. Issei, boost, 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 dragon shot. At that Issei fires a large energy attack which hits the golem but does not cause damage since the barrier protected it. At that Issei hears a scream. Louise, huh? In that Issei sees how the golem had captured Louise. Louise, let me go. Issei, Louise. Louise, I'm telling you to let me go. Issei, that fool, because she came back. Sheffield, Void Wielder, Come let me witness your power, the true power of the Void Wielder. Louise, thinking she still doesn't know that I can't use magic. Louise, let me go, you despicable woman. No, you're no one to order me around. Sheffield, it seems you still don't understand your situation. At that, Sheffield makes the golem start squeezing Louise. Louise, hiya. Issei, Louise. Then Issei flies to Sheffield. Sheffield, I already told you it's useless. At that, Issei hits his fist against the crowbar. Issei, cancel. At that point the barrier disappears and Issei passes by and tries to attack Sheffield, but she dodges it, but in doing so she loses her concentration and the golem drops Louise and Issei goes to catch her. When Issei catches her he goes to where Tabitha was flying. Issei, take to a safe place. Tabitha, reinforcements. Issei, huh? At that moment, Issei sees that the Ostland was coming towards them, so he, Tabitha, and Louise go to where the Ostland landed. Professor Colbert and the others were waiting for them. Issei, Professor Colbert, what is that? Colbert, a cannon. Issei, what's something like that doing here? Colbert, we don't have time, I beg you. Issei, it's okay. At that moment, Issei approaches the cannon and places his hand on it. His Gandalf marks shine and he acquires the knowledge to use that weapon. Issei, kidney. Take charge of the direction and adjust the firing angle. Reno, understood. Issei, Goiche adjusts the elevation angle. Gimli Maricorn will take care of the reloading. Gimli/Maricorn, yes. Goiche, hey? What's the angle of elevation? Montmorency, hurry up and go. At that point the boys start preparing the cannon to fire. Issei, Rosweiss, you will shoot. Rosweiss, yes. Issei, girls, help the others. Girls, yes. Rosweiss, but Issei, what are you doing? Issei, I'll take care of giving that thing a rival of its size. At that Issei leaves and jumps to fly while being watched by the girls. Issei, ready Drake. Drake, yes, partner. At that Issei activates his balance break again. Issei, I, the one who will awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. I laughed at infinity and despised dreams. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will sink you into the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut drive. That's when Issei begins to transform. When Sheffield had just transformed, he was in shock as he saw how Gandalf had become a huge crimson red dragon which was almost the same size as his golem. Meanwhile, elsewhere far away at the Hayato residence in Kwa, we can see the girls gathered in the living room with Rias's brother. Rias, ready brother, call Ryu. Surzek, it's okay. In that Surzek creates the same black circle as last time and it starts to shine, and when it ends we can see how Ryu was. Ryu, what's up Surzek? Surzek, I wanted to ask if we could already know how things went for Kaneko and Ravel. Ryu, okay, let's see how it goes. In that Ryu creates a magic circle where they begin to observe. In it they saw how Rosweiss was giving orders while several people were preparing a cannon, and that they see Ravel and Kaneko help but they could not see Issei. Rias, Ryu-sama, where is Issei? Ryu, let's see. At that point the steering wheel begins to turn, and when it does, they are in shock. They saw how Issei transformed into the Juggernaut drive. The girls, upon seeing this, felt their hearts stop due to the fear of losing Issei. Surzek, what's happening because Issei activated the Juggernaut drive? In that they see that Issei begins to fight against a giant golem that was almost the same size as the Juggernaut drive. Rias, Issei. Zenobia, not again because she used it if she knew she could die. Asia, Issei-san, why? Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was fighting against the giant golem. The golem tried to hit Issei, but he stopped his blow with one of his hands and began to charge a dragon shot in his mouth and fires it at the golem, but the golem used the barrier to protect himself. At that time Issei hit the golem with his other hand, pushing it back. At that Sheffield began to conjure a powerful spell against Issei and attacked him, but when the spell was about to hit Issei, his wings on the green part turned blue and began to shine. Issei, divide, divide, divide. So Issei reduces Sheffield's attack to nothing. In that, Issei attacks the golem, but this time he crashes against the barrier, which he passes through and hits the golem in the abdomen while trying to bite where Sheffield was, but she manages to dodge it. Sheffield, this can't be, you're not supposed to be able to transform into that thing. Issei, sad-faced juggernaut, now Rossweiss. At that, Issei sucker punches the golem from behind and makes it remain motionless. At that, Rossweiss gives the order to shoot, but upon receiving the impact, the golem releases a huge cloud of smoke, but when it clears, it can be seen that it has not done much damage to it. Issei, juggernaut, Louise uses Dispel. At that, Issei pushes the golem and goes to where Louise was. Issei, sad-faced juggernaut, Louise, let's combine Dispel with my dragon shot. Louise, but I don't have magic. Issei, trust me, Louise. At that, Louise climbs onto the juggernaut's shoulder. Issei, sad-faced juggernaut, hold on. At that, Issei tells Rossweiss to reload the cannon to distract the golem while they prepare the attack, but at that, the golem, to try to stop them, tries to attack Issei but receives a powerful fire attack from where the cannon was. It was Professor Colbert who attacked the golem. At that, the golem changes direction to attack them but begins to receive another fire attack from the professor, which forces him to activate the barrier to defend himself and stop his advance. At that, Kirchi and Marikorn join him with fire and wind attacks. While they were fighting with the golem, Issei began to charge power. Issei, sad-faced juggernaut, boost, 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 boost. While Issei charged the augmentations, he transferred a minimal amount of that power to Louise's reserves, which caused her to feel her magical power returning to her. Issei, sad-faced juggernaut, Louise list. Louise, why yes? Issei, sad-faced juggernaut, imperial shot. Louise, dispel. In that, Issei from his jaws launches a great attack of green energy which changes to white when combined with the power of the void and the dispel of Louise. Sheffield, who was on top of the golem, predicted this too late, so he could not dodge it with the golem, so it disappears from it, and the golem receives the full impact of the imperial shot, which caused it to be completely disintegrated. After that, Issei went to where the others were. When he got to where they were, Issei detransformed. When doing so, Louise, Rossweiss, Siesta, Ravel, Kaneko, Anise, Tifania, Tabitha, Urukuku went to where Issei was and jumped on him, hugging him. While Joseph was far away observing everything with a telescope, Sheffield appeared at his side. Joseph, what a relentless power, the bringer of the void, and Gandalf, ha 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 ha. While returning with Ryu and the Gremry, they watched the entire Issei encounter, and now the Shivas watched with jealousy as those thieves were with their Issei. Ryu, it seems that Issei is fine. Changing the subject, who of you will be the one to go with Issei now? At that, Asia approaches Ryu while the girls continued watching with jealousy as Issei was hugged by those thieves. Asia, I would like to go to my Ryu-sama. Ryu, okay, you already know the rules, right? Asia, yes. At that, Ryu begins to create a portal while where Issei was, he was already standing, but at that he observes how near there a blue portal opens. At that he approaches to see the others together, but Rossweiss, Ravel and Kaneko recognize that portal as the one that sent them here, so they already knew that one of the girls was coming here. When the portal disappears, you can see that the one who had come was none other than Asia, which Kaneko and Ravel, when they saw her, went to greet her, while Louise, Siesta, Anise, Stefania, Urukuku, Tabitha stayed with Issei behind. After a few minutes, Issei also approached along with Rossweiss and Louise, who accompanied her to Asia to see that Issei was okay. She went to hug him, but when she was about to arrive, Louise stopped her. Louise, who are you? Asia, my name is Asia Argento. Issei, Asia, what are you doing here? Asia, we asked Ryu-sama for help so he could send me here. We saw how you transformed into the Juggernaut Drive and I got too worried, so I asked him to send me to help you. Issei, I see, so it was Ryu. Louise, do you know her? Issei, she was one of the girls I told you about. At that moment, when Louise found out who it was, she took on a serious expression. Louise, what did you come for? Asia, well, Louise, wasn't it enough for you to hurt Issei like that? Asia, I know I hurt him, but... Louise, but what? According to what Issei told me, you were one of the most important to him, so when he lost you, he used the Juggernaut drive just out of anger against the person who had made you disappear, and even after that, you changed him. In that, as she heard how they challenged her, she began to shed a few tears because Issei had done so much for her, and yet she still caused him a lot of harm. Asia, I know I made a mistake, but… Louise, a mistake. That mistake almost cost Issei his life. At that, Issei approaches Louise, who was quite angry, and he puts a hand on her shoulder. Louise, Issei. At that, Issei turns her around and kisses her. After a few seconds they separate. Issei, Louise, don't worry, what happened is over, there's no need to dwell on the past. Louise, but… Issei, don't worry Louise, no matter what happens I'll be with you. At that, Ravel and Kaneko went to see Asia, who was crying because Louise had scolded her, while the others began to go up to Aslan, but not before the girls who already had a relationship with Issei kissed him on the lips. At that, the last to go up were Ravel, who kissed Issei and entered Aslan, then Kaneko and Asia came. At that, Issei approaches Kaneko and gives her a quick kiss which causes her to blush and go up quickly, leaving Issei alone with Asia. Asia, Issei yo. Issei, it doesn't matter anymore, we'll talk about it later. In that, Asia along with Issei go up to Ostland, and in that they take off and begin their trip towards the castles of Triland. While they were traveling, Asia went with Ravel and Kaneko chatting, while Louise was with Rosweiss and Siesta in another room talking. Tabitha was with her mother and Irukaku, and the others were talking elsewhere. While in Issei's room he was not alone, but next to him was Anise, who had just entered. Issei, is something wrong, Anise? Anise, Issei, the girl who appeared. Issei, if it is one of the ones I told you about. Anise, will you take revenge for what they did to you? Issei, no. Anise, why? Issei, because I don't feel hatred towards them. Anise, but they hurt you. Issei, yes, but it's no use holding a grudge against them forever, so I decided to move on. Anise, will you go back with them? Issei, I don't know. When Anise hears this, she begins to worry because there is a possibility that the man she loved would leave her for others. Issei, but if I were to return, be sure that you and the others would go with me. Anise, I love you. Issei, I love you too. At that, Issei approaches Anise and kisses her while hugging her by the waist, and after a few seconds they separate due to lack of air. Issei, do you know, is the trip to Tristan a bit long? Anise, and what do you want to do? Issei, could we put the dragon mark on you? Lemon skipped. Issei, I love you, Anise. Anise, I love you too, Issei. Then they kiss and get ready to sleep. Anise lies down on Issei's chest, and he hugs her, and they both fall asleep. The next morning, Issei begins to wake up, and the first thing he sees is his beautiful beloved Anise sleeping with a smile, while she was in his arms. Issei, Anise, it's time to wake up. Anise, 5 more minutes, love. Issei, come on Anise, we're almost there. Anise, it's okay. At that, Issei and Anise begin to get up, but not before Anise gives Issei a good morning kiss. After that, Issei and Anise go to where the others were. When they arrived, Louise, Rosweiss, Siesta, Ravel, and Kaneko went to say good morning with a kiss. Kaneko still hadn't gotten used to the fact that Issei had forgiven her, but she still continued. While they greeted Issei, Tifania, Tabitha, Irukaku, and Asia looked at this with jealousy. After that, Professor Colbert arrived along with Kerchi. Colbert, we're almost there. Issei, okay, teacher. After a few minutes they arrived at the castle, and now we find Issei and the others kneeling in front of the queen. Louise, your majesty, we defied your orders and acted on our own. I am prepared to accept the punishment. Queen, please stand up, Louise. You will know the punishment for entering Gallia. At that, Louise stands up, but when she does, she sees that the queen has a cape in her hands. Louise, that's the royal mantle. At that, the queen stands behind Louise and puts the cloak over her shoulders. Queen, in this way, you are now my sister, the second successor to the throne as a void user. Please continue serving Tristan. Louise, your highness. Issei, congratulations, Louise. At that, the queen approaches Issei. Queen, I'll give you back the chevalier mantle. I won't allow you to give it back to me, okay? Issei, yes. Queen, Tabitha, No, Princess Charlotte, welcome back to Tristan. Chapter 42, Trip to Ramalia. We can see how Issei is sleeping next to his girls in Louise's room. We can see how Issei was in the middle of the bed, Louise on his chest hugging him, Rosweiss on his right and Siesta on his left, but there was also Ravel sleeping also on Issei's chest next to Louise. This is because Ravel lent his bed in his room to Asia so she could sleep, but this was not a problem, especially because of the previous night where the five had a very eventful night, and with a lot of pleasure. But now we can see how Issei was beginning to wake up because of his always inopportune ray of sunlight which somehow always hit him in the eyes. Issei, girls, come on, we have to get up. Louise, no, 5 more minutes. Ravel, yes, Issei, it's still early. Issei, come on, girls. Rosweiss, darling, we are comfortable. Nap, zzz. Siesta didn't say anything, she just hugged Issei more. Issei, come on, girls. Louise, it's okay. At that, everyone starts to get up, but not before each of the girls gave Issei their good morning kiss, which he gladly reciprocated. After that, they all changed and went to have breakfast. On the way to the dining room, they met Kaneko and Asia. Kaneko went to greet Issei, and he gave her a good morning kiss, which made the little Nakomata blush. While she was only watching this from a little distance, since she still felt insecure about going to talk to Issei. Besides, now that all those girls were with him, after they arrived at the dining room, they sat down, and Tabitha also arrived and sat next to Issei, which bothered some girls. Why sit like that? Tefania and the others also arrived. After breakfast, Professor Colbert approached to talk to Issei. Issei, hello, teacher. Colbert, hi Issei, do you have a minute? Issei, what's wrong, teacher? Colbert, I wanted to talk to you about something important. Issei, what thing? Colbert, also with the others. Issei, it's okay. At that, Issei calls the girls, who approach where Issei was talking to Professor Colbert. Louise, what's going on, Issei? Issei, Professor Colbert has something important to talk to us about. Louise, what is it? Issei, I don't know. Rosweiss, what's going on, Professor? Colbert, we will go on another trip to the Ostland by order of Queen Henrietta. We will go to Ramalia. Issei, Ramalia? Time jump. Now we are on top of the Ostland, which was flying towards Ramalia. On the deck of the Ostland, we can see Louise, who was leaning on the railing, while Siesta was sweeping. Siesta, Miss Valier, you seem very happy now that we're heading to Ramalia, don't you? Louise, Ramalia was Lord Brymer's seat. Going to Brymer's place of experience makes me very happy. Siesta, so you're going on a journey to happiness, right? Then I'll take advantage of the opportunity to go on a date with Issei in the meantime. Louise, no, I'll ask Issei out. Meanwhile, in another part of the ship, we can see Kerchi and Professor Colbert talking while the others were around the deck. Kerchi, the riverbank is full of mountains, isn't it? Jean, it's like your machine. Colbert, do you think so, Miss Zerbius? Montmorency, just what I expected from Hakajinia's best mountains. It's so beautiful. While near where Montmorency was, there was also Tefania, who just looked at the landscape and sighed until someone spoke to her from behind. Issei, Tifa, I see you sighing, is something wrong? Tefania, no, I was wondering why the princess called me Ramalia. Montmorency, hey! This one's called Louise too, right? It could serve as a training trip for us. Kerchi approaches and joins the conversation. Kerchi, well, Lord Brimir doesn't think well of elves. Being half-elf, it's natural that they call you Tifa. Tefania, yes. Issei, don't worry, Tifa. I won't let anything bad happen to you. Tefania, Issei, thank you. In this, Goiche draws everyone's attention. Goiche, young people, I can see it now. Later on, you see how the clouds that were blocking the view begin to disappear and reveal the city of Ramalia. Kerchi, it's Ramalia! After a while, the Ostland lands in one of the ports of Ramalia, and everyone starts to get off, while in one part were all the Knights of Ondine. Goiche, young Knights of Ondine, on this journey we must ensure the safety of His Majesty, no matter what dangers may appear. While I, your captain, am here, you need not hesitate. Maricorn, was it such a dangerous trip? Issei, who knows? Julio, all students of the Magic Academy, welcome to your allied nation of Ramalia. It's been a long time, issei. Issei, Julio, now I remember that you are a priest of Ramalia. Julio, they sent me precisely to receive everyone with maximum hospitality. Well, I entrust it to you. Unknown, I'll take you to the guest house, follow me this way. At that point, everyone starts to follow the person Julio had designated as a guide for them, but at that point, Julio approaches where issei was. Julio, issei, come with me. Issei, huh? July, Miss Valier and Miss Westwood join me too. In that, Louise and Tiffany also follow Julio along with issei. They were inside a white cart that took them through the beautiful city of Ramalia. Issei, so that's where they're replacing the priest? At that point, Tiffany, who had been silent the whole way, decided to speak. Tiffania, hey, why just us? Julio, of course it is a request from Her Majesty Henrietta and also from another person. Issei, another person? After a while of traveling, they reached their goal, a large white building with a blue roof in the middle of Ramalia. We can see how issei and the others enter it, and when the door opens and they see inside, they are amazed by the beauty of the place, and they also see how further ahead was Queen Henrietta with her back to them. Then she turns around and greets them. Henrietta, Louise, issei, Tiffany, thanks for coming. At that moment they approach the queen and greet her and begin to talk, but then someone speaks behind her back. Unknown, July? At that moment they hear someone approaching, and after a few seconds they see that it was a man who was wearing a religious suit and carrying a staff in his hands. Louise recognizes him and kneels before him, an action that is imitated by Tiffania and issei. Julio, His Holiness. Issei, Holiness? Unknown, I see issei Chevalier de Hayato. He is as unconventional as the rumors say if he came from a different world. Issei, huh? Unknown, please raise your heads, I'd like to see your faces too. At that they raise their faces and look into the face of the person who was speaking to them. Unknown, I am Vittorio Saraver, also known as the 32nd Pope of the Kingdom of Ramalia. Please, it is a pleasure to meet you, the bearers of nothing and their families. Louise, Your Holiness! How do you know that? Vittorio, your story is also told here in Ramalia. Miss Valier, I have always been aware of the legendary power you possess. Louise, yes, it is an honor, Your Holiness. Vittorio, and you too, Miss Westwood, you may not have realized it yourself, but you are also a carrier of nothingness, although it seems that you do not have a familiar now, but your forgetting magic is proof enough. Tiffania, empty, am I the same as Louise? Vittorio, and there is someone else here. Girls, eh? Vittorio, I am also a bearer of nothingness, that's right, the three of us are bearers of a legendary power, we are companions in charge of leading people down the right path. Louise, comrades, along with their holiness we. Vittorio, and he is my relative. At that Julio stands next to Vittorio and takes off one of his gloves, the one on his right hand, showing Windalf's marks. Julio, I have the right hand of the god Windalf. I am able to control the beasts at my will, which means we are connected. Issei with you? Vittorio, thus, the three Voidbringers and two of their relatives have gathered, the rest I will leave to your majesty. Henrietta, Louise, Tiffany, His Holiness will soon hold an enthronement ceremony every 3 years for that purpose. His Holiness has requested that two of you act as his priestess. Louise, such an important role? Issei, what does that have to do with emptiness? Henrietta, before that this will be to introduce the 4 carriers. Issei, the 4 carriers? Julio, there is one more person who is a Joseph carrier of Gallia. Issei, Joseph you say? Julio, yes, the terrible man who killed Miss Tabitha's father and stole her mother's heart. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Tabitha and Irukaku were in a room. Tabitha was sitting watching how Irukaku was rolling around in bed while she complained that she was hungry. Irukaku, I'm hungry, you still have food, right? Tabitha, missing. Returning with Issei and the others. Vittorio, I want to let Joseph know. Here, where the 3 bearers have gathered, all that remains is to persuade him to reform completely. Issei, He's a person who made Tabitha suffer so much. It's obvious he can't be persuaded. At that, Vittorio opens his hand as a sign for Issei to remain silent, and he does so. Vittorio, if this doesn't happen, Hawkaginia could fall into a famine never seen before. Issei, famine? Vittorio, the duty of the bearers is to save Hawkaginia, and for this to happen, we bearers must be together. In short, we bearers have the fate of the world in our hands. Louise, the fate of the world? Henrietta, now, why don't we calmly think about the offer to be priestesses? Louise, no, your majesty, there's no need to wait for an answer. I'll do it. I'll be His Holiness's priestess. Issei, Louise. Time jump. It's already dusk and we can see how everyone was gathered in one place while they were eating. Goiche starts to talk. Goiche, Knights of Ondine. Let's keep the mirror that leads to tomorrow for Her Majesty Queen Henrietta and His Holiness the Pope, and also all we the Knights of Ondine. While everyone was eating, two people stood out in the crowd. One was a large man with white hair and red marks on his body, while the other was a girl with pink hair. Man, they're a pretty noisy bunch, aren't they? Girl, what's the deal with everyone being so excited, Jack and issei-san? In that case, why don't we make a toast together? Unknown, sounds good. Let's celebrate while they pay the bill. Jeanette, can you place the order? Jack, we'll do that after we finish our work. Blue, get ready. Blue, yes, you are very strict, and issei-san. Jack, Damien is back. Damien, of course. Be careful. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see Issei and Louise in their room talking. Issei, hey Louise, are you really sure you can do what the Pope asks you? Louise, of course, a noble has his word. Issei, you're joining the man who endangered Tabitha. We don't know what can happen. Louise, it's true you may be right, but listen to me Issei, I want to do it. Issei, there is no remedy. Louise, okay? At that, Issei approaches where Louise was sitting and takes her by the shoulders. Issei, just promise me that you'll be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you since you are the most important thing in my heart along with the others, and if something happens to them I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Louise blushes upon hearing this, and feels her heart beat strongly because the person she loved cared so much about her. Louise, why yes, I promise I'll be careful. Issei, good? At that, Issei gives Louise a kiss on the lips, which she gladly accepts, and after a few seconds they separate. Issei, I'm going to see how the others are. Louise, why yes? At that, Issei leaves the room and leaves Louise alone with a blush on her cheeks for what just happened. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle we can see how Anise was standing guard outside a room while inside it was Queen Henrietta and Tiffania talking. Queen, I'm sure you're surprised to be told you're a carrier so suddenly. Inside the room, the Queen was sitting in an armchair while Tiffany was standing in front of her, talking. Tiffania, I still can't believe it. Queen, there's something I'd like to give you, come this way. At that point, she starts patting the seat next to her on the couch, and Tiffany listens to her and sits next to her. At that point, the Queen takes off one of her rings, the one with the purple gem, and hands it to Tiffany. Queen, is this it? Tiffania, hey? Why? Queen, this ring was originally an heirloom of the royal family of Albion, as you are the last person left of that bloodline and now that you are the bearer. At that, the Queen takes Tiffany's hand and places the ring on it. Queen, I think it's something you should have. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, returning with Louise, she was on the balcony looking at the stars while thinking about Issei, but then she looked ahead and noticed some people entering the castle. Louise, who are they? Returning with Tiffania, she was walking through the halls while thinking about what just happened. Tiffania, if possible, I would like to be of help to everyone, but what should I do? While she was walking, she heard someone calling her. Colbert, Miss Westwood. Tiffania, Professor Colbert, will you also stay here? Colbert, no, I just have something to do. Tiffania, I see. Colbert, well, good evening. Tiffania, good night. At that point they say goodbye and Professor Colbert starts walking, but then Tiffany turns around and stops him. Tiffania, Professor Colbert. Colbert, okay? Tiffania, I have something to ask of you. Please teach me the ritual to summon a familiar. While elsewhere we can see how Issei was walking through the courtyard. He was coming back from seeing Anise and taking advantage of making up for the time they hadn't been together, but that didn't last long as they called Anise. One of her knights went to look for her because the queen was calling her, but when she got to where she was, she saw how her captain was kissing a man while she crossed her legs behind his back, and the man hugged her with one hand on her back and the other on her, but giving her a few small squeezes. In that, Anise notices her and separates from Issei, and he leaves while Anise followed her knight in silence with a blush on her face for being discovered with her boyfriend in an intimate moment. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, in one of the tallest towers, we can see how one part of the walls had a huge hole. Inside the room, which was filled with various ancient objects, we can see two men searching among themselves for something special. Jack, the founder's circular mirror, no doubt. Blue, if that's it, I'll go snatch some other treasure, maybe I'll sell it for a lot. Jack, if it's not something we were commissioned to do, don't touch it. Blue, well, if you say so, and I-san. In that part where the hole was, we can see how Louise looked inside to see who the intruders were. Louise, thinking, I was right to follow these two. If Issei were with me, I'd go forward, don't worry. I can do it alone against those. At that moment, Louise prepares to attack the intruders and positions her wand, but at that moment, she pushes a rock, which makes the intruders realize her presence. Jack, who's there? At that moment, Jack casts a spell and some hands come out of the ground and grab Louise's feet. This causes Louise to get scared and drop her wand by mistake. She tries to reach for it, but Jack steps forward and kicks it away from her. At that, Louise turns around and screams. Louise, someone! Thieves! But then stone hands grab her and cover her mouth. Jack, there is nothing unnecessary. In that, Blue recognizes her. Blue and I-san she is. At that, Louise manages to remove the hands that were covering her mouth, and she screams. Louise, someone come! While in another part not far from there we can see how Issei was walking until suddenly, with his sense of hearing enhanced by being a dragon, he hears Louise's scream. Issei, what was that? Louise, someone! Issei, Louise. At that, Issei starts running in the direction where the screams were coming from. Meanwhile, returning with Louise, she was struggling against his hands to free herself from his grip. Louise, please come! Issei. At that, Jack makes his hands cover Louise's mouth again so that she doesn't continue screaming. Jack, let's go. Blue, but... Jack, it's better while we have the mirror. At that, both of them leave the place through the hole they had made, but when Blue comes out, he sees Issei coming towards them at an alarming speed, and Issei hits where he was standing with his booster gear activated as a gauntlet, which caused the ground to break upon impact. At that, Issei recovers and summons Derflinger in his right hand. Issei, who are you? Then Louise arrives, and when she sees Issei she goes and hugs him. Louise, Issei are thieves. At that, Issei notices the appearance of Louise, who had her clothes torn from struggling. Issei, seeing her like that, thinks that they tried to abuse Louise, which causes him to get angry and start to release an immense murderous instinct against the two thieves, who upon feeling it can't help but get a chill and start to get afraid. Issei, what did they do to Louise? Then Issei attacks Blue, who magically manages to dodge the cut that Issei sent. Blue, calm down, we didn't do anything you think. At that, Jack summons some stone armor that surrounds Issei. Jack, I'll buy you some time. Take that and run. Blue, gosh, you're treating me like a child again. At that, Blue turns around and starts running to escape the place. Issei, I won't let them escape. At that, one of the armors tries to attack Issei, but he dodges it and counterattacks, cutting it in half. At that, the rest of the armors launch themselves against Issei, but he only summons Ascalon and begins to destroy the armors with his swords. Jack, seeing that the armors were not being effective against him, he takes one of the pieces of rock that flew out when destroying one of the armors and with a little magic turns it into a mace and manages to block an attack that came from Issei, since he had already destroyed all the armors without problems, and went to attack Jack, and with a jump tries a downward cut. At that, Issei applies more force, causing him to win the clash, and Jack jumps back to dodge it. Meanwhile, in the courtyard below where Issei and Jack were meeting, we can see that Professor Colbert was with Tiffania practicing the familiar summoning spell. Colbert, summoning a servant isn't that difficult a spell. Concentrate your mind and then call your familiar with your heart. Tiffania, yes. At that, Tiffany prepares, closes her eyes, raises her wand, and begins the spell. Tiffania, my name is Tiffany Westwood, Pentagon, the power of the 5 elements, hear my call and summon my familiar. At that, Tiffany's wand begins to shine. While returning to meet Issei and Jack, he tries to attack Issei with his mace. But Issei manages to dodge it, and in doing so he sees how the mace easily destroyed the ground. But at that, Issei makes a horizontal cut against Jack, but he steps back to dodge it. But Issei does not give up and continues to throw cuts at Jack. At that, Jack notices how Issei had broken the hood they were using in several of those cuts. Jack, you're not doing anything wrong, but... In that, Jack with his magic makes one of the rocks that were lying on the ground compress into a small but very hard ball and makes this fence against Issei. He sees it approaching and cuts it in half, surprising Jack. Issei, you know, I'm already tired of this. At that, Issei activates his balance break, being covered by the crimson-colored armor. Jack, seeing it, can't help but take a step back, but Issei in a quick movement hits him in the stomach, taking out all the air from this, so that following that blow he kicks him in the chest, sending him flying, leaving him unconscious. Issei deactivates his armor, but at that he sees how the ground breaks, and he loses his balance trying to avoid falling and falls backwards. While with Professor Colbert and Tiffania, the professor saw the crimson flash and recognized it as Issei activating his armor, but after that he sees Issei falling, while Tiffania continued with the spell and had already opened her eyes, and above her a large green circle had been created. In that, she looks up and sees that she had succeeded. Tiffania, the door. In that, Issei falls and goes through the door and was about to fall on top of Tiffany, but Professor Colbert stops him with a levitation spell. After that, Louise arrives running to the place. Since she saw that Issei fell, she went quickly to see how he was, but when she arrived she saw how Issei was blooming near Tiffany, who had fallen to the ground due to the shock. Louise, thank you, Professor. At that, Issei stops floating and lands on his feet and helps Tiffania get up, and then Louise goes to where Issei was. Louise, are you okay, Issei? Issei, seeing her worried, just smiles and hugs her. Issei, yes, and are you okay, Louise? Didn't they do anything to you? Louise, if nothing happened. Issei, I'm glad. Time jump, now we see how they are taking Jack away arrested, while from above in a tower Issei and Louise were watching this. Issei, Louise, did you really try to fight those two alone? Louise, yes, because I was alone at that time and wanted to stop them. At that moment, Issei approaches Louise and hugs her from behind. Issei, I'm glad you're more independent now, but don't do such dangerous things alone. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Louise, why yes? At that, Issei gives her a quick kiss on the cheek, which causes the slight blush that Louise had to become more noticeable. But Louise turns and gives Issei a kiss on the lips, which surprises him a little but gladly accepts while hugging Louise. But at that, Tiffany, who was sleeping in the room next door, goes out to the balcony that was connected to the one of Issei and Louise's room, and when she does she sees how Issei kissed Louise. When they see her they quickly separate with a little embarrassment in both of them that they saw them like that. Issei, hello Tifa. Louise, hello Tifa. Tiffania, hello? Tiffania, thinking, it must be my imagination, but when I look at Issei my heart starts to race and I get excited. Why? Chapter 43, Attack on Ramalia. Now we are in the city of Ramalia. In the square of this we can see how Issei and Louise were on a date at this moment. Both were walking through the square looking at the stalls that were there and what they sold. Louise was hugging Issei's right arm. She dragged Issei to all the stalls to observe and buy things. Louise, come on Issei, hurry up. Issei, there's no reason to rush, Louise. Louise, this bazaar in Aquaria is popular and sells out quickly. If you don't hurry, we won't be able to buy anything. Issei, yes. In that, Louise guides Issei to see some of the stalls where they were selling crystal figures of all kinds. In that, Louise stops to look at one in particular, which was a figure of a crystal mansion. Issei, seeing how Louise observed it, decides to buy it as a gift for her. Louise was very happy for the gift that her boyfriend had given her. Louise, thanks Issei, even though I didn't tell you to buy it for me. Issei, I'm also being paid as a knight, so this is nothing. Besides, if it's for you, I don't mind spending my money. Issei, whispering, even if you asked for a royal mansion, it wouldn't be possible. Louise heard what Issei said. Louise, a royal mansion? At that point, Louise begins to imagine what it would be like if she and Issei lived together in a mansion just for the two of them. Louise, a mansion with Issei alone. At that moment, a blush forms on Louise's cheeks because of what she was imagining. Issei stares at her for a few seconds until Louise notices that he was looking at her, and reacts by giving Issei a kiss on the cheek and gets closer to Issei. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, we can see how Guiche and the other knights of Undine were on a boat while Guiche began to talk to them. Guiche, young people. This is the place where His Eminence will celebrate his 3rd coronation anniversary. And we, the Knights of Undine, have been accepted as security supervisors. While Guiche continued talking, Renard and Maricorn began to talk. Renard, security supervisors sounds good, but Maricorn, in short, it's an organizer for tourists, right? Guiche, go ahead. Undine. While on another boat the girls were chatting. Montmorency, it's a very romantic city, isn't it? At that Kerchi, who was hugging Professor Colbert, responded. Kerchi, it's like a honeymoon. The further back he went, the siesta complained. Siesta, this Miss Valier, sometimes it's unfair. Tabitha, it's not good. While in another part of the city in the palace we can see how Henrietta accompanied by Ennis were talking with Vittorio accompanied by Julio. Henrietta, this trip, Louise and Tiffania have agreed to become priestesses of His Eminence to keep both of them safe, please, Your Eminence. Vittorio, yes, an accident like last time won't happen again, right Julio? July, yes, for 2 weeks, 300 knights guarded the surroundings and the facilities. Ennis, but Julio Dano, yesterday, the criminal who stole the magic mirror had brothers and it seemed that they had old ties. Haven't you foreseen some kind of conspiracy? Julio, I won't say it doesn't exist, however during the ceremony there will be magic detectors all over the city. We are well prepared and safe. If someone uses magic we will know it immediately, no need to worry. After that Henrietta and Ennis left the place. Now they were walking down the hallway while talking. Henrietta, what do you think, Ennis? Ennis, I don't like it. We don't know when they might act. We are defenseless. Henrietta, above all, I don't feel enough anxiety in the Pope. At that, both of them stop and Henrietta starts looking out the window. Ennis, did you imagine that this would happen? Henrietta, I hope it's just my imagination. Time jump, now it is night, and we can see how in one of the rooms where the students were staying someone was looking out the window. This was Tiffania, who was looking at the stars while she remembered the previous night how she tried the summoning spell and Issei fell on her. Tiffania, that time when I summoned a familiar, wasn't Issei the chosen one? At that, Tiffania looks down and sees Issei walking down the street, and suddenly she sees Issei looking in her direction and starts to greet her, and she responds with a smile. Then she sees Issei start to run. Tiffania, again. Just seeing Issei makes my heart start beating, this is strange. Meanwhile in Louise's room we can see how she was changing her clothes, but then Issei enters the room. Issei, I'm here. At that Issei sees how Louise was in front of him wearing the priestess's clothes. Louise, Issei, welcome home. Seeing her like that, Issei can't help but blush for her. Issei, Louise? Louise, this is the priestess outfit for tomorrow. I wanted you to see me before anyone else. At that Issei approaches Louise and stands in front of her. Issei, you look beautiful. At that, Issei begins to kiss Louise while he hugs her and pulls her against him, but Louise separates a little. Louise, Issei, this is the suit to face the gods, we can't. Issei, Louise, you are too cute. Louise, I am not pretty. Issei, Louise, you are very beautiful. At that moment, Issei kisses Louise again and she begins to reciprocate. At that moment, Issei begins to caress Louise's body, which causes her to start letting out small moans. But at that moment, someone hits the wall. Maricorn, this is an announcement from the Wind Fairy. Issei, faggot. Maricorn, The walls here are unexpectedly thin, be sure to keep your neighbors in mind. Issei and Louise were embarrassed because they had heard them being intimate, so they stopped and went to sleep. Meanwhile, in another part far from that place we can see how an elf was performing a magic ritual. Elf, it's the fire. It's the fire I made a contract with, to which I will sacrifice myself and change your direction. At that moment, a whirlpool forms above him and begins to attract the red flames that were around him. At that moment, the flames begin to condense in the center to form a solid sphere which falls into the elf's hands. Joseph, and now there are 3, good work, Lord Vittorif. At that, Joseph and Sheffield arrive at where the elf was and Joseph takes one of the spheres in his hands. Joseph, the fire stone, the borrowing of spirit energy. A crystal that houses the powers of fire. Elf, I accept easily, but it's actually more complicated and deeper than that. Joseph, so Lord Vittorif, can you cremate with this size of land? Elf, what? Joseph, I'm asking you how much power this has as a weapon. Elf, what kind of weapon did you say? You didn't tell me you were going to use it that way. Joseph, what's wrong? I'm just going to perfect its use. Why don't you come and see it too? Elf, I refuse. I have no intention of supporting evil. Joseph, when I order you to kidnap an innocent girl, do you use the treasure of a Jormungand armor elf? Are you no longer supporting? Okay, fine, do what you wish. Then he leaves the sphere on the table and begins to move away. Joseph, my Sheffield family, how are the preparations going? Sheffield, if Joseph-sama everything falls into place tomorrow, that mirror and the other factor. In that both leave the place, leaving the elf alone. Meanwhile, returning to Ramalia, we can see how everyone was already preparing for the ceremony that would take place that day. The knights mounted the dragons while they watched the perimeter, while inside the great palace where the ceremony would take place we can see how Vittorio was praying while behind him were the priestesses on their knees praying, while behind them was all the people. Vittorio, our ancestors of Bree Mill, may the peace of Hawkaginia protect them, may our land continue like this for eternity. Priestesses, may Hawkaginia remain in this peace and continue as it is now. While outside the place at the entrance we can see how the Knights of Ondine were making sure that there were no problems with the people and that no riots were formed. Maricorn, everyone! Calm down a bit. People just ignored him and kept pushing to try to get into the place where the ceremony was taking place, and people asked him to let them in. Old woman, I want to see the Pope at least once. Let me see him before I die. That's what Renard talks about. Renard, no way. Commoners can only see through the door. Maricorn, everyone please move to the right. You can't be here. Renard, faggot. At that point, people just ignored them and kept pushing each other to try to get into the place where the ceremony was taking place. Meanwhile, the girls and Professor Colbert watched all of this from a distance in a cafeteria. Siesta, there's a big crowd, isn't there? Kerchi, it must be difficult to be a knight, right? Montmorency, fence. At that moment, she was looking out the window and saw Goiche passing by while he was talking to a girl and was holding her hand. Goiche, let's go this way, mademoiselle, be careful with your foot. Returning to Montmorency, she turns her gaze toward the others with anger since Goiche did not miss the opportunity to flirt with another girl he found beautiful. Montmorency, that idiot. After a while we can see how the ceremony had concluded. Now we meet Issei, who is walking down one of the hallways. Issei, so today's ritual is over? While I was walking, I heard people talking, so I went ahead and saw how Louise talked to the other priestesses. Louise, even commoners are quite devout, aren't they? I think social status doesn't matter. Priestess 1, but commoners only trust God when they need him. Louise, that may be true, but... At that point Issei decides to call her to leave the place. Issei, hey Louise. It's time to go. Louise, I'll be right ahead. After that, Louise continues talking with the other priestesses while Issei decided to continue on his way. Meanwhile, in another place, we can see how Tefania was sitting still wearing her priestess outfit while she was thinking. But then she hears the door of the place where they were open and sees that the one who entered was Issei. Issei, hi Tifa, good job. Tefania, you too, Issei, be you good job. Issei, even if I just stand there. Then Issei sits next to Tiffany. Issei, but is this going to continue for 2 weeks? At that, Issei begins to stretch out from tiredness but notices that Tiffany was looking at him directly. Tiffany, thinking, after all, I want to confirm if Issei is my familiar or not. Also, I want to confirm if what I feel is real. Issei, do I have something on my face? Tiffany, Issei, I have a favor, okay? Issei, well, if it's something you asked me, I have no problem. Tiffany, so can you give me a kiss? Issei, hey. Tifa, are you sure? Tiffany, please, Issei. At that, Tiffany approaches Issei to kiss him and Issei also approaches her. They both do it slowly until their lips meet against each other. At that, Tiffany blushes on her cheeks while her heart begins to beat faster because of the kiss. While Issei was somewhat unsure of this, he still reciprocated Tiffany's kiss. After a few seconds, they both separate. Issei, Tifa. Tiffany, Issei, there's something I want to tell you. Issei, what is Tifa? Tiffany, Issei, when I see you, you make me happy, and I feel my heart racing, and when I'm near you, I feel a sense of security, comforting you. Issei, Tifa, Tiffany, I know you're in a relationship with Miss Valier, but you're also with other girls like Siesta and Rosweiss, so I'd like to know if you also accept me as one of your partners. At that, Issei, upon hearing that Tiffany was declaring her love to him, feels happy. Issei, Tifa, even if I'm with several girls, I promise you that I will always have a place for you in my heart. In that, Issei kisses Tiffany again on the lips. She is surprised and happy because Issei reciprocated her feelings and kissed Issei back. After a few seconds they separate for a breath while a thread of saliva united them, and Tiffany had a blush on her face. Meanwhile, in one of the hallways, Maricorn and Montmorency were walking while talking. Maricorn, can we escape on our own? Montmorency, it's okay, Guiche has to work harder. In that, both enter a room and see how Issei was next to Tiffany while they were kissing. They also see how Tiffany had a blush on her face while Issei held her hands. Montmorency, Issei and Tiffany. At that point, both of them separate, and Tiffany runs away because she is embarrassed that she was seen kissing Issei. At that point, Issei tries to go after her, but Maricorn stops him by grabbing his cape. Maricorn, first Louise and now Tiffany too? Issei, he. Montmorency, boys really are idiots. Meanwhile, returning with Tiffany, she continued running and passed by where Louise was chatting with the others. Louise tried to talk to her, but she ignored her and continued running. Meanwhile, someone spoke to Louise from behind. Unknown, I apologize. Priestess, listen, this is not a place where commoners can be. Unknown, she's Louise from the Valier family, isn't she? Louise, hey, that's right, why? Unknown, I come from a farming family. Louise, are you a citizen of our country? Unknown, can't you bless me? At that, Louise follows the girl with light purple hair out of the place while they continue talking. Louise, so you came to celebrate His Eminence's anniversary with your mother, it's a wonderful thing. Unknown, but upon entering the city my mother fainted from exhaustion. If you Louise-sama bless her as a priestess, my mother will be healed. Meanwhile, returning to the cathedral, we can see how Issei was talking to one of the priestesses. Issei, hey, did Louise leave the cathedral? Priestess, yes, he had a request from a commoner, and it seems he couldn't refuse it. Issei, thanks, I'll go look for her. Now we can see how Issei ran off in search of Louise. Issei, sad-faced thought, he really does things on his own. At that point, while he was running, he felt the presence of another person and turned around to see how someone had jumped to attack him with a sword from one of the roofs of the houses. But Issei jumped to the side and dodged the attack. Issei, you are? Unknown, hi, thanks for yesterday. At that the boy attacks Issei again, but he summons Derflinger and blocks his attack. Blue, you dared to speak very cruelly to Jack Ni-sama the other time, didn't you? Issei, you move. At that, Issei puts more force into the clash, causing Blue to step back, and a fight begins where both exchanged attacks where the swords clashed against each other. At that, Blue dodges one of the attacks by jumping and falls on a wall, but at that 2 guards arrive. Guard, hey you! what are you doing there? At that point, Blue runs up the wall and jumps to fall behind the guards and in a quick movement attacks them, causing them to fall to the ground. Blue piece of cake. Then Issei goes to where he was running to attack him. Issei, thinking, if he is here something must have happened to Louise. At that Issei stops as Blue jumps in front of him. Blue, I haven't finished thanking you for my brother yet. Meanwhile, returning with Louise, she continued walking with the unknown girl until she told her to enter an alley. There she sees a person sitting on the side of the road and they go to her. At that moment, the girl approaches her. Girl, Mama Louise-sama has arrived. Louise, good job on your long journey to this land. At that moment, Louise approaches the person and puts her hand on their shoulder. But then she notices that the person was just a doll, and Louise receives a cut on her hand. At that moment, she sees how the girl took off her commoner's clothes. Girl, I don't want to be dressed in these rags anymore. Louise, who are you? Girl, my name is Janet, the younger sister of the man you took care of yesterday. At that, Louise tries to escape but notices that she couldn't move her body. Louise, sad-faced, thinking, why doesn't my body move? Janet, you know this knife has poison, but you don't have to worry, it's only to paralyze the victim, it's not something powerful. Louise, why? At that, Janet approaches until she is in front of Louise. She looks at her for a few seconds and then licks her cheek. Janet, wow. You have amazing strength. I wonder if that's why he wants you. Sheffield, leave the unnecessary investigations, Sister Genso. I'll take care of it from now on. You can go now. Janet, hey. Are you sure? We're already halfway through, so I want to do it completely. Sheffield, the businessman said you should leave. Janet, I see, then I'll leave the rest to you. At that point, Janet gets closer to Louise again, as she had previously separated from him because Sheffield arrived. Janet, if we had met under different circumstances, maybe we would have been good friends, don't you think? Bye. At that moment, Janet jumps onto a wall and starts climbing up the walls until she reaches the ceiling. Then she leaves the place. At that moment, Sheffield approaches Louise. Sheffield, okay, shall we go? Where is my great master? At that moment, Louise faints while Sheffield watches her. While returning with Issei, he was still fighting Blue, but then someone calls from above. Janet, Lulo and I-san. Lulo, THS just when it was getting interesting. Then he jumps until he reaches where his sister was. Issei, you guys. You didn't do something to Louise, did you? Janet, oh, her? The cute and innocent girl is maybe too innocent. Issei, where is Louise? Janet, I think they must have already left this city with the terrifying Obasan. Lulo, don't say anything unnecessary, Janet. I'm the one who will scold Damien Nissan. Janet, no problem, we've already finished our work. In that, both of them run away while jumping over the buildings, while Issei had gone out to look for Louise. After a while, Issei meets Anise and they go to the cathedral to meet the others. Anise, I found this in an alley near the cathedral. There's no doubt it's Miss Valier's. Vittorio, I see. I'm very sorry, and to think that this was going to be a success. There was no need to use any kind of magic. Unknown, it is the work of Gallia. At that, everyone looks back and sees that the one who came in and interrupted was Tabitha. Issei, Tabitha? Henrietta, I sent for her. She says she recognizes the Genso brothers. I'll leave it to you, Tabitha. Tabitha, they are members of the Royal Cavalry of Gallia, just like I was before. Anise, I've heard before that Gallia has an army that specializes in dirty tasks, so the mastermind behind this. Tabitha, the king of Gallia, Joseph. Issei, that bastard took Louise away. Tabitha, yes. Henrietta, but if it's true, Aquiria is close to the kingdom of Gallia, Louise must already be at the border. Issei, princess. I will bring Louise back even if I have to cross the border. Henrietta, you can't, Issei. Even you too. At that moment a guard runs into the place. Guard, excuse me, your majesty. I have bad news. It's something your eminence must hear. Vittorio, this way. At that moment the guard comes in and whispers something in Vittorio's ear. Vittorio, apparently it's something you should also know. From the perspective of the border guards of the Kingdom of Gallia, the Gallia army is advancing to the border. Henrietta, what did you say? Your Eminence, that's what it means. Vittorio, he might try to invade our territory. Meanwhile, on the border of Gallia, we can see how many ships were flying towards Ramalia, and on one of them was Louise and Sheffield. Sheffield, have you woken up yet, little one? At that, Louise wakes up completely and tries to get away, but she can't. Louise, untie my hands. At that, Sheffield kneels down to be closer to Louise. Sheffield, do you think anyone will obey your orders? Louise, what are you planning to do to me? If you want to do something cruel to me, I'll kill myself by biting my tongue right now. At that, Joseph approaches where they were. Joseph, calm down, girl. Louise, are you? Joseph, my name is Joseph, King of Gallia. My acquaintances call me the King of Ignorance. Calm down. I wouldn't mistreat Charlotte's friend. Louise, look who's talking. After you've said that, you stop Tabitha from having such cruel moments. Joseph, are you still a human, even though you're about to lose your honor? What I'll do from now on is the demon's command. At that, Joseph kneels down and takes Louise's chin. Joseph, but for that I will need your power. Even if you don't want, I will take it for myself. I don't care if this land is surrounded by the powers of goblins and the magic of the void. Louise, thinking, Issei, save me, Issei. Chapter 44, Louise's Rescue. Now we find ourselves on the ship where Louise was being held prisoner. In that place we can see Sheffield talking to Joseph while Louise was tied to one side of it. Sheffield, apparently Ramalia has already sent fleets against us. Joseph, the stage will soon be set. Louise, what do you mean? Don't tell me you're planning to declare war? Joseph, war? That's something you want to achieve. I'm not interested in anything. I just want to try. Joseph, Sheffield, you better get everything ready. Sheffield, yes, Joseph-sama. At that, Sheffield heads to where they had the mirror they had stolen earlier for them. She brings it to where Louise is and places it in front of her. Louise, what is that? Sheffield, as you may know, I am a familiar of the void Misunderstanding, the mind of God. I am the only one capable of unleashing this power, locked within the Founder's round mirror. At that, the mirror begins to shine with a purple light while some runes begin to appear on it. Louise, these runes! Sheffield, when I use this mirror I can transfer the power of one void mage to another. At that point, when the runes were already finished on the mirror, Sheffield turns to Joseph and he extends his hand towards the mirror so that the runes then go to his hand and Louise falls to her knees. Joseph, what I need from you is your destruction explosion spell. This is what I needed you for, to use these fire stones at will. Meanwhile in Ramalia everyone was preparing to go fight against the forces of Gallia. We can also see how on one of the ships the commanders were talking about the situation. Man, the Gallian fleet has stopped 1,200 meters from our border. Commander, keep your distance and establish a defensive perimeter. Man, yes. At that the man leaves the room, leaving the commander alone, and he turns around and looks out the window. Commander, damn Joseph, what are you up to? While the ships of the Romalian navy flew over the city from below, these were observed by all the inhabitants, including the boys from the Magic Academy. In one part, Montmorency was with Kerchi and the others. Montmorency, what does this mean? Kerchi, it is clear that it is no small thing. While in the Ramalia Palace on one of the balconies was Issei with Tabitha and Tiffania. Issei, so there's Louise? Elsewhere, the Queen was talking with Vittorio. Henrietta, what is happening, Your Holiness? Vittorio, it must be Joseph's influences. He's forcing the void mages besides himself to not be around anymore. I don't think he's planning to launch a real attack. Henrietta, do you really think so? In that case, why does it have to be Louise? Meanwhile, returning to where Joseph was, he was reciting a spell. Joseph, Ayer Sun Al Jarnsax Os Sun Yuri Rad. Louise, why did you use my spell? Sheffield, ha ha ha, look and see. Meanwhile, one of the gargoyles Sheffield summoned was carrying one of the fire stones in his hand as he flew until he was close to the enemy fleets. Joseph, Biasis yol svio kan ashel isa undun daigo biakan ir explosion. At that moment, the fire stone that the gargoyle was carrying explodes, generating a huge explosion that created a wave of power that reached the ship where Joseph, Louise, and Sheffield were. At that, Louise is forced to back away, while Sheffield retreats a little, but when it happens, it quickly goes to where Joseph was. Sheffield, Joseph-sama. When he arrived, he noticed that he only had a cut on his cheek. Joseph, surprisingly I don't feel anything. Sheffield prepares the next firestone. Sheffield right now. Louise, sad-faced, thought, he destroyed even his own forces, what is he planning? Meanwhile another gargoyle took flight with one of the firestones that Sheffield gave him. Meanwhile where Issei was with the others they were impressed with the strong explosion that had just occurred. Issei, girls stay here. At that moment Issei was preparing to go fight but someone spoke to him behind his back. July Issei. Issei, Julio? It's useless to stop me. Julio, I'm not going to stop you, there's something I want to give you. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see that on one of the ships the commander was in shock seeing how they destroyed several ships effortlessly. Commander, order a retreat. Retreat at full speed. At that moment, all the ships of the Romalian fleet began to withdraw from the place, turning around, while the people who had just seen what had happened were afraid of what could happen next. Citizen 1 Hey, W what was that? Citizen 1, it was a bomb. Citizen 2, run away. At that point, all the people who were watching what was happening began to run away from the place. While the ships began to retreat, we can see how a red armor was flying quickly over them while a blue dragon followed it. While elsewhere, Tiffania was looking where Issei and Tabitha had gone, but suddenly someone spoke to her from behind. Montmorency, Tifa. At that, Tiffany turns around and sees that Montmorency was behind her with the others. Tiffania, everyone. Gabriel, where are Issei and Louise? Kerchi, besides, Tabitha isn't here either. Tiffania, that's it. Maricorn, wow, what could that be? At that, everyone looks at where Maricorn was looking. Professor Colbert focuses his gaze more and can see that what Maricorn was referring to was a gargoyle that was carrying something in its hand. Colbert, a gargoyle? At that point, the gargoyle that was flying over the fleet exploded along with what it was carrying, producing a huge explosion like the previous one. Only this one was closer and Tiffany and the others felt the shock wave. After the explosion, the ships began to fall into the town covered in flames, causing a lot of destruction. Gabriel, this is terrible. We have to ensure the safety of the townspeople. Meanwhile, returning with Louise and Joseph. Louise, why? Why are you doing this? What's your goal? Joseph, a judge, so what's the objective? My objective is death and destruction. That's the situation. I just want to know the remorse that cruelty will make me feel. If I'm capable of shedding tears like you. Louise, just for that. Joseph, it's a big problem for someone like me, who had to kill his emotions in the shadows of my younger brother. My younger brother, Charles, was very funny when we were young. Louise, I have to do something. Joseph, but Charles, when your magic awakened, everything ended up changing. Since then, my soul has been thirsty for solitude. While Joseph continued speaking, Louise had picked up one of the pieces of broken glass that was on the floor and was trying to cut the ropes that had her tied up. Joseph, no matter how much I accumulate, no matter how many people I kill, I can't find peace. What do you think, Charles? Do you think destroying a city can make my heart start beating again? Joseph, Sheffield. Sheffield, yes, Joseph-sama. At that moment Sheffield hands the last firestone to a gargoyle, but Louise manages to cut the ropes, gets up, and runs to where Sheffield was with the stone. She pushes Sheffield, takes the stone, runs away, and then jumps off the ship. Sheffield, impossible! Go get her. While Louise was falling she kept saying Issei's name, then she sees the gargoyle coming flying towards her, and passes near her down and up again causing Louise to drop the stone and the gargoyle catch her while she returns to Sheffield. After a few seconds of continuing to fall, Louise closes her eyes in fear, but then she feels something holding her. Then she opens her eyes and sees that it was Issei with his armor on, the one who had caught her while she was falling, and now he was carrying her like a princess. Louise, seeing that it was Issei, hugs his chest tightly, not wanting to let go of him. Louise, Issei. 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 Issei, Louise, thank God. At that, Issei returns to where Tabitha was and leaves Louise on Tabitha's dragon. Louise, we have to stop the explosion. While returning was Sheffield and Josio. Sheffield, I have recovered the Firestone, but it seems the girl's life will be lost. Joseph, I doubt that's the case. In that, they see how a crimson armor next to a dragon passes in front of the ship, and the armor lands on the deck while the dragon moves away at full speed from the place. Tabitha, full speed ahead. Louise, issei, please. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he looks ahead and sees Joseph inside the place where the ship is heading. Issei, wink with a frown, thinking, that's Joseph, the king of Gallia. Issei, I just have to stop his performance. In that, Issei summons Derflinger and Ascalon to fight. After that, Sheffield lands in front of him. Sheffield, it's been a long time, Gandalf. At that, Sheffield summons several gargoyles to fight Issei. Sheffield, I won't let you interfere with Joseph-sama. Issei, shut up. I assure you I'll stop the explosion. Meanwhile, returning to the city, we can see how Montmorency and the others were helping to evacuate the citizens of the place. Kerchi, everyone calm down. Siesta, please seek shelter in the cathedral. Maricorn, are you sure we should go to the cathedral shelter? Guche, I don't care. I'll personally take responsibility for the useless priests. Maricorn, Guche behind you. At that, Guche turns around and sees that Julio was standing behind him, looking at him, and this makes Guche get a little scared. Julio, thank you for your quick decision. Please help us get everyone to the cathedral. Montmorency, look. At that point, everyone looks to where Montmorency was pointing and sees a gargoyle fly by, followed by Tabitha riding her dragon. Kerchi, it's Tabitha and Louise. Meanwhile, with Tabitha and Louise. Tabitha, air cut. At that, Tabitha starts throwing several cuts in the air, but none of them manage to hit the gargoyle. Tabitha, it's fast. While returning with the others. Tiffania, it looks like they're chasing the gargoyle. Colbert, the explosions caused recently were caused by the gargoyles. I'm afraid that Fence is doing the same thing. Kerchi, those girls are trying to stop her, aren't they? Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was fighting against the gargoyles, which he quickly destroyed with clean cuts, splitting them in half, but Sheffield did not stop summoning more. Derflinger, comrade, at this rate we won't be able to damage the... Issei, I know. Issei, sad face, thinking, the gargoyles get the power from her, so we have to damage her. In that, Issei remembers the conversation with Julio. Flashback starts. We can see how Julio was talking to Issei alone, and he was handing him something wrapped in a blanket. Julio, it is certainly one of the relics of the place that are kept in Ramalia. Make good use of it, Gandalf. Issei, yes. At that, Issei takes what Julio was giving him. Flashback ends. At that moment, Issei sees how more gargoyles were approaching him, but he just takes out the gun that Julio gave him and shoots Sheffield in the leg, causing a wound that bleeds a lot and makes Sheffield fall to the ground. Sheffield, that's... Issei, I don't have time to fight with you now. At that, Issei starts heading to where Joseph was. Meanwhile, returning with the girls, they were still chasing the gargoyle. Montmorency, you're having a tough time, aren't you? Tiffania, I can't stand watching without being able to do anything. Siesta, Miss Westwood, there's something you can do. Didn't you forget about magic when you made everyone forget so many things? Tiffania, I understand, I'll try. At that, Tiffany takes a few steps forward and begins to cast a spell. Tiffania, Nasidies Iwath Hagraz Yel Bignid E Aljas Burkana Man Ragu. At that moment, Tiffania casts the spell against the gargoyle, and this causes it to stop and forget what was happening. Tabitha takes advantage of this to attack the gargoyle and takes the firestone from it. Nap, I did it. While Tabitha and Louise sing, Tabitha, we'll go back to Joseph's ship. You must get off here. Louise, no, I'm going too. I want to be next to Issei. Tabitha, I understand. At that, Tabitha begins to head towards Joseph's ship. Meanwhile, returning to Issei, we can now see how Joseph was reciting the spell to activate the Firestone, but a shot to his feet causes him to stop conjuring. Issei, Joseph! Stop your action! Joseph, Gandalf, are you going to kill me? Issei, I won't let you blow up anything else. I'm going to protect the city and all of them. That's all. Joseph, you have a dazzling honesty in your eyes. I was like you before, too. I guess I can't go back now. At that, Joseph was going to continue with the spell, but Issei shoots, but Joseph disappears from the place and appears next to Issei. Joseph, that thing is of no use against me. At that, Issei throws a cut at Joseph, but he disappears again. Joseph, this is the void magic that was given to me. It's called acceleration. For what purpose would God have given me this spell? It's as if he were urging me to hurry up, and now I have to be getting back to my work. At that, Joseph takes out a knife and gets into a fighting stance. At that, Issei drops the weapon to the ground and gets into a fighting stance with his two swords. Derflinger, comrade? Issei, in the world I was born in, there are several people who use that kind of magic, so I won't lose to Joseph. Joseph, then try it. At that, Joseph disappears from the place and appears behind Issei in a quick movement trying to cut him, but Issei quickly reacts by moving forward and hits him with a kick that sends him against a wall. At that, Joseph quickly gets up and disappears again. This time going for the weapon that Issei left on the ground, but when he manages to take it, Issei kicks him in the stomach, throwing him against a wall, and this causes him to spit up a little blood, but even so Joseph does not give up and appears behind Issei with the weapon pointing at his head. Joseph, you don't have to be Gandalf to learn how to use this weapon. But then Louise appears and attacks Joseph. Louise, explosion. This causes Joseph to hit the ground and drop the weapon. After that, he sees how Tabitha had cast an ice spell which created several sharp ice fragments that attacked Joseph, and these caused several cuts on his body while one or another was buried in his legs and arm. Joseph, hog. At that, Tabitha lands on the ship, and when she does, Louise runs to where Issei was, who, upon seeing that the fight had ended, disappeared his armor along with his swords and greeted Louise with a hug. Louise, are you hurt? Issei, I'm fine. At that, Louise hugs Issei tighter and then gives him a kiss. Louise, I'm glad you're okay. Meanwhile, Tabitha and she had gone to where Joseph was and stood before him. Joseph, Charlotte, I see that you have inherited your parents' magical powers. Tabitha, you killed my father and made my mother lose her heart. I will never forgive you. Joseph, as you wish, do with me what you want, that's your right. At that, Tabitha summons a huge ice spear. Louise, Tabitha, don't do it, you don't need to get your hands dirty with blood. Tabitha, but I will not forgive him. Louise, Issei, stop Tabitha. Then Issei hugs Louise. Issei, this is Tabitha's problem. Louise, Issei. Issei, even if she gets blood on her hands, the decision is Tabitha's, isn't it? Tabitha decides. Either way, I'll respect your decision. At that, Tabitha disappears the ice spear. Tabitha, I will give it to Ramalia. Louise, if you get treatment right away, we can save you, live, and atone for your sins. Sheffield then arrives and pushes Tabitha and takes the Firestone from her, and then goes to Joseph's side. Sheffield, I will never let King Joseph go through that shame. Issei, damn. Sheffield, back, the spell was almost complete. From here, my own power is enough to make it explode. Joseph-sama's life will disappear very quickly. Please leave me alone. At that, Issei and the girls leave the ship, while in the distance they look back. Issei, shit, they corner us and then kick us out. Louise, that was the best, Issei. Shall we go back? Meanwhile, with Joseph and Sheffield, she was kissing Joseph and after a few seconds they separated. Sheffield, we haven't put our lips together since the contract, have we, Joseph-sama? At that, Joseph puts his hand on Sheffield's cheek and then kisses it again. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and the girls, they were already quite far from the ship and suddenly felt the explosion of this. Time jump. Now we are in the cathedral where we can see that Vittorio, Queen Julius Louise Issei, Annie's Tabitha, Tiffany and Ross Weiss were. Now we can see how Louise was kneeling in front of Vittorio while he handed over the mirror they had stolen before. Louise, I'll give it back. At that moment Julio approaches Louise and takes the mirror. Vittorio, I am grateful from the bottom of my heart for your actions, Miss Valier, Miss Tabitha, and also Issei Chevalier de Hayato. Queen Issei, how are you? Issei, I have no problems, Queen. At that the Queen blushes and is happy because Issei is fine. Queen, I'm very glad. Issei, Julio, thanks for the gun you gave me, it was useful. Julio, I see, I'm very glad to hear that. Issei, but that means that you wanted me to defeat Joseph, right? That's what I thought. By making Louise a priestess it would be precisely for Joseph, and to rescue her I would have to defeat Joseph. Don't tell me that all this was according to your plan? Louise, Issei, how can you say things like that? Issei, how is everything, Your Holiness? Louise, Issei. In that he goes to where Issei was. Vittorio, it's true, I can't deny it completely. Making a void mage dress as a priestess wasn't to convince him but to provoke him. I expected Joseph to do something like that. No, I wished he would do it. At that, everyone hearing what he said was surprised since Henrietta did not expect that and neither did Louise. While Issei just lowers his gaze and begins to release his killer instinct, which caused everyone to start feeling afraid, while Louise, upon realizing it, just hugs Issei to try to calm him down, which worked a little, but they still felt Issei's killer instinct. Vittorio, if so, we would have a reason to launch a holy war against Gallia and also get rid of Joseph. However, I want you to believe this. I had no intention of putting Miss Valier in danger, nor had I planned for Joseph to cause so much destruction. Vittorio, please, I hope you can forgive me. Time jump. Now we can see how Issei, Louise, Tabitha, and Tiffania were walking, although Louise was ahead. Issei, wait, Louise, aren't you going to tell him something? Louise, if King Joseph is dead and another Voidbringer is born, I'm sure it will be easy for us to get together and join forces. Issei, and you're saying you're glad you were about to die? Louise stops when she hears that, just like the others. Louise, but you came to save me. At that moment I could feel it, that you would come to save me at any moment. Issei, I felt it too, it's like I was watching you while you were waiting for me. Louise, I'm sure that from now on you will always protect me, that's why I'm not afraid. Issei, Louise. Louise, are we leaving? Everyone is waiting for us. At that Issei took Louise's hand while the girls were walking behind them. Tiffania thinking, but what stronger bond will they have? Issei may not be my familiar, but I still won't give up on him. At that point Issei and Louise come out and everyone is waiting outside to celebrate that they saved them. Chapter 45, from Orniel. Now we find ourselves at the academy where all the students were gathered together with the staff as the principal was giving an important announcement. Director, the previous incident with King Joseph was like a storm on a sunny day. They tried to incinerate Ramalia, and with it, the innocent civilians. We were trembling. We didn't want to be incinerated. If they had, I wouldn't have been able to caress the girl's hips. That's boring. Director, it's too boring. While the director was speaking, all the teachers who were behind him had a huge drop of sweat on their heads because he was giving it importance, as well as the students. Director, but our heroes have prevented the madness of the idiot king. They are from Hokaginia. They are the heroes of the whole world. At that he points to Issei and the others who participated in the attack on Ramalia, and at that everyone present begins to cheer them. All long live Tristein. Director, well done for coming back alive. Now sing, laugh and eat whatever you want under this peace we live in. At that moment, a maid approaches where Issei and the others were. Maid, come on. It's this way. Marikon, hey? Is that all? Renard, at least we should have been rewarded, right? At that, everyone starts to follow the maid who was guiding them while Gleiche was talking to Issei. Gleiche, if they were going to do it, it should be Issei. After all, he is the hero who saved Ramalia. Issei, that's not true. Gleiche, No, they could even divide your territory. Louise' territory? In that she remembers the crystal mansion that Issei had given her, and she also remembers the words that Issei said to her. Louise, sad face, thinking, for now it can't be, but someday. Time jump. Now we can see how they were already at the party where several were dancing, and while in one part of it Goichi was flirting with some girl. Girl, Gish-sama, I'm glad you're safe. Girl 2, didn't you have any injuries? Goichi, no, thank you. It is thanks to your prayers that I had the opportunity to come back alive. While nearby Kirchi and Montmorency were leaning against the wall watching him. Kirchi, are you sure you want to leave him alone? Montmorency, I'm already used to this. I think it's a disease. Then he sees Goichi kiss a girl on the forehead, and this causes Montmorency to start getting angry. Kirchi, it seems to have gotten worse than before. Then Montmorency goes to where Goichi is very angry. Montmorency, you've got the guts to do it. Goichi, upon seeing her, quickly moves away from the girl and gets scared because Montmorency had seen him. Goichi, Amo Montmorency. Montmorency, kissing another woman right in front of me. Goichi, why you're wrong, there was some dust on it, and I was just removing it. At that, Goichi starts running while a furious Montmorency chases him. Montmorency, I won't tolerate your ridiculous excuses. Today I will not forgive you. While elsewhere Louise and Tiffany were talking. Louise, thank you for saving us in Ramalia. Issei is also grateful, and he also told me what happened between you. Tiffania, Issei? Told him. At that moment, Tiffania looks for Issei and sees that he was talking to Rosweiss and Ravel. At that moment, Issei realizes that she was looking at him and he winks at her, which causes Tiffania to blush slightly. Tiffania, I'm sorry, it's just that. Louise, it doesn't matter, I'm just telling you that if you want to be with Issei you better not hurt him, because we won't forgive you if you do. Tiffania, I won't hurt him, what I feel for Issei is real. Louise, then welcome to the family. Then a boy arrives and talks to Tiffania. Boy, Tiffany, would you like to dance with me? Tiffania, with me? Sorry, but no, thank you. Then he hears someone speaking from behind him. Unknown, there are limits to keeping up appearances. Have you ever looked in the mirror? In that you see that the one I'm talking about was one of the girls who always accompanies Beatrice. Girl 2, come back when you're done washing your face. At that point the boy runs away and Beatrice arrives where Tiffania was. Beatrice, Tiffania, instead of that fool, you must find a noble from a rich and powerful family. Tiffania, be Beatrice. Beatrice, I swear by the name of Kuldenhorek that I will find you someone like that. Tiffania, this be Beatrice, I appreciate your feelings. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Louise went to where Issei was with the girls. Louise, I was wondering where you went, this is where you were. Issei, I was talking to the girls about what happened since they were with Goichi and the others. At that point, the song of Issei's first dance with Louise starts playing. Louise, this song. Issei, it's the song we danced to for the first time. At that point, Issei begins to remember the first time he danced with Louise. Issei, the dress and hairstyle are the same as that time. Louise, did you just realize? You're really a bit slow. Issei, sorry. At that Issei extends his hand towards Louise inviting her to dance, and she accepts, and they begin to dance. Issei, I'm glad we can do this again. Louise, you're exaggerating. Issei, I'm not exaggerating. I thought my heart would stop when you were kidnapped. What would I do if something happened to my Louise? Louise, Issei. Issei, you and the others are the most important to me. Louise, Issei. Issei, I don't want you to ever leave me, I want you to always be with me, even if it costs me, I will get a house for us. Louise, really? Issei, yes. Louise, if you really want to, I guess we can do it. Issei, of course I want it. Louise, I also want to always be with you. Issei, Louise. Louise, Issei. Lemon skipped. Time jump now, it is night far from the academy in the kingdom of Gallia. We can see how Tabitha was in the palace with two men, these were in Tabitha's mother's room. Man 1, can this really win back his heart? In that we can see how the man had given something to drink to Tabitha's mother, in that Tabitha begins to remember how she got that. Flashback starts. We can see how Tabitha was facing the elf. Elf, here, this is the medicine to cure your mother. At that moment the elf approaches Tabitha and hands her the glass bottle with the brown liquid, and then he starts to leave, but Tabitha speaks to him. Tabitha, I want to ask you something. Why were you subordinate to that man? At that the elf, hearing Tabitha's question, stops. Elf, there was something I had to do, that's all I can say. At that point the elf continues on his way, leaving Tabitha alone in the place. Flashback ends. Now we see how Tabitha was looking at the bottle of liquid and how there was a little bit left inside. After that, she approached her mother. We see how she begins to wake up. Man too, ma'am. Man, Madame Orleans. At that moment, Tabitha's mother wakes up and starts looking around. She sees Tabitha. Mother, Charlotte, isn't that true? Tabitha, mother. At that Tabitha starts to cry and hugs her mother, who reciprocates, while the two men looked at this with joy, while they also shed a few tears since her lady had finally woken up. Time jump. Now we see how issei was training with the other Undine knights, while Louise Rossweiss Ravel watched him. In that Louise begins to remember what she had talked with issei about having a house, and she becomes happy while fantasizing, and the girls notice how Louise was acting. Rossweiss, what's up, Louise? Louise, it's just that. At that Louise tells them the idea she had about issei buying a house for them to live alone, and when they hear it they get excited since they will live together alone. At that Louise comes up with an idea and leaves. The girls see how Louise leaves and decide to follow them. While in that Siesta was walking down the hall with some problems while looking for issei, but at that she hears someone talking and that she approaches to listen. Montmorency, and issei was holding Tefania's hands while kissing her, and now every time Maricorn sees him he gets angry. Kerchi, I'm surprised Louise doesn't get mad at issei. While Siesta was listening, she was surprised and ran to where Louise was to inform her. While with Louise, she was with Rossweiss and Ravel. They were talking about how the house would be and making some drawings about what it should have, but then Siesta came running. Louise, this is the break room and the dining room will be here. Ravel, this is where the party room should be, right? Rossweiss, we also need a guest room. Louise, we'll also need a room for ourselves. Ravel, with a big bed. That's where Siesta comes in. Siesta, there are problems, Miss Valier. Louise, what's going on? Rossweiss, Siesta, you are very agitated. Siesta, did you already know that Miss Westwood got on issei? Louise, yes. Girls, hey. Rossweiss, what's supposed to have happened? Louise, what happened was. And so Louise tells them that Tiffany had declared her love to issei, and he had accepted her. Siesta, I see. Ravel, but why didn't issei tell us? Louise, I was looking for the best opportunity to do it. Rossweiss, so we have a new member in issei's harem. Siesta, apparently. At that moment, he noticed that there was something on the table. Siesta, what is this? At that point the girls noticed that what had been napping were the drawings of the house they were imagining. Siesta, what is this? Louise, you understand it just by looking at it, right? It's issei's house and ours. Siesta, that's it. Rossweiss, what thing? Siesta, that's the way to stop more lizards from coming trying to take issei away from us. Let's buy a house to keep issei away from them. Louise, it's a good idea. So it will only be for us. We have to find a house quickly before it's too late. Time skip. Now we can see how issei and the girls were in the town looking for a place where they could see the houses for sale, or those that could be built. Siesta, look at the kitchen in this mansion, it's so spacious and easy to use. Issei, if it's something Siesta prepares, it won't matter where it is, it will be delicious. Siesta blushes upon hearing the compliment, and hugs issei's arm and puts it between her breasts. Siesta, it's not true, issei. Louise, I don't like W. Sir, however, the one who designed this mansion is undoubtedly a famous architect. Louise, what I don't like. Issei, what's wrong with it? Look closely. Nap, yes. Louise, I'm not convinced. Rossweiss, this one is also cute. Ravel, look, issei. Issei, it looks good and the bathroom is spacious. Sir, you could relax at ease. Louise, we'd better leave it for later. Then they leave the place. After a while they decide to go to Madame's tavern, and now we can see how issei, Louise, Rossweiss, Ravel were sitting at a table while talking with Jessica and Madame. Jessica, so you couldn't find anything in the end? Louise, if she insisted on continuing to search, we couldn't find anything that everyone liked equally. Girls, we're sorry. Jessica, the room doesn't matter, it's better to check something before getting married. Louise, check it? Jessica, of course there must be chemistry in the body. The girls blush upon hearing this, and Jessica notices this. Rossweiss, no need to check that. Jessica, why, if they don't do it, the relationship could be affected. Siesta, there is enough. At that, Jessica and Madame spend a few seconds thinking about what Siesta answered until they later react and are surprised because that meant that issei and them had done it. Madame, being a popular man is a difficult thing, isn't it, issei? Issei, I'm not that popular. At that point, all the girls who were working came running to where issei was. Girl 1, I heard it, issei, you're amazing. Girl 2, you're cute. Girl 3, how handsome. Issei, this me? Louise, what's going on? Madame, that? At that, Madame points to a poster that was hanging on the wall. Louise, the Queen's Knight. Madame, yes, it is a famous work among the citizens. Now we can see how Jessica was disguised as issei and Madame as the villain. Jessica, you dirty, despicable bastard of the Gallian army. Come and attack. Madame, there I go. At that point the two of them start to fake fight. Jessica, incompetent King Joseph. The Queen has chosen me to protect Her Highness from Brie Mill. The heroic swordsman, Kirigaram Saddam. Madam, silence. Kirigaram Saddam. Eat this. At that point the employed girls began to support Kirigaram. Issei, Kirigaram, are you referring to me? Louise, so it seems. Siesta, you can do it, issei. Madam, wow, I got it. Jessica, and this is the final blow. At that Jessica pretends to hit Madam. Jessica, I won. Louise, what cruel entertainment. Then the girls hug issei. Girls, you are wonderful, issei. Girl 1, you're so cute. Madam, you see, issei is the hero who rescued His Eminence. Jessica, and he's the idol of commoner girls. Louise, commoner girls? Rossweiss, idol? Siesta, if we continue, the rivals will increase. Ravel, we have to find a mansion quickly. Meanwhile, far away, we can see Tabitha talking to her mother while she was sitting on the throne. Tabitha, me the queen? Mother, yes, the Castel shopping center was in charge of your father. Knight, Gallia now has lost its king, it is in confusion, its people are desperate and have nowhere to go. In order to unite this country, we need you to take the throne. Mother, Charlotte, your father, Orleans once told me before a battle. We have to do something for this country. Tabitha, for this country? Mother, yes, I would like to fulfill her wish. You're going to accept it, right? Charlotte. At that, Charlotte's mother gets up and approaches her and takes her hands. While returning with issei, he was with the girls walking through the town. Louise, we've been searching for 3 days. Where can we find the right mansion? Rossweiss, it's because we all have different tastes. Issei, we won't be able to decide on anything like that. Then they hear someone speaking to them from behind. Unknown, issei girls. Then they turn around and see that the person who had spoken to them was Anise. Louise, Anya? Anise, they are looking for you all over the city. Queen Henrietta summons you. You must return immediately. Time jump, now we find ourselves in the palace where the queen is in front of issei and the girls. Henrietta, I apologize for the danger you went through in Ramalia. Louise, that's not the case. Henrietta, no. I want it to be an apology, but this is my gratitude. Issei, thank you very much. Henrietta, by the way, I received a report from Gallia recently. Tabitha will be crowned as the Queen of Gallia. Louise Tabitha? Henrietta, yes, officially her name will be Queen Charlotte. Issei, I wonder if this is what Tabitha expected. Henrietta, I was also worried about that, but if it was your decision, you must have thought about it a lot, right? Louise, it must be like this. Henrietta, come on, eat before it gets cold. After a while they ate and continued talking. Louise, thank you very much for inviting us to lunch. Issei, it was really delicious. Henrietta, by the way, I should be the one responsible for giving them some kind of reward as befits your title of knight, but unfortunately, Trihexa is now. Issei, that's fine, we don't need a reward. Henrietta, then I feel bad for being in debt, therefore, even if it is something small, you will distribute parts of my territory to them. Louise, territory? Issei, a territory? Louise, if you share, it means you will be the king of a land, it means you will be the feudal lord. Issei, the feudal lord? Henrietta, it's west of Trihexa, and it's called Orniel, I just hope you like it. Louise, but isn't that a bit generous? Henrietta, if you don't do this at least I will dishonor my parents, this is all I can do for now. Time skip. Now we find Issei and the girls walking down a dirt road while carrying their things to move. Louise, all we can see is a forest and some mountains. Issei, will there really be a mansion in these places? They continue on their way and a man passes by them riding in his cart. Siesta, excuse me, we're looking for a place called Du Orniel. Sir, it is here as you can see. Issei, this forest with herbs. Louise, and the mansion? Where is the mansion? After that they arrive in front of a mansion, but it was in poor condition, it had some broken windows and was covered by plants. Louise, it looks like a haunted house. Rosweiss, the princess is bad at making jokes, right? Siesta, but the interior could be comfortable. Issei, well, it is the princess's courtesy after all. Ravel, wait, are we really going to live in this place? Issei, come on Ravel, I know it's not like when you lived with your family in hell, but it's the best for now. Ravel, it's okay. Time jump, it's already night, and now we can see how Issei and the girls were getting ready to sleep as the beds were a little small for all of them. They decided to put 2 beds together so everyone would be fine. Issei, well, tomorrow will be a long day. Rosweiss, yes, but it will be worth it, after all it will be our home. Ravel, sometimes I miss my home. Issei, don't worry Ravel, I'll make sure it's comfortable. Ravel, I trust you Issei, but sometimes I miss the comforts of there. Issei, it wouldn't be a bad idea to improve the house, but we can't get them here. Louise, what are you talking about? Rosweiss, there, almost everything is more advanced than here and things are easier. Issei, thinking, I could ask Rias-sama for help to make the place more comfortable, but I don't know how to contact him. Drake, there is a way to contact him. Issei, what do you mean, Drake? Drake, when he sent us here he left us seals so we could communicate with him in case something happened. Issei, but if I go back I would meet them, besides I still haven't cleared things up with Asia here and I want to bring Kaneko. Drake, buddy, one day you'll have to face them. Isn't it better to end this once and for all? Issei, you may be right Drake, but I'll talk to the girls first. Drake, it's your decision. Issei, thanks Drake. Outside the mental space the girls were already ready to sleep and were going to bed, but then they heard something flying nearby and they went to see what it was, and outside the window they met Tabitha, who was riding Shy Phil. Issei, Tabitha. Louise, why are you here? Tabitha, I just moved. At that Tabitha jumps into the room while the girls just stared at her. Louise, has your coronation been postponed? Tabitha, to sleep in that. Tabitha lies down on one of the edges of the bed to sleep while Louise just looked from outside since the rest had already gone to bed. Rosweiss on her left, Nap on the right, Ravel next to Rosweiss, and Tabitha next to Nap. Louise, I'm waiting. Tabitha? Issei, she must be tired, leave her like that. Siesta, it's getting late, isn't it? Good night, Miss Valier. At that, all the girls go to sleep, snuggling up to Issei. Louise, and where am I going to sleep? Rosweiss, it's not a problem, You always sleep on Issei's chest, so what's the problem? At that Louise blushes since it was true. Louise, well, that's not true. Issei, come on Louise, it's already late. At that Louise lies down on Issei's chest, and when she does he hugs her, and when Louise does a smile forms on her face as she feels the comforting warmth that Issei gives off. Chapter 46 The Mirror. We find ourselves in the middle of the field of the lands that were given to Issei. In this we can see how Issei and the girls were walking through the place while an old man was guiding them so that they could get to know their lands. Montmorency, I was wondering what kind of land you received. Kerchi, it's just an ordinary field, sorry to intrude, but what kind of morning was it that left the land in this state? Sir, the previous owner died 10 years ago, and since there were no successors, the land was given to his country. Kerchi, and that's why. Sir, the younger ones left these lands to go to the city, and the older ones like me are living their lives quietly as farmers. Louise, this is a good place known for its sweet grapes. Louise, good job. At that Louise begins to greet the people who are working and they respond to her greeting in a cheerful manner. Kerchi, so you aspire to be the owner? Louise, I don't suck it up. I'm actually the owner. Kerchi, Issei is the owner, right? Issei, the Chevalier of Hayato, what was he? Louise is Tabitha, Issei Chevalier de Hayato du Orniel. Kerchi, yes. That's it. Montmorency, I'm still surprised. I didn't think Tabitha was here. Kerchi, is it true that you will become queen? Issei, I was going to ask the same thing. What are you doing, Tabitha? Tabitha, it's not that I decided it. Montmorency, so why are you here? Then Irukuku arrives and hugs Tabitha. Irukuku, it's not obvious when Isama wants to come out of an egg, nay. Louise, from the egg? At that moment, Kerchi approaches Louise and whispers to her. Kerchi, isn't it? Wants to give birth. Children for someone. Louise and the other girls, upon hearing this, become nervous about giving birth. Louise, give birth? Siesta, I also want to give birth with Issei. Rasweiss, a child with Issei? Ravel, a family with Issei-sama. So each girl began to imagine what it would be like to have a child with Issei while he was just watching them. Issei, when everything calms down completely we could see about a son. The girls, upon hearing that Issei also wanted to have a child with them, went to hug him out of joy, while Montmorency and Kerchi stayed talking and Irukuku pulled Tabitha until they reached where the girls were with Issei and they also hugged him. Montmorency, what do you mean by calm down completely? Kerchi, I don't know. While the lord who guided them only watched them. Sir, the new owner seems pretty active, doesn't he? I hope we have a successor now. Kerchi and Montmorency, upon hearing that, just laughed in an uncomfortable way because of how they reacted to what they had seen. Time jump. Now we can see how Kerchi and Montmorency were touring the mansion where Issei lives with the girls. Kerchi, the interior isn't that bad for a mansion in the middle of nowhere. Then they passed by the kitchen where she was taking a nap preparing a basket of food. Montmorency, looks delicious. Siesta, I say that. To capture a man's heart you must first capture his stomach. Then Irukuku arrives in the kitchen while Siesta had gotten distracted talking to the girls and she eats a sandwich. Siesta gets alarmed when she sees her and moves her things away, while Kerchi and Montmorency decided to continue exploring Issei's mansion. Now they were in the basement. They were with their mouths covered by their hands because of the smell of the place. Montmorency, but he looks more like an old man, right? After that they continued exploring the place. Now they entered a room that seemed to be the library since it was full of books. Montmorency, so many books. Tabitha will be delighted. Kerchi, but don't you think there's no desire to start reading? At that moment, Montmorency approaches where Kerchi was and sees Tabitha, who was on the balcony observing the landscape. Kerchi, it's the first time I've seen that face on her. Montmorency, it's true. Kerchi, she came here wanting to be with Issei. If she became queen she would lose her freedom. Montmorency, but being here she will have to see the others with Issei. I wonder if it is painful? Kerchi, that is love. Even if you know it you can't do anything for them. Montmorency, it's true. Kerchi, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a chance. Issei is with several girls, she just needs to talk to him alone. Montmorency, you're right. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Issei was with Lise, Rosweiss, and Ravel. Issei, how refreshing. Louise, you're right, we finally have a house just for us. Rosweiss, also, here we can do whatever we want with Issei without having to worry about them interfering. At that, Rosweiss approaches Issei and gives him a quick kiss, which Issei gladly accepts while the girls watch this with jealousy. Ravel, Rosweiss is not fair. In that, Ravel also approaches Issei and gives him a kiss, an action that Louise repeats after they separate. After that, Issei lies down on the grass and the girls are next to him, Rosweiss on his right, Ravel on his left, and Louise lies on his chest. Issei, huh? Ravel, what's wrong, Issei-sama? Issei, nothing, I just think about how happy I am with you all. When I see you like this with a smile on your face is when I feel happiest. At that, the girls, upon hearing it, all blush slightly. Louise, what are you saying all of a sudden? Issei, when I got here I was sad, the people who supposedly loved me were with others, but then I met you, Louise, then the others arrived and thanks to you I feel better. Rosweiss and Ravel, upon hearing that, both hug Issei. Girls, don't worry, Issei, we won't let them hurt you again. Issei, thanks girls. Then Issei kisses each of them. Siesta, and there isn't one for me? Issei, nap? At that, the girls sit on the grass and Issei gets up and kisses Siesta while he pulls her towards him with one of his arms and with the other he caresses her butt. Siesta, Issei not here. After that, the five of them sat on the floor while Siesta began to take the food out of the basket she was carrying. Siesta, here's the snack. At that point, everyone starts eating, but Issei feels Tabitha's presence nearby, but notices how she starts to move away, so he decides to leave her for now and talk to her later. After they finished eating, they returned to the mansion. After a while, they started to have lunch with the other girls who were missing. When they finished eating, Siesta arrived with some tea on a tray. Montmorency, it was delicious. Kerchi, true. At that moment, the man who had guided them in the morning entered the place. Sir, with your permission, Louise-sama has a guest. Louise, for me? Who could it be? At that, Issei and Lise went to see who it was. When they arrived at the room where the guest was, they saw a blonde person sitting with her back to her while she was waiting for them. At that, when they noticed that they arrived, she turned around, showing that it was Louise's older sister Eleanor, who upon seeing Louise got up from her seat and went to where she was and started pulling her cheek. Eleanor, dwarf Louise. You've done what you wanted again. I already found out. WHWHWH. Then Siesta arrives with a glass of water and offers it to Eleanor, who takes it and swallows it all. Eleanor, you're living with a single man under the same roof. But don't expect me to accept this mysterious relationship. Louise, I don't want to hear that about my Wani-sama who failed to get married. Upon hearing this, Eleanor gets angrier and begins to pull Louise's cheek even harder. Eleanor, I'll be the laughingstock of the whole country if the third daughter of the family lives with a strange commoner. Come on. We're going home. Then Eleanor takes Louise's hand, but she tries to let go. Louise, Issei isn't some strange commoner. He's an excellent noble. The princess even gave him this mansion as a reward for saving her. Eleanor, I'm not interested, come with me. Then Issei arrives and takes Eleanor's doll and stops her. Issei, wait a little, Wani-san. Eleanor, you have no right to call me that. Issei, not now, but soon I will go to ask Louise's parents for her hand. I will make sure to make Louise happy, I promise. Louise, Issei. Eleanor, you can't even use words suitable for a noble. I can't accept that you receive the inheritance of the Valier family. Louise, in that case, I'll make Issei a perfect noble. If he becomes a noble who can present himself anywhere, you won't have any complaints, right? Eleanor ne-sama. At that, Eleanor only sighs at her younger sister's attitude. Eleanor, when you decide, you don't listen to anyone else. Okay, make sure you teach him some noble manners before he comes back another time. If I'm not satisfied, I'll take you home immediately. You understand, right? Louise. Louise, that's enough. At that, Eleanor turns around and leaves the place. Issei, this will take a while. Louise, it would be best not to waste time, so we'll start from now, do you understand? Issei, it's okay. In that, they started with the basics to be a noble, while the others left as the day went by. Issei didn't have many problems learning about how nobles act. Now the sun is setting, and we see how Issei was still in the same room with Louise, now practicing how nobles bowed, which Issei could do without problems. Louise, okay Issei, at this rate it won't take long for you to learn everything. Issei, thinking, thanks to Venelana-sama who taught me about manners while I was in hell at her house. After that they started with the dance part. Issei, wouldn't you like to dance with me? He said this while extending his hand towards Louise, inviting her to dance. Louise, good. After a while they continued practicing without Issei having any problems learning this. The door opens carefully, and the ones who opened it were Kirchi and Montmorency, who went to see how Issei was doing with practicing noble, although they were surprised that Issei didn't have many problems, just a slight mistake from time to time. After a while, Montmorency and Kirchi were at the entrance of the house saying goodbye to Siesta and Tabitha, since Issei was still with Louise and Ravel, who joined them in their training, while Rosweiss was in the library reading. Siesta, are they really going home? Montmorency, yes, we were thinking of staying, but it seems they are busy. Kirchi, we've seen enough of the mansion. Siesta, but if you leave right now. Tabitha, I'll take them on board. Kirchi, since you're here we won't refuse the offer, sorry Tabitha. At this, Tabitha just shakes her head and makes Irukuku take his dragon form so that the three of them can then get on it and begin their journey, while Siesta says goodbye to them from below. Kirchi, give them my regards after Siesta. While returning with Issei and the girls. Issei, I think we should stop for today. Ravel, you're right, it's getting late. Louise, it's okay just because we don't seem to have any problems with your learning, but we'll continue tomorrow. Issei, it's okay. Then the three of them go down to have dinner, and Rosweiss arrives along with Siesta. After this and after everyone has dinner, they went to get ready to sleep except for Issei, who had gone down to the basement of the mansion to continue investigating. Louise, girls, where is Issei? Rosweiss, I think I'll go down to the basement to check something. Louise, I'm going to see him. At that Louise heads to the basement, while with Issei he was in the basement checking the things that were there, but suddenly someone comes from behind and hugs him. Issei, what's wrong Louise? Louise, why are you down here? Issei, nothing, I just wanted to continue exploring the mansion completely, and this place had caught my attention. Louise, I see, but it's late, we should go back. Issei, no, I was already finishing. In that Issei leans against a wall, and it shines, and then a square forms where it shone, and this part sinks, and this causes the wall that was in that place to open, showing a secret passage. Louise, what is that? Issei, I don't know, but we better see where it takes us. At that Issei, with the candle he was using to light himself, begins to walk down the dark hallway while Louise follows him. At that, they arrive at another room which looked in better condition than the one they were in before. Louise, what will this room be? Issei, I don't know, but it's noticeable that it's better than the previous one. Then they noticed a large mirror that was in the room. Issei, a mirror? At that Issei puts his hand on the mirror, and it begins to shine. After it stops shining, the image of Queen Henrietta can be seen, who was wearing a somewhat revealing nightgown. Issei, Queen? Henrietta, Issei? At that the mirror shines again, and then Henrietta appears in front of Issei and Louise, who was behind him. Issei, what's going on? Henrietta, I don't know either. When I opened the closet, you were in the mirror, and the moment I mentioned your name I came here. Maybe this mirror was magically linked to my room. Issei, for now that dress. At that Issei quickly looks away and Louise comes out from behind him. Louise, princess, why are you dressed like that? Henrietta, Louise. At that the princess quickly covers herself in shame. Henrietta, anyway, it's surprising, isn't it? I never thought this mansion was connected to the castle. Louise, what would they have used it for? Henrietta, at one time, the structure of this room must have been a small house. Louise, a small house? Henrietta, yes, to make some lover live in this mansion, and they met here in secret. At that, Henrietta finishes putting on a robe to cover herself, and Issei returns to be with Louise since now he would have no problems controlling himself. Henrietta, my grandfather was called the King of Illusions, and he must have had this dark side. Most likely he was against marriage. My mother also told me to get married. I wonder how many times it was. Issei, get married. Henrietta, I gave up on marrying someone I love a long time ago, but if the time comes, I can't put my heart aside, don't you think? A marriage for the sake of my country. Issei, you should be able to marry whoever you truly love and not be forced to marry someone you don't want to. Henrietta, even if that were the case, I don't think it would be possible. Louise, why princess? Henrietta, Issei is with you in addition to the others. I wonder what he was waiting for. Maybe seeing that you had more than one partner gave me false hope. Louise, maybe you're right that Issei has many partners. Henrietta, time is. Louise, but it doesn't mean that Issei won't accept the one who truly loves him. He will always be with us even though we are several. He will never leave one of us aside. So if she is truly in love with him, it is better that they talk about it now. Issei, Louise. Henrietta, but. Louise, Princess Issei will always love her, and I already have to share it with the others. Isn't it better if I share it with someone I know? At that, Louise approaches Issei, who is watching everything. Louise, Issei, I know that she is truly in love with you. Please accept the. Issei just looks at how Louise saw him, and he kisses her quickly and then approaches where Henrietta was. Henrietta, Issei, I am in love with you. I started to fall in love with you when I saw how you protected Louise and didn't give up. I saw how, even if there was always danger, you would protect the people you loved. Even if you have several partners, I ask you to accept my feelings. Issei listens to everything the princess told him and stays still for a few seconds. The princess thinks that he was going to reject her. Henrietta, I understand if not. At that, Issei silences the princess with a kiss on the lips which surprises her, but after a few seconds she begins to reciprocate while a blush forms on her face. But at that, Issei begins to feel how his dragon instincts were beginning to take control over him, so he separates from the princess, but in a gentle way. Issei, Henrietta, if you truly love me, I will happily accept you and give you a place in my heart together with the others. Henrietta, I accept. At that, she kisses him again quickly, but after a few seconds they separate again, and Issei steps back a little because the princess's robe had opened a little, allowing Issei to see her breasts. Louise, Issei is getting late. Issei, it's okay. Henrietta, it would be best to see each other again later. At that moment, Henrietta was about to leave through the mirror, but not before going to Issei and giving him one last kiss. Then she left with a smile, while Louise was a little jealous and took Issei by the arm and started to pull him. Louise, come on, I'm sleepy. Issei, it's okay. After that they went to sleep. The next morning the boys continued with their day normally. While far from there in the Magic Academy, we can see how Kaneko was with Asia, who was depressed since she had come to fix things with Issei, but he went somewhere else and Kaneko stayed with her to try to cheer her up. Asia was under the sheets sad while Kaneko was sitting on the side of the bed. Kaneko, let's go. Asia, you have to leave tomorrow, we will go see Issei. Asia, I don't feel like it. Kaneko, you have to go eat. Asia, I'm not hungry. Kaneko, come on. Asia, I was the same before, you just have to talk to him. Asia, I promised him that we would always be together, and I ended up hurting him. Kaneko, he will listen to you, you just have to talk. At that, Asia covers herself again with the sheets and Kaneko just decided to leave her alone so she could calm down. Chapter 47, Hot Spring. A few days have passed since the meeting with the princess, and she declared her love to Issei and he accepted her. Now we can see how Issei was together with Louise Ravel, Rosweiss and Siesta, having breakfast. Then the old man they met the first day enters the altered place. Old man, we have a big problem. At that, everyone gets up from the table and follows the old man to where the supposed problem was. Upon arriving at the place, they saw how other people who lived there were observing something. Tabitha was also there with Irokuku, who was hiding behind Tabitha because she was afraid of that. Issei, what's going on? Old man, well, you see. When they saw the hot spring, Issei, Rosweiss, and Ravel immediately recognized what it was. Louise, what does this mean? It looks like hot water is coming out of the ground. Irokuku, it's the wrath of the earth, nay? We'll die. Nay? I'm scared, nay? Issei, you're exaggerating, it's just a hot spring. Louise, hot spring? Tabitha, it is a phenomenon where water emits water vapor or the action of bathing in its waters. Louise blushes a little upon hearing this, as do the other girls, since this gave them the opportunity to bathe with Issei in a hot spring. Louise, take a bath? In that we see how Issei approaches the hot spring. He takes off his shoes and socks and then gets into the water. Issei, ha! How refreshing! It's the perfect temperature. I didn't think there was a hot spring in this world. Siesta, it also leaves your skin soft, right? Louise, the skin? Issei, let's have a party here. Louise, party? Issei, yes, I was thinking of inviting Gabriel and the others when everything had calmed down, but if we find him, we can all enjoy this. Louise, everyone? Issei, yes, it will be fun. Time jump. Now we are at the Magic Academy where we can see how all the Knights of Undine were gathered and Gabriel is about to make an announcement. Gabriel, listen to me, young people. Our vice captain of the Undine army and now knight owner of Du Orniel, Issei, has invited us to a banquet. It seems he found a hot spring on his land. Renard, it's something like a bathroom, isn't it? Gabriel, according to Issei's letter, it's where you show an open relationship, totally naked. Maricorn, naked? Then yes. At that moment, the three who had gathered to talk secretly started to bleed from their noses. But Gabriel remembered what happened when Issei found them spying on the girls and he got scared and turned blue, which was noticed by the other two. Renard, what's going on, Gabriel? Gabriel, don't you remember what happened the last time we spied and Issei discovered us? At that, the two boys remembered that moment, and were scared in the same way as Gabriel, since it meant that if Issei saw them or discovered in some way that they spied on the girls, that would be their end. Maricorn, but that means we just have to do it without Issei finding out. Renard, we will have to be very careful. At that, the three became happy again while planning how to spy on the girls without Issei finding out, while not far from there was Montmorency with Kirchi. Montmorency, I hear the hot springs make your skin really soft. And they give you the chance to captivate people. Kirchi, with this, Jean will be all mine, right? That's when Tiffania passes by in front of the girls and they notice her. Montmorency, Tiffany. At that, Tiffany stops and turns around to look at Montmorency. Montmorency, you're also going to the party, right? Tiffania, yes. Tiffania, thinking, very soon we will be together, Issei. While in another part of the academy, Kaneko was with Asia. Kaneko, let's go, Asia, we'll soon go to where Issei is. Asia, I don't think he wants to see me. Kaneko, don't worry, Issei will talk to you. Asia, but... Kaneko, I know we hurt him, but Issei is a great person and is capable of forgiving. He already forgave me, but it won't be easy, so you don't have to give up. Asia, yes, I will be with Issei-san again. Kaneko, that's the attitude, now let's prepare. Meanwhile, returning to Issei's lands, we can see that in the place where they had found the hot spring, people were now working to prepare the place while Issei was with Louise observing. Louise, tell me, there's only one bathtub, but... Issei, we will enter at different times, first the women and then the men. At that, Issei approaches Louise and speaks in her ear. Issei, also, we can go in later if you want, just us. Louise blushed upon hearing the option that Issei told her, while Issei simply kissed her and then noticed that they were being watched. She turned around and saw that the person watching them was Tabitha. Tabitha, seeing that she was discovered, just turns around and leaves, leaving Louise, who was still blushing about Issei, while he was thinking that he would have to talk to her later. Time jump, it's already night, and we can see how everyone was having dinner at that moment, while a siesta was serving them. Siesta, tomorrow will be the big day. Louise, nap, what are you preparing for tomorrow? Siesta, leave it to me. I'll use all my knowledge and prepare the best food. Issei, then there is nothing to worry about since everything you prepare is delicious. Siesta. Siesta, upon hearing what her boyfriend was saying, blushes and is happy because he loved what she made, but then Issei notices that Tabitha hadn't touched her food. Issei, Tabitha, you haven't eaten anything for a while. Do you feel bad or something? At that, Tabitha just gets up from the table. Tabitha, thanks for the food. Irukuku, unlike you, Wani-sama has a small appetite. At that, Irukuku gets up and starts following Tabitha. After that, a little while later, they finish dinner and were preparing to go to sleep, but at that, Issei is stopped by Ravel. Issei, what's wrong, Ravel? Ravel, Issei, don't you think Tabitha is acting out of the ordinary? Issei, you're right, I'm worried about her too. Ravel, Issei, please talk to her. Issei, it's okay, don't worry Ravel-chan, I'll take care of it. In that, Issei approaches Ravel and gives him a kiss. After a few seconds they separate, and Issei decides to go talk to Tabitha. We can see how Tabitha at this moment was in the courtyard of the mansion. She was looking at the fountain while thinking about her situation. Tabitha, I don't have time. Irukuku, if you already know, then hurry up and hatch from an egg. Nay? You don't have a chance anymore, nay? You like that guy, nay? At that, Tabitha nods her head to what Irukuku said. Irukuku, and then? Tabitha, I know. Irukuku, so if you already know, do it, or if not, I'll keep it for myself. Time skip. Now we can see how Issei was looking for Tabitha around the house, but then he sees how she was entering the house while Irukuku was following her, so he decided to approach her. Issei, Tabitha, do you have a minute? Tabitha. Irukuku, Wani-sama, I'm going to sleep. At that, Irukuku leaves, leaving Tabitha and Issei alone. Tabitha, what's wrong, Issei-san? Issei, are you okay, Tabitha? Tabitha, why do you ask? Issei, I've noticed how you're acting differently, and at dinner you hardly ate anything, so I was worried about you. If something happens, please tell me, Tabitha, so I can help you if it's within my possibilities. At that moment, Issei was about to turn around and go to sleep, but Tabitha stopped him by grabbing his sleeve. Issei, what's wrong, Tabitha? At that, Tabitha turns around to see what Tabitha wanted, but at that moment he feels like his lips came into contact with something warm, and he sees how Tabitha was kissing him. After a few seconds, Tabitha separates from him. Issei, why was that? Tabitha, Issei, I'm in love with you. Issei, upon hearing that, is in shock since he didn't expect Tabitha to declare herself at that moment, nor that she would do it in that way, so he only remained silent for a few seconds. Tabitha, I understand if you reject me. In that, Issei takes Tabitha by the chin and lifts her face, which had signs that some tears were forming, but Issei didn't care, and he kissed Tabitha, who was surprised because Issei returned the kiss. After a few seconds they separate, with Tabitha with a slight blush on her cheeks, while Issei looked at her with love as he did with the rest of the girls when he was in a special moment. Issei, Tabitha, if you accept that you will not be the only one in my heart, and you will have to share me with the others, I would like to give you a place in it. Tabitha, Issei, I know I'm not the only one, but I don't care as long as you're with me and don't forget about me. Issei, I would never forget you. In that, Issei kisses Tabitha again, who gladly reciprocates. Then they separate with a thread of saliva uniting them. Issei, it would be best if we go to sleep. Then they both go to their rooms, but when Issei arrived at his, the first thing he saw was Louise, Rosweiss, and Ravel, who were waiting for him, sitting on the bed. Louise, something to tell Issei. Issei, well? In that, Issei tells them what happened with Tabitha. When the girls heard that Tabitha had declared her love to him, and that he had reciprocated, they got angry because they would have to share him with someone else, but they were happy that at least it was someone they knew. However, Issei's plans didn't go as he wanted, since he had to promise that he would make it up to each of the girls. After that, they went to bed. On the other hand, when Tabitha entered her room, Irukuku was already asleep on the bed, so she decided to go to bed without making much noise so as not to wake Irukuku up, but she still had a blush on her cheeks. Time jump. Now it's morning and we can see how Issei was at the entrance of his house with the girls. They were welcoming all the guests. Siesta, the guests have arrived. Goche, hello, were you waiting for us? Issei, Goche, everyone thanks for coming. Goche, finally Issei, are you the boss? Renard, what a great promotion, huh? Maricorn, I was waiting for the open relationship for a long time. Issei, hee just one thing. Goche, what Issei? Issei, sad-faced voice from beyond the grave, you better not even think about spying on the girls. The three of them, upon hearing Issei, feel scared, and Issei was also releasing his killer instinct to scare them more. Montmorency and Kerchi went to talk to the rest of the girls, while the others also entered. A person with a hood covering his face also entered, which Issei noticed while talking to the boys. While elsewhere Kerchi, Montmorency, and Tabitha were talking. Kerchi/Montmorency, he. Kerchi, you declared your love to him. Montmorency, and they kissed. Tabitha was silent as she waited for her friend's reaction. Kerchi, well, it seems the trip wasn't a waste of time. While they continued talking, now we see how Issei was talking to Tiffania, whom he hadn't seen for several days. When she saw Issei, she ran to see him and he welcomed her with open arms, then they hugged and kissed. Unlike the others, Tiffania brought her things because she wanted to stay and live with her beloved, which Issei had no problems with, things that made the girls happy, and she kissed Issei again. Tiffania, can I really stay? Issei, after all, you are now my partner, we should be together. He said this with a smile, which also made Tiffania happy, and she went to Rosweiss to talk and tell her about what had happened. While they were talking, she went to talk to Louise. Siesta, Miss Valier. Louise, an imposter? Siesta, it's over there. Then Louise sees where she was and sees the suspicious person who was the one covered by the hood who was at the entrance of the house, so they can see how she entered it, so Siesta and Louise decide to follow her. Now we can see how the suspicious person was looking at every part of the house while Louise and Siesta followed her without her noticing, in that the person continued to walk around the house. Entered the library and then continued to the kitchen where she saw the pot with food and decided to fill it. After that the person decided to go up the stairs, but when she did she found Louise who was waiting for her upstairs. Louise, give up, imposter! Then Siesta comes up from behind and catches her. Siesta, hey, you won't escape anymore. Louise, what is your goal? At that moment, Louise approaches the hooded woman and removes her hood. Upon doing so, she sees that the person they had caught was none other than Henrietta. Louise, princess? Henrietta, I ended up coming. The girls, seeing that it was the queen, were surprised and Siesta immediately freed her. Henrietta, could you take me to the hot springs that make the skin soft? Time jump. Now we can see how Louise was in the hot springs with Henrietta, who was also there. Henrietta, so this is a hot spring? It's really refreshing, isn't it? Louise, there must be quite a commotion at the castle since you came without an escort, right? Henrietta, don't worry because I left them a written note. Louise, so what brings you here? Henrietta, I wanted to come spend time with Issei. Louise, and why didn't you come for the mirror? Henrietta, yes I did, but I didn't see Issei, so to avoid being discovered I covered myself with a hood and went out to look for him. Louise, why? Henrietta, I wanted to continue moving forward with my relationship with Issei since I haven't been able to come much because of Queen's work, and since Issei told me about the waters last night, I wanted to come. Louise, I see. Then the girls continued talking about themselves and how they were friends before, but while the girls continued talking, the others also arrived and bathed with them. Kerchi, so Henrietta-sama had also come. Henrietta, I had also thought about purifying myself in a hot spring. Siesta, the skin feels really soft. With this, Issei will be alone with me at night. The girls got angry when they heard that. Louise, if Issei is going to be someone's tonight, it will only be mine. Rosweiss, don't even believe it, tonight it will be just me and Issei. And so the girls continued arguing over who would be with Issei that night, while Kerchi and Montmorency watched this with a drop of sweat on their heads. While in another part of the mansion we can see how Issei was walking through the garden of his house, and while they were walking Issei saw how she was alone looking at the flowers. Issei decided to clear things up with her once, and for all, so he went to where she was. Issei, Asia. Asia hears that they were talking and turns around to see who was the one who had spoken to her, and when she does she sees that it was Issei who was speaking to her. Asia, Issei. At that Asia gets up and tries to approach Issei, but he stops her. Issei, can we speak, Asia? Asia, Issei, I'm sorry. At that Asia begins to shed tears since it hurt her to see Issei because she had caused him a lot of damage. Issei, seeing her, feels a little pain in his heart since although she had hurt him, he did not like to see a girl cry, less when he was involved in those tears. Issei, come on Asia, don't cry. Asia, it's that I hurt you and caused you a lot of pain. Issei, that's in the past, don't give it importance anymore. Asia, but... Issei, Asia, if we're going to talk about it, I want you to tell me why. Asia, why? Issei, why did you cheat on me with someone else? Why? Asia, what happened was... Flashback starts. We can see how she had just arrived from the academy, and sees how Rias was talking to Akeno, so she stops to listen while she hides so that she wouldn't be discovered. Rias, and how did the date go? Akeno, you were right, he is kind and sweet. Rias, besides, it wasn't a problem that he was human, and will they go out again? Akeno, yes, but do you think it's a good idea for us both to go out with him? Rias, I don't think so. Akeno, but I'm not totally convinced. Rias, it's to gain experience to better please Issei. He was once human, so if we understand what it's like to go out with them we can understand the best. Asia had heard everything and then left thinking about what she had heard from Rias and Akeno. The next day we can see how Asia continued thinking about what she had heard, but while she was walking she didn't see a ball coming towards her, and she couldn't avoid it, receiving the blow that caused her to fall to the ground while she was rubbing her. But from the blow, that's when a boy arrives. Unknown, excuse me, are you okay? Asia, yes. At that the boy helps Asia to stand up. Unknown, my name is Vicente and yours? Asia, a pleasure Asia. Flashback ends. Asia, and that's how I met Vicente and decided to do the same thing as Rias and Akeno with Vicente. Issei, I see, honestly that is the stupidest idea I've ever heard. One person is not the same as another. Besides, if they wanted to understand me to make me happy they would have done it directly with me instead of involving someone else, not to mention that they were playing with the feelings of an innocent boy. Asia, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have followed Rias and Akeno's example. Issei, you shouldn't have, honestly, I'll have to talk to Rias and Akeno later if I ever see them again, Asia. Asia, yes. Issei, you know that you've hurt me a lot, and that we will not be able to have the relationship we had before again. Asia, upon hearing this, starts crying again, as she thought he would reject her. Issei, but we can start over. Asia, hey? Issei, my name is Hayato Issei. Asia, my name is Asia Argento. Suddenly Issei starts to hear the screams of the girls and he ran to see what was happening. And when he arrived he saw how the girls had run away while covering themselves with a towel, but when the girls saw him they ran to him. Issei, girls, what happened? Louise, those damn perverts were spying on us. Issei, upon hearing that, his blood began to boil and he began to unleash his killer instinct. Issei, where are they? Roswise, they are in the waters. Then Issei went to the hot springs and found the boys talking about what the girls' bodies were like. Maricorn, you saw Tifa, she was so beautiful and those breasts were so big. Renard, there was also that beautiful white-haired girl with hexy hips. Guiche, she was also Siesta, which is not far behind with her hexy body. Issei, yeah? At that, the three of them, upon hearing Issei, tense up and begin to tremble with fear. Issei, so, who will be the first this time? In that the boys try to escape, but Issei prevents it, and the massacre of the boys begins. After a while everyone had dressed and was saying goodbye. Kerchi and the others left, and Tifania, Kaneko, and Asia stayed at issei's house. After a while the boys were riding horses, the rest were in the carriage without noticing that 3 hooded people on horseback passed by them. Meanwhile, Issei was now preparing to enter the hot spring water, but then he turned around and saw that Henrietta was still here, only covered with a towel. Issei, Henrietta, what are you doing here? Henrietta, did I want to spend time with you? Lemon skipped. Chapter 48, Elves. We are at Issei's mansion. It's early in the morning and we can see how Henrietta is waking up. When she does, she notices that an arm was hugging her. Then she sees that the arm belonged to Issei. After that, she realizes that she and Issei were naked. At that, all the memories from the previous night come back to her, and this causes her to blush. At that, Issei begins to wake up. Issei, good morning. Henrietta, sorry if I woke you up. Issei, no problem. At that, Issei approaches Henrietta and kisses her. This surprises the princess since she wasn't used to it, but after a few seconds she reciprocates the kiss. Henrietta, I have to go back. Issei, it's still very early. Henrietta, I know, but we'll be able to see each other again after all, we have the mirror. Issei, you're right. At that, Henrietta and Issei get up. When they are ready, Issei accompanies Henrietta to where he had the mirror that connected to Henrietta's closet. Henrietta, see you later, Issei. Issei, see you later. Before Henrietta entered through the mirror, she goes and kisses Issei, who gladly accepts it. After that, Henrietta leaves, while Issei goes back up to the first floor. When he does, he can see that Tabitha was already up, so he decides to go greet her. When he gets to where she was, he goes out to the patio, and then sees that she was riding a rikuku. Issei, where are you going, Tabitha? Tabitha, I have to go back to Gallia. Issei, why? Tabitha, I didn't have much time here, I have to go back to assume my responsibilities. Then Issei goes to where Tabitha was, and when he gets to where she was, he kisses Tabitha, and after a few seconds they separate. Issei, remember that I will always be there for you. Tabitha, upon hearing this, kisses Issei and he reciprocates. Meanwhile, not far from the mansion, we can see the brothers who had previously tried to kidnap Louise and Ramalia. Blue, if we kidnap him early, he'll be surprised for sure. In that he moves a branch to continue advancing, but in doing so he sees Issei, and Issei sees them. Girl, fence? Tabitha, the Genso brothers. Issei, what are you doing here? Blue, but it's more than obvious, we've come to kill you. At that point, Blue takes out his sword. Blue, die in peace. In that he is going to attack Issei, but in a quick movement he summons Derflinger and blocks Blue's attack. After this, Issei will send a kick against Blue, causing him to go against a tree, but Blue gets up again to go attack Issei again. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion's fence, we can see how some hooded people were tying some horses to trees so that they wouldn't escape. Unknown One, if we go that way, we could get to the other side of the human mansion. I hope the target is still there, I can't wait to see her. In that it is unknown that she takes off her hood, showing that she was a blonde woman. Girl, what kind of girl will she be? Unknown, Luxiana. What will you do if a human sees you? Luxiana, wow. Who could see us in the middle of this forest? Well, let's hurry up and continue. Unknown, wow. Your fiancée is as reckless and hasty as ever. Ari, she's a good girl, if only she weren't so attached to humans. Meanwhile, returning to Issei's battle, we can now see how Blue was facing Tabitha, since she had decided to face him so that Issei could take care of the others. Blue, what's going on? Don't interfere. Tabitha, I am your knight. Blue, it seems you have the same hair color as the Gallian royal family, right? I also have affiliations with Gallia. Tabitha, I was also in the ranks of the knights. Blue, what a coincidence. At that point the clash that was taking place between Blue's sword and Tabitha's staff is seen to be over as Blue jumps back to separate from her. At that point Irukuku in his dragon form attacks Blue, but Blue dodges it, and with his sword causes a cut in one of Irukuku's arms, which causes her to let out a roar of pain, but Tabitha attacks with air. Blue dodges it, but the attack was not directed towards him but towards Irukuku so that she could take flight again. Tabitha, fly. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was in front of Jack to fight him, but then he realized that the girl was entering the mansion. Issei, hey! At that moment, Jack stops him. Jack, I will be your opponent. Issei, you. Weren't you imprisoned in Ramalia? Jack, I don't have the time to be locked up. At that moment, Jack tries to attack Issei with his mace, but Issei dodges it by jumping to the side. Jack, but it's true that I didn't enjoy the stinky food, so I'll make you pay for that. Then he throws the mace at Issei again, but Issei dodges it again, but the mace destroys part of Issei's mansion. Issei, you're all tiring me now. Unknown Valkyrie. In that, several metal Valkyries materialize, which were summoned by Gache. Gache, Issei, are you okay? Leave that muscle man with me. In that, Jack destroys Geish's Valkyries with his mace. He also summons his golems, which surprises the boys. Jack, do you want to test whether I'm muscular or not? Gache, that's what I expected. Maricorn, looks pretty strong. Renard, why yes. Meanwhile, inside Issei's mansion we can see how Issei's girls were still sleeping, but then they begin to wake up from the sound of the battle. Louise, what's all this fuss about? Ravel, I don't know. Siesta, Miss Valier. Louise, what's up? Even you too. Then she gets up to see the purple-haired girl who had tried to kidnap her in Ramalia. Girl, good morning, see you again. Louise, you. At that, Louise tries to reach her wand to attack the girl, but she can't find it. Girl, this must be what you were looking for. In that, the girl shows her wand to Louise. Returning to Tabitha, we can see how she generated an ice attack against Blue, which consisted of several small ice spears. Tabitha, Windy Icicle. In that, the direct attack against Blue, but this did not harm him. Tabitha, the magic that she has. Blue, I'm unexpectedly having fun fighting with you. In that, Blue passes his hand over his sword, causing it to change color to yellow while electricity came out of it, so that later through a thrust a powerful lightning attack comes out against Tabitha, but she dodges it. Meanwhile, returning with Gache, he was still fighting against Jack. Gache, go! At that, Gache summons more Valkyries to attack Jack and his golems, but he destroyed them without problems, and the golems tried to attack the boys. But Issei destroyed the golems without problems, but at that, Issei hears a scream. Then he looks to his side and sees how Ravel was facing the girl who had entered the mansion together with Rosweiss. They were winning without problems. Issei, this is already boring me. In that, Issei activates his balance break and launches himself against Jack, who tries to attack him with his mace, but he dodges it, and then hits Jack in the stomach, causing him to spit saliva, so that then Issei hits Jack again several times until he can't take it anymore and leaves him fainted. Then he went against Blue, who when he sees him tries to attack, but Issei uses cancel and neutralizes his attack, so that then he quickly positions himself behind him and then hits him in the never fainting him to then take him and leave him with Jack on the floor. Then he sees how Rosweiss faints the purple-haired girl. While in the mansion, Siesta was watching everything that was happening from above, but then Tiffany approached where she was. Tiffania, this nap. Siesta, Miss Westwood was safe, wasn't she? Tiffania, is something wrong? Siesta, yes, although I don't fully understand it, but some strange people attacked us. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how the elves were hiding, watching their fight, and were somewhat surprised by Issei's armor and the strength he had. Elf, what are they doing? Ari, it seems like they're fighting because they're hungry, right? Humans are just like beasts. Luxiana, hey, isn't that the girl? Siesta, it is dangerous after all. Tiffania, but if I use my forgetting magic I might be able to stop the fight. Ari, it seems this is what we call destiny. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and the others, we can see how Jack and the other two woke up, but they were tied up. Unknown, what does this mean, Jack? Jack, Damien and I sent this, you see, well, that Douda said he wanted to fight I don't know what and without wanting to. Damien, and you took this opportunity for revenge? And it seems that you defeated them without problems, but I don't do anything that is not to get money. At that, Issei deactivates his balance brake and gets a little closer to where this boy was. Issei, who are you? And what do you want here? Damien, my name is Damien and I am the brother of these idiots, and for their actions I apologize and please let me take them. Issei was about to answer until suddenly he heard a scream. Issei, this was an app. Louise, Issei sees. At that, Issei starts running to the back of the house where Siesta's scream came from, meanwhile returning with Siesta and Tefania. Now they were in front of the three elves. Siesta, elves? Ari, come with us, half-elf girl. Tefania, Mimi? Luxiana, half of them look like an elf, but for an elf they're too big, aren't they? Issei, stop right there. Then Issei comes running. Ari, I don't know what magic it is, but I'm going to put it to work. Water of precious life, grant him a pleasant rest. At that point the ground begins to shine, which is covered by water by the magic of the elf, so that later the water begins to release a gas and shine. Issei, what is this? It's like I'm sleepy. At that, Issei faints, as do Tefania and Siesta. Ari, let's take it, Makarf. Makarf, yes. At that, Luxiana approaches Issei's body, who had fainted, and looks at his hand where he had Gandalf's marks. Luxiana, hey, it's him after all. He's the guardian of the demons, he's the one who… Ari, what? While returning with the others, everyone was found unconscious except for Damien, who protected himself with his magic. Damien, I never thought I'd see elves here. The world is mixing. No, the magic of the void is changing the way the world is. While Irukuku, who was still flying, lands on the roof of Issei's mansion and transforms into a human. Irukuku, a big problem has happened, nay? Time jump. Now we can see how Issei was in an unknown place lying down sleeping while Tefania was next to him. Then Issei begins to wake up and begins to observe the place where he was. Then he sees that Tefania was sleeping next to him. Issei, are this? Tefania, Issei? Issei, Tefania. Issei, seeing that Tefania is fine and awake, calms down a little. Tefania, tell me, Issei, where are we? Issei, do you wear those clothes? Tefania, it's the elves' clothes, my mother had a similar one. Issei, now that I remembered, those from a while ago were elves. At that moment, Issei hears a door open and sees a naked girl enter, who only had a towel around her neck that only covered her breasts. Luxiana, wow, are you awake already? I was worried that Ares' magic had affected you too much. Issei, you are an elf, right? Luxiana, that's right, my name is Luxiana, nice to meet you. Issei, where are we? Luxiana, here? This is our land, Nefts. At that moment, Luxiana approaches a window and removes the curtain that covered it, revealing the landscape outside, which was an oasis in the middle of the desert. Luxiana, and this is my oasis. Issei, why are we here? Luxiana, wow, isn't it obvious? We kidnapped you too. Meanwhile, in another place far away from there we can see how Louise was in Henrietta's castle. Louise, Tabitha's familiar, Sylphid has seen everything. It is certain that it was the elves who kidnapped Issei and Tefania. It has been a week, but you tell me that Trihexa cannot send a rescue team? Henrietta, Ramalia has not asked us to keep this as a classified event. Louise, Your Eminence? Henrietta, we don't know much about elves. It's better for Ramalia that we study the elves for a while. Louise, but… Henrietta, please understand, Louise. Louise, no! You're telling me to leave the person I love in the hands of the elves just because they want to study them. At that, Louise left, and upon leaving the place she slammed the door hard, causing a loud bang. Henrietta, Louise. Returning with Louise, she has already left the castle, and upon doing so she meets the boys from the academy. Gache, how did it go, Louise? Louise, they came. Montmorency, we couldn't wait at the academy for the news. Renard, how many of you will be participating in the rescue team? We, the Undine Knights, will be joining too. Louise, no help will come from Trine, they said Ramalia would take care of it. Maricorn, he's the country's hero, right? And yet? Louise, the elves are unknown opponents, even that time, We had a lot of magicians and they were still kidnapped. I'm sure Ramalia will do something. See you. I'll return to the mansion. In that, Louise leaves the place. After a while we can see how Louise arrived at the mansion where Rosweiss, Ravel, and Siesta were. Siesta, Miss Valier, how did it go with the rescue team? Louise, leave me alone. Now we can see how Louise entered her room and closed the door. Tears began to form in her eyes. Louise, issei. At that, Louise looks forward and sees how Rosweiss and Ravel were in front of her. Ravel, seeing that she started to cry, went to hug her. Rosweiss, we won't have any help, right? At that, Louise shook her head. Rosweiss, well, then we'll go for Issei and Tiffania. Louise, but the princess. Rosweiss, I don't care. I won't leave the person I love in the hands of the elves. Issei wouldn't hesitate for a moment to go rescue us if we were in danger, so why do we do it? At that, Louise calms down and together with Ravel and Rosweiss they begin to prepare things to go in search of Issei. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and Tiffania. Luxiana, you know, I'm a researcher interested in the study of human culture, and for the sake of the research, I asked them to allow me to study them. That's why you two are here. Issei, stop saying that so seriously. Also, why did you kidnap us too? Luxiana, she can use the powers of a demon, right? Tiffania, demon? Luxiana, to clarify, in terms of human language, I think it would be called the power of the void, and you are its Gandalf familiar. Issei, it's Gandalf. Luxiana, and since you are a weak existence without family, it was easy to kidnap you. Tiffania, a weak existence? Luxiana, the power of the 4 demons of the void surpasses all the elders of these lands, and that is why we do not want them to invade us with their powers. But you were kidnapped for fun. Ari decided it, as he found out that you are strong enough to defeat our uncle, so he decided to capture you. Issei, uncle? Luxiana, well, now it's my turn to ask questions. How do you eat? Why do you believe in a demon called Bremil? How did you manage to have those things? At that moment a noise was heard coming from outside. Luxiana, well, that's what it looks like. At that, Luxiana runs outside. When she gets outside, she sees 2 dragons land. Luxiana, uncle. Uncle, Luxiana, is everything okay? Luxiana, if the human world was very fun, look, here is the half-elf and the human. Uncle, it's been a while, dragon warrior. In that, Tiffany hides behind Issei. Issei, Vitalshul. Vitalshul, calm down, I just came to make sure they are fulfilling their duty to keep you well cared for. Luxiana, let me know if anything happens. Luxiana, go easy, man, everything will be perfect. At that, Vitalshul starts walking to enter the house and passes by Issei, but after a few seconds he stops. Vitalshul, how is the mother of the girl from Gallia? Issei, he's feeling better. Ari, so our love place is now the human shed? Luxiana, don't protest, but rather, how did the advice go? Ari, yes. Flashback starts. We can see many elves gathered in a large room. All of them were sitting in rows, while in the center there was another elf speaking. Elf, all those with demonic powers and their relatives must not be allowed to remain alive. Flashback ends. Ari, the moderators have opposed Esmail's violent proposal and the council is in conflict. But in that case I also agree with Esmail. Humans are no different than beasts, and you never know what they will do if you keep them alive. Luxiana, Ari. If you keep saying that, I won't marry you. Ari, hey? That and this are different. Luxiana, at least you can encourage me with my studies. Time jump. It's already night, and we can see how in Issei's mansion Louise and the girls were finishing getting ready to go in search of Issei, but then they hear someone's voice that makes them stop. Siesta, Miss Valier girls. Louise, nap. Siesta, you're going to the elf territory, right? Take me with you too. Louise, you can't? It's a very dangerous place. We can't let you accompany us. Siesta, even I can't just sit back and do nothing. Besides, Issei is the person I love, so I can't leave him. I know I can't use magic like you guys, but I still want to go after Issei. Rosweiss, it's okay, but be careful. Ravel, then we'll go all 4. Unknown, 5 o'clock. Then Tabitha appears, jumping from the roof of the stable. Louise, Tabitha? Didn't you return to Gallia? Tabitha, I decided not to go back, I'm going too. Louise, but. At that Tabitha points up and they all see a sylph flying above them. Tabitha, Sylphid will be with us and we can use her. Siesta, it will be faster than riding a horse, right? Tabitha, yes. Louise, let's leave now, the 5 of us. At that point they all get on the sylph and take flight to the place where the elves live. Siesta, how long will it take us to get to the land of the elves? Tabitha, at sylphid speed for about 4 days but without rest. Louise, I see it's unexpectedly far, right? At that point you start to hear a somewhat familiar sound. Revel, that sound? Siesta, please look. At that moment, they all look down, and what they see is the Ostland flying below them, and in it came all the boys from the academy. Louise, the Ostland? Montmorency, this Louise, you must not leave us. Kerchi, no matter how strong the sylphid is, he will get tired. Goethe, now come here. We'll go to the land of the elves. Louise, everyone thank you. Louise, thinking, wait for us, issei, we will be with you soon. Meanwhile, returning with issei, he was with Tiphania on the edge of the oasis. They only had to cross the mini forest to leave the place, but then issei takes a false step and one of the roots wraps around his foot, so issei summons Ascalon and cuts it. Tiphania, after all, it seems that it can't be done, right? Issei, so it seems that we won't be able to leave by land, they've put magic so we can't escape. Tiphania, forgive me, issei. You're trapped because of me. Issei, don't blame yourself, Tifa. Tiphania, because I'm weak, they kidnapped me. Even you're involved in this situation. Issei, do you want to go back to Tristein? Tiphania, yes, I want to go back. At that, Issei approaches Tiphania and kisses her. This surprises Tiphania because she didn't expect Issei to do it, but after a few seconds she reciprocates, and then due to the lack of air they separate. Issei, me too, that's why we'll return together, so don't worry, I'll protect you. Tiphania, yes. Then Issei approaches the lake and takes off his clothes, leaving him in his boxers, and jumps into the water. Tiphania, Issei. Issei, in the meantime, let's relax. Tomorrow we'll get out of here. Tiphania, Issei. Then Issei starts to swim towards a large rock that was in the middle of the lake. When he gets there, he looks at where Tiphania should be, but he only sees that her clothes were on the ground, so he decides to call her. After that, he sees how Tiphania appears next to him. Issei, Tifa, don't scare me. Hearing that, Tiphania just laughs, while Issei notices that Tiphania was naked and blushes a little because of the situation, which Tiphania notices. Tiphania, what's wrong, Issei? Issei, sorry. At that, Issei quickly looks away. Tiphania, and it doesn't matter, after all we were a couple, so it's okay. Issei, yes, but. Tiphania, even if you want you can touch me. At that, Issei blushes a little more, and then he approaches Tiphania and kisses her while he pulls her towards him with his arm. After that, they both separate and Issei leans on the rock. Only when he does so, he notices that it was not stone but metal that he was touching. Issei, wait a moment, Tifa. At that, Issei dives into the water to better observe what he was touching. After a few seconds of swimming, he observes that what he was touching was a fighter plane. Issei, sad-faced, thinking, this is from my world. After that, Issei comes out to breathe again and continues with Tiphania for a while longer. They spent that time playing together, but also from time to time Issei kissed Tiphania and caressed her body, which caused her to let out slight moans of pleasure. They were like that for an hour until later, because of the cold, they got out of the water and went to sleep together, Issei hugging Tiphania. Chapter 49, The Council of Elves. Now we are outside the place where the elves lived. We can see how Tiphania was sitting on the dock looking at the lake in which Issei was swimming while checking what was submerged there, while with Issei he was now in front of the submerged plane. Issei, thinking, it's too big for me to move. At that point Issei decides to come to the surface to breathe, and when he does, Tiphania calls him while waving her hand. Tiphania, Issei. Issei, upon seeing her, returns the greeting happily. Luxiana, so it was true that you like him, right? You look at him all the time and you're always with him. Tiffania, Issei-sen is my partner. Luxiana, wow, did they get married? Tiffania, no yet. Luxiana, and what prevents them? Tiffania, I'm not Issei's only partner. Luxiana, hey. Do you have more than one partner? Tiffania, yes. Luxiana, what kind of man has several partners? Tiffania, it's not what you think. Luxiana, then explain to me. Tiffania, you see? In that, Tiffania tells him about her relationship with Issei and the others. Luxiana, I see, so they share it. Tiffania, yes. At that moment, the roar of a dragon is heard and they see two dragons approaching flying. Luxiana, it's Ari and Madoff again. Now we see how Issei was coming out of the water, and when he arrives at the dock where Tiffania was, he hears two people arguing. Luxiana, this is different from what you promised. We promised that I would take care of them. Ari, you have no choice, it's an order. At that, Madoff grabs Tiffany's wrist and pulls her towards him. Madoff, now come! Issei, seeing that they were treating Tiffania like that, quickly gets out of the water and separates Madoff from her. Issei, what are you doing? Ari, the council will decide what they will do with you, come quietly. Meanwhile, in another part far from there we can see how the Ostland was flying towards the land of the elves, and on its deck was Professor Colbert, who was in front of the boys who accompanied them. Colbert, once we pass these mountains it will be elven territory. Kerchi, it wouldn't be a surprise if the elves came to attack us. Montmorency, if that happens, what will we do? Guiche, isn't it obvious? We, the Knights of Undine, will fight. Colbert, no, we'll run away anyway. Alle? Colbert, the advantage of the Ostland is its speed. When using steam we will flee and flee until we lose them. Maricorn, is that all? Colbert, that's all, and we'll meet Issei and Miss Valier in the Adel capital. Kerchi, let's do that. The faster we get there the more chances they'll be safe. While at the top of the Ostland were Louise Siesta, Rosweiss, Tabitha Kaneko, Ravel, and Asia. Louise, thinking, Issei, you are still safe, right? We are definitely coming for you, just wait for us. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was now in the city of the elves, in the place where the Council of Elves met. Issei's hands were tied, as was Tabitha, and they were being guided by Ari. Ari, I brought them. At that moment Issei sees Vitalshul approaching and goes to where he is to talk to him. Issei, hey Vitalshul. If anything bad happens to Tiffania, rest assured that I won't hesitate to finish you off. Vitalshul, shut up. At that Vitalshul approaches Issei and whispers in his ear. Vitalshul, if you want to be saved you have to be obedient. Issei, don't listen to me, Vitalshul. If something bad happens I will use my powers and I won't care if I finish you all off. I won't let you hurt Tiffania. At that moment another elf approaches to look for them. Elf, is this boy? The half-elf who possesses the power of demons, but what a terrible case. Tiffania gets a little scared and covers her face with her hands, while Issei was going to intervene but Luxiana stops him. Luxiana, be careful with Lord Eshmiel. He is someone who hates humans and belongs to the council like the uncle. At that point, everyone enters the place where all the council elves were gathered and Eshmiel begins to speak. Eshmiel, those who possess the powers of demons and their relatives when foregather this holy land will collapse. There is no one who is unaware of this prophecy of 6,000 years ago. Even now humans are gathering with those who use the powers of demons. This time they intend to get rid of us elves. Issei, you're wrong. No one planned that. Eshmiel, and to prevent that nightmare from happening 6,000 years ago, we can only do one thing. We must kill these demons and prevent the four from meeting. Elves, that's it. That's it. Kill them. Elf 1, that won't change the way humans are. Elf 2, the same result can be achieved if we just isolate them. Elf 3, you're right. In that moment, Eshmiel starts walking and approaches Tiffany. Elf 4, we elves are a noble species. Eshmiel, look at this. It will only be a matter of time before they have our appearance. But anyone else is someone who looks like us, and has the powers of demons. At that, Eshmiel takes Tiphania by the wrists and starts pulling her. Eshmiel, like this impure girl. Issei, don't mistreat Tiphania. At that, Issei breaks the ropes that tied him and summons Derflinger to then go to where Eshmiel was and throw a cut at his hands. He sees it and dodges it but releases Tiphania. Ari, my sword! At that, Ari begins to release green energy which covers his sword and it begins to float, and then points to Issei to attack him, but when he was about to reach, Issei's sword blocks the attack with his own. At that, Ari makes the rest of the swords float to surround Issei. Eshmiel, have you seen it? This is their way of doing things. Are you still saying we shouldn't kill them? Issei, upon hearing this, only gets angrier and begins to unleash his killer instinct, which causes Eshmiel to shut up because this scares him a little. Issei, do you still want to attack us? Issei, cancel. When Issei says that, all the swords that were with magic fall to the ground because they lose it, and Issei continues to increase his killer instinct, making all the elves begin to have true fear of him. Issei, they kidnap us for no reason and then hold us prisoner, and now they attack us and accuse us of wanting to harm the elves even though they don't have a single piece of evidence to validate that. And you also want me to stand by and watch you hurt Tiphania. I won't allow it. In that, Issei invokes his balance break, which scares the elves even more because of his appearance and the power that it emitted. Issei, I'm fed up with all your nonsense. I'm leaving here with Tiphania. At that moment, Issei approaches where Tiphania was and with Derflinger cuts the ropes that had her tied up. At that moment, Issei turns around and starts to walk away, followed by Tiphania. Issei, one more thing. At that, Issei unleashes almost all of his killer instinct, causing everyone to feel true terror before them and causing several to faint and others to kneel with difficulty breathing due to the pressure, and Eshmiel falls to his knees while clutching his chest. At that point, they hear Issei speak with a cold, emotionless voice that scared them. Issei, if they dare to attack us again, I will not hesitate to kill them. In that, Issei continues his way with Tiphania, whom Issei carries princess style, and he takes flight away from there towards the oasis where they were before to look for some things. While inside the council room, everyone was still afraid of what they had felt. After a few more seconds, Eshmiel recovers and speaks. Eshmiel, you saw what has threatened us and shown us the use of the power of demons. We cannot continue allowing these heretics to remain alive or else it will be our downfall. Elves, you're right. They're a danger. We must kill them. Eshmiel, come on, those who support me, let's end this once and for all, we have to kill them. At that point, the elves began to prepare to go and kill Issei and Tiphania, while Vitalshul was with Luxiana, who was still surprised and a little afraid of what Issei had done. Luxiana, dude, how did you do that? Vitalshul, I'll explain later, what matters now is to go tell Issei-san. At that, Vitalshul comes out and Luxiana follows him, as does Ari, who follows Luxiana. When they get outside, Vitalshul mounts a dragon and takes flight in the direction of the oasis, being followed by another dragon on which Luxiana and Ari were riding. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Issei was already arriving at the oasis. The trip was somewhat long, but not so much since Issei flew faster than the dragons that had taken them to the council place. Issei lands and carefully leaves Tiphania on the ground. At that, Tiphania enters the house for something she had left, and also looked for a map. While returning with Louise and the others, it is now afternoon, almost night. We see how Marikorn was in the front of the Ostland, and he had his eyes closed, and his wand pointing forward. Marikorn, there it is. After that, Montmorency runs to tell Professor Colbert what Marikorn had found. Montmorency, Professor. Faggot said he saw the elves' ship with his far sight. Colbert, it's a fleet, right? Montmorency, he said it was just a ship. Colbert, so a patrol vessel? Goiche, maximum power in the steam pressure boilers. Goiche, yes sir. Colbert, we'll increase our speed to escape, Miss Zerbiest. I'll leave it to you if they start attacking us. Kerchi, leave it in my hands, Jean. Colbert, intimidation isn't enough. After all, we didn't come here to start a war. Kerchi, if I have it in mind. While not far from the Ostland, we can see how a ship was flying, and it was driven by dragons and its crew was made up of elves. Elf 1, a ship is approaching us from the front. Elf 2, what? At that, the elf takes the binoculars that Elf 1 had and uses them to see the ship that was approaching them. Elf 2, it looks like a human ship. Elf 3, isn't that a merchant ship? Elf 2, no, if it were a commercial one it wouldn't have that speed. Ready the cannons. Elf 1, they're going too fast. Elf 3, it's too late. At that moment the elves see the Ostland fly over them quickly. Elf 2, turn around and chase them. Inform the fleet and have the dragon knights come out. At that, several elves mount the dragons and take flight to follow the Ostland. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was now standing in front of Vitalshul, who had just arrived riding a dragon. Issei, we're leaving now. Vitalshul, Eshmiel convinced the other elves to finish you off. Issei, it doesn't matter, you know what I'm capable of, they are not a problem for me. Luxiana, you don't understand, they are too much, even for you, you are nothing more than a human without magic, you don't have much to do. Issei, I see that you still don't realize. Luxiana, what do you mean by realizing? Vitalshul, Issei-san is not a human. Luxiana, what do you mean, dude, that he's not a human? Issei, I am a dragon. Ari, don't lie, it's impossible for you to be a dragon. Vitalshul, it's not impossible, there are dragons that thanks to magic can take the appearance of a human, this is due to their power and Issei-san is very powerful. Ari, I didn't know that. At that moment, Tiffany arrives where Issei was talking to Vitalshul. Issei, are you ready? Tiffany, yes. At that moment, Issei was about to activate his balance break to take flight quickly, but he felt several presences approaching the place. Issei, Tiffany, go inside the house and hide. Tiffany, what's wrong, Issei? Issei, we will have company. Vitalshul, Luxiana, you also accompany Tiffany, just like your Ari. At that moment, the two were about to enter, accompanying Tiffany, while Issei was in front of Eshmiel, who was riding a dragon. Issei, I see that you ignored my warning, I hope you are ready to suffer the consequences. Eshmiel, demon's familiar silence, we will not allow you to destroy our people, so we will destroy you here and now. Vitalshul, enough Eshmiel, they have done nothing against the elven people to deserve this. Eshmiel, they have the powers of demons and serve them so they will not hesitate to attack us, so it is better to finish now. Issei, I see that they will not leave me any other option. Issei, balance break. In that Issei covers himself with his armor while those who wanted to accompany Eshmiel, who were not many but a good number of elves, were ready to attack, while Issei summons Derflinger in his right hand and Ascalon in his left hand, then makes his wings appear. Issei, Vitalshul, don't let anyone in. Vitalshul, it's okay. At that Issei takes flight towards Eshmiel to attack them but some elves get in his way but Issei attacks them with several cuts with his swords but making sure not to damage them mortally only leaving them out of combat, and so he continued fighting against several elves without killing any. After a few minutes Issei was already finishing off the vast majority but then he hears a scream and when he looks back he sees how Eshmiel had Tiffany held with his sword at her neck. Issei, let her go. Eshmiel, if you want me to let her go, you'd better give up and I'll let her go. Issei, I don't believe you, you want to kill us both. Eshmiel, you're right. At that Eshmiel with his sword was about to cut Tiffany's neck but at that Issei gets angry and his eyes shine yellow which causes all the time around him to freeze. At that Issei quickly goes to where Eshmiel was frozen and takes Eshmiel's arm and bends it to the other side so that later Tiffany leaves that place without problems and runs to where Issei is and hugs him. Tiffany, I was very scared, Issei. Issei, don't worry Tiffany, I will always protect you. Then Issei hugs Tiffany and kisses her forehead. Issei, now go inside, I'll finish off this scum. At that Tiffany nods and separates from Issei and goes inside. Now Issei goes to where Eshmiel was. He unfreezes time and quickly hits Eshmiel's stomach, causing him to spit out blood. Then Issei grabs Eshmiel by the neck, who is scared to death. Eshmiel, please forgive my life. Issei, a scum like you doesn't deserve a second chance. At that Issei throws Eshmiel into the air, and then starts charging up. Issei, boost 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 dragon shot. At that, Issei fires a red energy beam towards Eshmil, which hits him full on and begins to disintegrate him until it ends his miserable life. Issei, it's finally over. Vitalshul, thanks for forgiving the rest. Issei, now it's up to you. If they attack us again, there won't be a second chance. Vitalshul, thank you. Meanwhile, far away from there we can see how the Ostland is under attack by the elves. Kerchi, I will reject them all. Renar, yes. In that, Kerchi begins to use magic to defend the Ostland, while we can also see how Tabitha mounts a sylphid and attacks the elves who were riding the dragons with ice magic, causing several spears to appear and go against them, causing various cuts. Ravel was also helping with her Phoenix Flames and Rosweiss with her Asgardian magic. Even so, some knights managed to damage the Ostland with their attacks that were mainly fire. Marikorn, it's a fleet. Something ugly awaits you. Colbert, the speed is. Gucci, Professor. The steam engine's output is decreasing. We're already at our limit. Colbert, I understand, stop the machine. Montmorency, Professor. Colbert, it's a long shot to escape the fleet at this speed. Let's back off and see what they're going to do. At that moment, Louise was about to go out to fight too, but Professor Colbert stopped her. Colbert, wait, Miss Valier. Louise, my explosions will bring down the elves' ships. Colbert, there's no point in shooting down those ships. You mustn't let the elves find out you're a void mage. Siesta, take Miss Valier to a safe place. Nap, yes. During that, Siesta accompanies Louise to one of the rooms below deck. They were also accompanied by Kaneko and Asia, since they couldn't help much above. Meanwhile, after a few minutes, the elves had boarded the ship and had gathered everyone on deck, except for Louise and the others, since they were hiding. Elf, are these all the passengers? Elf 2, did you intend to fight these children? Colbert, we only have one goal, to rescue our friends that you elves kidnapped. If you let us do that, we will return immediately. Elf, kidnapped? Have you heard? Elf 2, no. Meanwhile, returning with Louise and the others. Siesta, when we finally get to the desert, will that be all we'll do? Louise, no, I won't give up Issei. Until I can be with you again, I'm going to Issei. At that moment, the book that Louise had on the desk began to shine. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was already ready to leave and was talking to Vitalshul. Issei, we're leaving now. Vitalshul, Issei, would you do me a favor? Issei, what's going on? Vitalshul, could you allow us to accompany him? Luxiana/Ari, huh? Luxiana, uncle, why? Vitalshul, they will wake up soon and things are very hectic. It would be best if they accompanied Issei since they saw them, and we will be considered traitors. It would be best to accompany Issei. Luxiana, I see. Issei, I have no problems. Issei, thinking, I'll be back by your side soon, Louise. Meanwhile, returning with Louise, she continued saying Issei's name. Louise, Issei. At that moment, the book that was shining opens and some bright runes begin to appear on it, while where Issei was, Gandalf's marks had also begun to shine. Tiffania, what's wrong, Issei? Issei, I don't know. Returning to Louise, she had gone into a phase of hypnosis since she was moving unconsciously, and had begun to pronounce a spell while raising her wand. Louise, can Kufa Hagari si Biki Daigi? Siesta, Miss Valier? Kaneko, what's going on? Nap, I don't know. Louise Songreali? At that, Louise's wand begins to glow. At that, Louise opens a portal and on the other side of it, Louise can see Issei. Issei, Louise. Louise, Issei? Are you Issei? At that, Issei approaches the portal. Issei, yes, it's me, Louise. At that, Louise also approaches the portal. Louise, Issei. At that moment, Louise is starting to faint since she was running out of magic. But Issei manages to grab her hand, and when he does, Issei's arm begins to release a purple aura that, when it comes into contact with Louise, she feels like her magic is complete again and the portal that was closing opens again. Louise, I'm getting my strength back. Issei, Louise. At that, Issei crosses the portal and stands in front of Louise and kisses her. This surprises Louise, but after a few seconds she responds. Louise, I missed you so much, Issei, I wanted to see you. Issei, me too, Louise. Then Issei turns around to where Tiffania and the others were. Issei, Tiffania, Vitalshul from Apure and Crussen. In that, the four crossed the portal so that it would then close. Meanwhile, returning to the deck of the ship, an elf was talking with the captain of the elves. Elf, we can't confirm if your companions were kidnapped, so we're going to keep them as prisoners of war. Vitalshul, unfortunately, but it's the truth, Ryder. Ryder, are you? Master Vitalshul. Vitalshul, long time no see. I'm proud to see that one of my students became a fleet captain. Ryder, why are you here? Vitalshul, I'll tell you the details later, dear Ryder. Considering our student-teacher relationship, won't you be able to let go of this ship? Time jump, it's already dawning and the elves have left the place. Now we can see how Issei was with his girls, who since they saw him have not wanted to stop hugging him. Issei. Everything is fine now, girls. Rosweiss, I miss you so much, Issei. Ravel, it's good that they didn't hurt you. Siesta, don't leave us again, Issei. Kaneko, senpai, I'm sorry I didn't help you. While Asia was watching how they hugged Issei with jealousy, but she knew that she couldn't go hug him for now since it was still too soon. While Issei, after he managed to free himself from the girls' hug, gave each one a kiss which made them happy. While Tiffania was being surrounded by the others who were worried about them. Boy, I'm glad you're okay, Tiffany. Montmorency, we were all worried about you. Tiffania, yes, thank you all very much. Kerchi, and how did they save Issei and Tiffania? Louise, I don't know, when I farted loudly that I wanted to see Issei, suddenly a window opened in front of me and there was Issei. Colbert, is this a new void magic? Louise, and also, when I took Issei's hand, I felt like my powers were flowing inside me. Issei, at that moment I was shining. It's like this rune that Tiffania made me when her familiar made me. Teacher, what do you say? Louise, wait a second. If you became her familiar, you kissed her. Issei, yes, are you jealous? Louise, and no. In that, Issei takes Louise's cheek and turns her face towards him, and then kisses her with love and affection, which causes Louise to feel the kiss and blush. Meanwhile, in another part of the ship, we can see how Luxiana and Ari were talking. Ari, I wonder what will happen to us from now on. We have already lost our chance to return to a dial. Luxiana, what's wrong with us not being able to go back? We're going to the land of humans on this ship. Ari, it's obvious I couldn't do that. Vitalshul, well thought out, let's do that. Ari, even Lord Vitalshul, what is he doing? Vitalshul, if it is the land of humans, they will not be able to follow us there. I will return to a dial and I intend to stay underground for a while. Ari, take me with you too. Vitalshul, you can't, it's very dangerous. Returning with Issei and the others, they were already ready to return home. Chapter 50, Livesatil. Now we are in Gallia, where Issei and the others who came on the Ostland have just arrived and are coming down. When they do, they all begin to observe the landscape and see how beautiful it is. Renard, this is the capital of Gallia. Boat is? Montmorency, it's Tabitha's homeland, right? Colbert, can I ask that they even repair the nave? Tabitha, yes. While in another part of those who were coming down came Luxiana and Ari. Luxiana, and to think that I'm going to look at the land of humans will greatly benefit my research. Ari, if I had known this would happen, I would have followed Lord Vitalshul regardless of what he told me. Luxiana, stop sighing so much, think of it as our honeymoon and let's have fun. While behind them Issei came down with the girls and they approached where Luxiana and Ari were. Issei, wait, you too, Tiffania said you might need this. At that, Issei approaches them and gives each of them a hat. Issei, right Tifa? Tiffania, yes. Luxiana, hi. Thanks. At that moment, Luxiana sees that Issei was next to Louise and she was hugging Issei's arm. Luxiana, I understand, so Tifa is your rival? Louise, rival? Luxiana, is it strange that you won with that? Don't you think? In that Louise you can see her breasts since Luxiana was referring to the small ones that are. Louise, issei likes them just the way they are. Luxiana, is that so? Weren't you happy when you touched her breasts? Issei, you're wrong. Luxiana, so you don't like touching Tifa? Issei, it's not that, I like to touch Tifa but I don't care about her figure since I love them equally for who they are. Luxiana, I see. Then a gentleman arrives looking for Tabitha. Knight, Charlotte-sama. At that he walks up to her and takes off his helmet and kneels down. Gentlemen, it's a relief that you're safe. Tabitha, prepare the coronation ceremony. While everyone looked at Tabitha for what she had just said since she had finally made a decision. Louise, it's been decided, right? Issei, yes. Time jump. Now we can see how Tabitha was being dressed and prepared for the coronation by two maids in the company of Irukaku. In that Irukaku approaches Tabitha's chest and begins to observe it. Irukaku, we should fill this part, nay? That's why I told you to put an egg first, nay? Then he enters the room and calls Charlotte. This was his mother. Mother Charlotte. Tabitha, mother. As soon as the maids see her, they move away, just like Irukaku, and the mother approaches her. Mother, you've finally made your decision, right? Then her mother takes her hand. Mother, thank you. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how the girls were preparing things in the room they had been given to stay in. Louise, somehow I still can't believe that Tabitha is going to become a queen soon. Siesta, Miss Tabitha will look beautiful at the ceremony, don't you think? But we can't let our guard down. Siesta, this is your chance to lay an issei egg, eh? And it could be that someone tries to get ahead of us. Louise, Tabitha doesn't prepare for that stuff. Siesta, you never know, maybe there's a hidden room around here. Ravel, I don't think so, Issei-sama will have a child with me before. Rosweiss, how are you so sure it will be with you and not with me? At that the girls began to argue about who would be the first to have Issei's child. Meanwhile, Louise took her black book and opened it to begin reading a spell that was written in it. Siesta, looks like Miss Westwood is getting ahead of herself. Then the girls go to the window and see how Issei was walking with Defania. Rosweiss, well, it was to be expected that it would happen since she also joined the harem. Louise, you're right. Siesta, it seems that I have already accepted that Issei will have a harem? Louise, it doesn't matter, after all he loves us all equally, and would do anything for us. If we forced him to choose one we would hurt him and I love him so I couldn't do that. Meanwhile, in another part of the place, we can see how Luxiana was inside a house with Ari. Tabitha gave this house to them so that while they stayed there, they wouldn't have problems because they discovered that they are elves. Ari, a tour of the palace? Luxiana, yes, after all, I also want to see the other buildings. Ari, I abstain, just seeing this place makes me dizzy, this building is like a prison. Luxiana, ahaha, I thought you would say that, so I'll go alone, okay. At that moment, Luxiana leaves the house with her hat on, but later she sees Geiche and Maricorn. Luxiana, wow! You two are so. Geiche, captain of the Knights of Ondine, Geiche de Greymont. Maricorn, Ma Maricorn by Grand Prix. Luxiana, just in time, may I ask you to guide me through the palace? He said this as he walked towards them, but Geiche and Maricorn blocked his way. Geiche, I'm very sorry, but we can't let them leave this house. Luxiana, but the blue-haired girl said she was free to use this place. Maricorn, I don't know what he said to Tabitha but… Geiche, it will be a problem if you cause any disturbance now. Luxiana, commotion? Ari, if they discover that they are protecting elves, the coronation ceremony will not take place, that means. Geiche, it helps me to see that you understand, stay here in silence. Ari, are you our guards? Maricorn, yes. Luxiana, what's the matter if it's just for a while? I'll be right back. Then she tries to continue on her way but Geiche crosses the path and stops her. Maricorn, no. But she keeps trying. Maricorn, can't. Luxiana does not give up. Maricorn, come back, come back. In that, Luxiana tricks Maricorn with a feint, making him believe that she will go to the left, but she quickly turns and goes to the right. Marikorn, seeing this, turns around and tries to grab her to stop her, but in doing so, he unconsciously grabs Luxiana's breasts. Marikorn, I told you no. At that, Marikorn realizes where he grabbed Luxiana and quickly separates from her with great shame. Marikorn, sorry! At that, Ari takes out his sword and throws it at Marikorn. Ari, what are you doing to Luxiana? At that moment, the sword was about to cut Marikorn's face, but the sword was covered in a green glow and stopped right in front of his eyes. After that, Ari moved his arm and the sword returned to him and Marikorn fell to the ground very scared. Marikorn, I thought I was going to die. Then Geiche stands in front of Marikorn to defend him. Geiche, what do you think you're doing? Elves are really barbaric, aren't they? Ari, barbarians, you say? And it's a human who just said that. At that, Ari prepares to throw his sword again, but suddenly they hear Issei's voice. Issei, do you have something worrying you? At that, Issei stops when he sees what was happening. Issei, what are you doing? Ari, Luxiana has been mistreated by that human. Marikorn, no, I didn't. Geiche, weren't you the one who threatened him first? At that, Issei stands between the two. Issei, calm down and put down your weapons, let's get along, okay? Time skip now. Issei was in front of Marikorn and Geiche and Luxiana and Ari went inside the house. Marikorn, even if you say we get along. Geiche, it's impossible with that arrogant guy. Issei, they're just anxious because they're in an unknown land, you understand, right? Time jump now. We can see how Issei was walking through the halls of the palace. Issei, I think you would understand if you talked a little. At that, Issei enters his room and the first thing he sees is the bed that was covered by dresses. Issei, what is this? Louise, we are choosing a dress for the dance, Tabitha prepared them for us. Issei, now that I remember, he said there would be a dance after the coronation ceremony. At that, Louise approaches the bed and takes a dress and shows it to Issei. Louise, tell me, what do you think of this one? Issei, whatever you choose, you'll look beautiful, Louise. At that point, the other girls also started asking Issei how they would look in the dresses. After a while, each one ended up choosing a dress. After that, each one started dressing for the ceremony, and Issei helped her with that. Meanwhile, elsewhere, returning with Geiche and Marikorn, they were sitting at the fountain while talking. Marikorn, by tomorrow, Tabitha will be queen. She'll be on par with Henrietta-sama. It's incredible. Geiche, by the way, they say that Henrietta-sama will also come here. At that moment, the door of the house where Ari and Luxiana were located suddenly opens. Ari, there's trouble. Luxiana's not here. Geiche, isn't it? Ari, she told me she was going to the bathroom, but when I went to see her because she was taking too long, she had disappeared. Marikorn, and that's? Geiche, did he escape? Ari, what are you doing? Go find Luxiana. Geiche, I've been wondering about this for a while, but what is that attitude? There's something called manners. Ari, shut up. It's your job to make sure this doesn't happen, right? Geiche, I'm not doing this for you. It's for Tabitha. Ari, what did you say? Marikorn, stop it already, you two. Then Renard comes running while screaming. Renard, hey, did you hear? His Holiness the Pope will arrive soon. Ari, if you talk about His Holiness the Pope, about Ramalia? Marikorn, this is bad, if he finds out what happened. Geiche, before that, let's look for Luxiana. Both, yes. Time skip now. We find Issei with the boys who were talking. Issei, Luxiana disappeared? Geiche, didn't he come this way? Issei, no. Ari, if humans catch her, she'll be in serious trouble. Issei, she is very strong, there is no need to worry. I also want to go look for her, but the princess called me. Louise, Issei. Hurry up. Issei, I'm going now. Issei, sorry, see you later, okay? At that, Issei runs off to where the girls were waiting for him. Geiche, let's look for support, I'll definitely find it. Meanwhile, with Luxiana, she was touring the castle. She entered a room that had something in its center. "Look, Shiana, it is very old but it is very beautiful." She says this while she is writing in a notebook she was carrying, but then she hears a footstep approaching, so she quickly leaves the place. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Issei and the girls along with Henrietta, Anise Julios and the Pope were in front of Tabitha, who was sitting on the Queen's throne. "Dad, congratulations on your coronation, Your Highness Queen Charlotte." "Tabitha, thank you very much." "Dad, Issei Dano and Miss Westwood, I'm glad you're safe. Normally, I should have gone to your rescue." Issei, "No, that's enough." "Henrietta, even so, you managed very well without any geographical advantage." "Louise, well, when I realized it, a spell was cast." At that, Louise shows them the black spell notebook. At that, Louise remembers everything that happened when she created the portal for Issei to appear and what happened afterwards. "Dad, what? Can you use the world door?" "Henrietta, the door to the world." "Papa, it is said to be a type of vacuum magic that connects two separate places." "Henrietta, Louise, you have acquired a new magic spell, haven't you?" "Louise, but halfway there I lost all my strength, but when I took Issei's hand the opening widened." "Dad, did it get bigger? Do you mean your magical strength increased?" "Louise, yes, most likely." "Dad, however, Gandalf shouldn't have those powers." At that, the girls look at Issei. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" "Issei, I think this would have something to do with it since at that time I didn't have any augmentation loaded." At that, Issei lifts his shirt showing the marks on his chest. When the others see the marks they are surprised. "Julio, is that?" "Issei, to tell the truth, it seems that I am now also Tifa's familiar." "July, is that possible? That a single family member serves two masters?" "Your Eminence." "Dad, I've never heard of that, but I'm seeing it in front of me, a Liveslatil." "Issei, Liveslatil, what is that?" "Papa, Liveslatil is the name of someone who has the ability to increase the powers of a void magician. Miss Valier managed to increase her powers thanks to this ability." "Louise, that's why." "Papa, Joseph's familiar, the mind of God Musinetaniren, on the other hand the right hand of God, Gandalf, the left hand of God, Windalf, and finally, the heart of God, Liveslatil. When the four void wizards meet to fight with their four familiars, it is said that the four will unite their powers to save Hawkaginia. As Joseph's successor has not been found, the four cannot be completed." "Papa, even if we have Liveslatil in our hands, we can multiply the power of our forces significantly." "Pope, Liveslatil is like our gospel." "Issei, I have that power." Time jump, now we find ourselves in the gardens of the palace where Issei was with the girls walking while talking. "Issei, I'm basically an enhancer." "Rosweiss, if you think about it, it's very similar to the power of the booster gear since it also allows you to multiply your power and give it to other people." "Ravel, Rosweiss is right, it is very similar to your abilities." Meanwhile they continued talking. Tiffania came quietly thinking about the present. Tiffania, thinking, could it be that making a contract with Issei could have helped him? So, my feelings weren't useless, right? While they were walking, someone spoke to them. "Kerchi, there you were, I was looking for you." "Montmorency, we were thinking of going to Tabitha's room." "Kerchi, tonight is the last night, should we spend time together?" "Louise, sounds good, let's do that. Girls are coming too, right?" "Rosweiss, yes." "Ravel, yes, it will be fun." "Louise, and your Tifa will come?" "Tiffania, why yes, it sounds fun." "Montmorency, good. Now let's go." At that point the girls start to leave, leaving Issei alone, but not before each one gives him a goodbye kiss and leaves with a smile on their faces. Time jump, now we meet Kerchi and the girls who are already on their way to Tabitha's room. "Kerchi, she will be surprised that we all meet there." At that, they all stop as they see Guiche talking to a maid. "Guiche, hair as blonde as yours and breasts like yours." "Montmorency, that bastard." At that moment, Montmorency runs to Guiche, grabs him by the wrist, and bends his arm backward, causing Guiche a lot of pain. "Guiche, it hurts. It hurts. And Montmorency." "Montmorency, You just take your eyes off me for a second, and you're already in this. While they were arguing, the maid walked away slowly backwards so as not to attract their attention. Goiche, you're wrong, Montmorency. I'm actually looking for someone right now. At that, Montmorency flexes Guiche's arm more forcefully, causing him more pain. Montmorency, I don't want to hear your excuses. You really are a person who never learns, aren't you? At that, Montmorency lets go and continues walking. Goiche, wait, Montmorency. At that moment the girls walk past him. Kerchi, you dug your own grave. Goiche, why? And he doesn't even listen to me? All this was observed by Ari. Ari, you're just like me, when it comes to women. Now I know there's no difference between humans and elves, you're suffering too, right? Meanwhile with the girls. Montmorency, he even has me as his girlfriend, what is he thinking about? Then she heard a voice coming from not far away from her. Luxiana, you guys are just like us, huh? At that moment, Luxiana comes out from behind a plant since she was hiding. Louise, Luxiana. Kerchi, weren't you at the retirement home? Luxiana, I wanted to see the palace anyway, but I didn't think it would cause a scandal like this. Montmorency, that person I was looking for. Don't tell me that Goiche was looking for you. Luxiana, so it seems. Montmorency, there is no, I swore that. At that, Montmorency begins to blush with embarrassment. Luxiana, it's your fault for misinterpreting things. I also tend to fight like that with Ari. It seems that we are alike. At that moment, Irukuku comes out of Tabitha's room. Irukuku, don't you think it's too noisy? Tabitha also appears in that. Tabitha, is something wrong? Meanwhile, elsewhere, we found Ari and Goiche while they were eating and drinking. Ari, I won't look for Luxiana anymore. She always does what she wants, but every time I give my opinion on something, she always tells me, I'm not getting married. That leaves me with nothing to say. Goiche, you're right. I'm just trying to talk to another girl and she's making a fuss about me trying to cheat on her. Both, how can women be so troublesome? Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how issei was walking with Maricorn through the gardens while they were talking. Maricorn, I don't understand much, but it seems that those two managed to get along well. Issei, well, it's good that you have become friends, but where is Luxiana? Then someone shouts at them. Luxiana, Issei, faggot. Issei, Luxiana. At that Issei sees where the voice came from and sees all the girls in Tabitha's room. Montmorency, tell Ari that Luxiana will stay here tonight. Luxiana, I'm counting on you. Maricorn, Luxiana and Montmorency too? When? Issei, see, I told you if they talked they would understand each other, right? Maricorn, yes. Time jump, now we can see how the Pope was placing the crown on Tabitha, who was kneeling in front of him, while everyone watched the coronation, and that when Tabitha already has the crown and she gets up and turns to the others. Tabitha, Charlotte Helene Orleans, I declare that you have become queen of the country of Gallia. At that, everyone shouts with happiness for their new sovereign. Time jump, now we see how Issei was with Louise in her room since she had taken longer, and he had gone to help her. Issei, so Tabitha is already queen? Louise, Issei, can I ask you something? Issei, what's wrong, Louise? Louise, am I your only mistress? At that Issei bends down to finish arranging Louise's dress. Issei, that doesn't matter much. At that Louise turns around to look at Issei. Louise, why you say it doesn't matter much? Issei, it doesn't matter who my master is since I will love them no matter what. At that, Issei gets up and takes Louise by the waist and brings her closer to him to kiss her with much love. This surprises Louise a little, but then she crosses her arms behind Issei's neck and returns the kiss to him. After a few minutes they separate. Issei, let's go or we'll be late. In that Issei to walk. Louise, wait for me, Issei, I haven't finished putting on my dress yet. After a while, Louise finishes putting on her dress and goes out in search of Issei, but while she was walking down the hallway, she hears two people talking. Julio, Your Eminence, why didn't you say anything to Issei? Dad, about live Slatil? Julio, It is true that it can increase the powers of void mages, but they will lose their spirit if they cannot recover it, but if issei continues using it. Dad, using the powers of lifesteal is compared to reducing life. When his powers are exhausted he will die. However, if I told him that, he would only get scared, creating doubts. If we were to face the danger of the world, his power is necessary. Louise, upon hearing that issei could die, feels her heart almost stop. Louise, what do you mean by die? Meanwhile, far from that place, we can see how Ryu was observing everything that was happening in the different universes and the different timelines, in that he focuses on issei's. Ryu, soon young Hayato, you will have to face them again. I hope you are ready. Chapter 51, The Awakening of the Beast. It's night, and we find ourselves in the middle of the dance to celebrate Tabitha's coronation. Now we can see how issei was dancing with Louise since he had just finished dancing with Rosweiss. But while issei and Louise were dancing, she was remembering the conversation she heard between the Pope and Julio. Flashback starts. Papa, using lifesteal's powers is compared to reducing life. When her powers are exhausted she will die. Flashback ends. Louise, thinking, issei is going to die. Issei, it's been a while since we danced, right? Louise, hey, you're right. Louise, sad face, thinking, I don't want that. Please don't let there be a world crisis. Meanwhile, in another part we can see how a city is covered in flames. This because near the town there was a volcano, and in the part where the lava was coming out we can see how some oxygen bubbles began to come out. Time jump. Now we can see how issei was sleeping while his girls were with him. During that nap, he gets up to start his job as a maid. After a while, she comes back and knocks on the door. Siesta, issei. Girls. Wake up now. At that, Siesta enters the room to wake up the others. When she does, she sees how everyone was sleeping while hugging issei, except Louise, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Louise, good morning, Siesta. Siesta, Miss Valier, what's going on? Louise, nah, nothing. Siesta, something happened, right? Louise, I am telling you it's nothing. Siesta, she better realize she's not good at lying. Louise, to tell the truth, issei. Then they hear a knock on the door. Anise, excuse me, are you awake, Miss Valier? Louise, why yes. Anise, Queen Henrietta is calling her Miss Valier and Miss Westwood, and also the presence of issei-kun. At that point everyone else starts to wake up. Issei, what's going on? Louise, we'll go right away. After a while, issei and the girls are ready and go to see Queen Henrietta, who at this moment is watching the landscape through the window until she hears a knock on the door. Issei, excuse me. That's when issei and the girls come in, while the queen turns around to look at them. Henrietta, thanks for coming, issei, Louise and also Tiffany. At that, Henrietta approaches issei and gives him a kiss on the lips as a greeting, which issei gladly reciprocates, and after a few seconds they separate. Issei, what's wrong, Henrietta? Henrietta, shortly after the coronation, His Holiness returned to Romalia, and shortly after that he sent me a message. Henrietta, he wants you three to go to Romalia as soon as possible. Issei, to Romalia? What will happen? Henrietta, to tell the truth, it seems that a city in the mountains was demolished overnight. When they hear it, they are surprised. Tiffania, what happened to them? Henrietta, I don't know, I'm just sure that something serious happened. Maybe His Holiness's requests are that you three. At that the girls get upset by what they heard, and this is noticed by Issei. Issei, don't worry so much, I won't let anything happen to you. Louise, but Issei. Issei, anyway, let's see, besides, we can't reject His Holiness's request, right? Louise, that's true, but... Henrietta, then, Issei, I'll leave it to you. Julio will find them near the Aquaria border. Issei, yes, Henrietta. Henrietta, I've already borrowed Queen Charlotte's dragon to take them there. At that moment, Irukuku enters through the door. Irukuku, you waited for me, nay? After hearing that my older sister was also worried, nay? That's why she asked me to come as a human to take you to Romalia, nay? Issei, I see, then I ask you. Irukuku, it's an honor that I took the trouble to come all the way here to pick you up, eh? Issei, yes, we already know. At that moment, everyone was about to leave, and before leaving, Issei said goodbye to Henrietta with a kiss. With one hand, he placed her on her waist and pulled her towards him, while she wrapped her arms around Issei's neck. After a few seconds, they separated. Henrietta, promise that you will return safe and sound. Issei, I promise you, Henrietta-chan. In that they separate, and Issei accompanies the girls, and at the exit of the castle they meet Anise, who, upon seeing Issei leaving, approaches and kisses him, which Issei happily accepts while he brings her closer to him. After a few seconds they separate. Anise, take care. Issei, don't worry, I'll be fine. In that Issei returns to kiss Anise, and after a few seconds they separate. While they were kissing, a few knights who were under Anise's hand were in shock, since they did not expect that their captain could have a boyfriend, or less that he was so attractive. After that they went to where the girls were in Issei's house. When they arrived, he told them about the situation. They wanted to accompany them, but Issei told them no, since it was not something so dangerous. In that each of the girls approaches Issei and kisses him for luck, except Asia, who stays watching everything from behind. Issei notices Asia, and when he finishes with the girls he approaches Asia and says goodbye to her with a hug, which surprises her but also makes her happy, since Issei was forgiving her. After that Issei leaves with Louise and Tiffany, and they get on a Rukuku, which had already taken its dragon form, to begin the trip to Ramalia. Time jump. Now we can see how Issei and the girls were already close to the meeting place. They observed the surroundings, and saw how everything was covered by lava in some parts. Issei, where will Julio be? At that moment Issei notices something in the distance. Issei, what is it? Tiffania, is it sunset? At that point Issei realizes what she really was. Issei, it's not like that, hurry up. At that, Irukuku increases his speed. When they are closer they can see that what they saw in the distance was a city which was covered in flames. Issei, what is this? Louise, the people that don't tell me that. Issei, it's Aquaria. We can see how the entire city of Dequaria was covered in flames, how each house was being consumed by the fire. At first glance, no signs of life could be seen, but the further they went into this city, Issei saw how in one part of it there were people in danger. Issei, there are people there. We have to go help them. At that, Irukuku begins to fly towards where the people were, but at that, Issei feels like something was approaching them. At that, he looks to the side and sees how several dragons were flying towards them. At that, the dragons begin to attack them, but Issei summons Askelo and Derflinger and begins to block their attacks. Issei, damn! There are so many! At that, the dragons move away. Derflinger, apparently they were taking advantage of the situation. Issei, what? Then he looks to the side and sees something forming a large attack in his direction. Issei, what is that? Julio, Issei. Focus on the situation. At that, the thing fires its attack in its direction, but Irukuku manages to dodge it, and the attack hits another dragon that was flying near them. Issei, what's going on? Julio, calm down, Issei. I'm so sorry for the delay. Issei, Julio. What is this? Julio, I'll explain the details to you later. Anyway, let's get away from here. It's a shame, but not anymore. Then they start to fly to try to get away from the place. Issei, Julio, what about those dragons? Julio, the entire surrounding area has become what you see since the dragons lost control. Somehow I'm managing to tame this dragon with Windaf's power. Julio, you don't need to worry about Sylphid since she is a different dragon. Issei, but how did all this happen? Julio, it's because of the nitrous oxide that's emitting that. At that point they look towards where Julio was pointing and see something giant black. At that point Issei focuses his sight more and notices that the thing is a dragon. At that point the dragon looks at them and the girls feel scared and hug Issei, who also hugs them. Issei, how is it possible? July, the legendary beast, the ancient dragon. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see many people gathered while the Pope was delivering a message. Dad, as you all know, the ancient dragon has appeared and destroyed Aquaria, and now that creature is advancing towards the holy city of Ramalia. We should not be afraid of it. If we do our best I am sure we will suppress it. we will find the ancient dragon in the Orky Valley before it reaches the city. To prevent it from desecrating this city, I will rely on the power of the Holy Knights. They have received the blessing of Brimil's ancestors and are here to protect the people. All glory to His Holiness. Our ancestors will protect us. We will go to their deaths. At that, all the Holy Knights mounted their dragons and took flight, while the Pope watched them until someone spoke to him from behind. Julio, Your Eminence, I have brought them. Dad, everyone, thank you for your prompt arrival. Louise, Your Eminence, we couldn't do anything for you when we saw you engulfed in flames. Papa, that monster suddenly appeared from the waters beneath the mountain ranges, even though we rushed to warn the citizens to evacuate the city. Tiffania, Your Eminence, perhaps that's what everyone's been worried about. The world crisis. Dad, it's most likely. In that, the others are surprised by what was said. Dad, in the ancient documents they say something about a sure disaster of incineration of the entire world. Many scholars, including myself, have studied about that subject. There were some theories about that it would be a large dragon, but it was missing confirmation. However, now that we have it clear, we have to stop it no matter what happens. It is time for us void mages to unite our powers to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. We already have a plan, Miss Valier. Your spell, Explosion, is a key component in the strategy, and I will have to ask for your help in the end. Louise, yes. Papa, however, according to reports, the dragon has a magic barrier that repels magic and is emitted by the miasma, and first we must render it ineffective. Louise, I can do that with my dispel too. Dad, no, I have that reserved for myself. After all, you have to save your powers as much as possible. Miss Westwood, you will subdue the dragon's subordinates with your forgetting spell, and protect the Holy Knights. Tiffania, why yes. I understand. Dad, and Issei, I have something to ask you. I would also like you to use your live-little power. Issei, I see, of course. Louise, wait Issei, think about it for a bit. Issei, I have nothing to think about, because if there is something I can do, I will do whatever it is. At that the Pope bows to Issei. Dad, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Then let's go to the meeting in the Orky Valley. Issei, yes. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how the knights who were in the Orky Valley were preparing for the arrival of the dragon. They were in the upper parts of the valley while a knight commanded the rest. Commander, according to the clairvoyance magic, the dragon is near the river mouth. Don't let your guard down. Knight 1, however, why is the dragon attacking the holy city? Knight 2, who knows, maybe there's something attracting him. In that we can see how the July dragon flies by with July and the Pope on top of him. Julio, Your Eminence. Dad, what's going on? Julio, Issei isn't going to die in this fight, right? In short, by using Liveslito's power. Dad, it's something to be happy about, don't you think? Julio, eh? Dad, the first time I met you, you were a young man who hated the world and avoided loving people. Even when you started living with me, you were still cold. Am I wrong? July. Dad, but now you're worrying about your friend. I'm glad I sent you to the Magic Academy. You're my pride, Julio Cesare. Julio, Your Eminence. Papa, it is unlikely that Liveslito's powers will diminish in a few uses, however. Her death is definitely approaching with continued use, so we have to make this plan succeed in a single attempt. Julio, yes. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see Issei, Louise, and Tiffania talking. Issei, it seems that we are going to subdue the dragon by attracting it between the valleys to trap it under them, even if it has a magic barrier. He said that physical attacks can work. Louise, Issei. Issei, what's wrong, Louise? Louise, listen to me, Issei. Issei, yes. Louise, don't help His Eminence. Issei, huh? Louise, you can't use Liveslito's powers. Don't you dare use them again. Issei, why not? Louise, because in exchange for increasing your powers you have to pay with your life. Issei, are you sure? Louise, the power of Liveslito cannot be recovered. If you run out of power, you will die. At that, Issei gets closer to Louise since he sees that she was starting to shed tears. At that, Issei hugs her against his chest. Issei, don't worry, I won't die. Louise, but if you run out of magic? Issei, that won't happen. I have Drake and thanks to him I can duplicate my power as well as my magic, so you don't have to worry. I will use his ability to give power to his eminence. At that Louise looks into Issei's eyes. Louise's eyes were filled with tears. Louise, you promise not to use Livelito's power. Issei, I promise you. Then Issei kisses Louise and she responds with a slight blush, so after a few seconds they separate. Louise Baka. At that moment Louise hits him gently on the chest and hugs him again. At that moment Tiffany arrives. Louise Tiffa. Tiffania, what have I done? It's because I made Issei my familiar. At that, Tiffany also starts to get tears in her eyes. Louise, listen to me, Tiffa. Tiffania, it's all my fault, forgive me. At that, Tiffany turns around to leave crying, but Issei manages to grab her. Tiffania, let me go, it's my fault. Issei, Tiffa. Tiffania, please let me go, you could die because of me. At that, Tiffany tries to free herself from Issei's grip, but he quickly pulls her towards him and makes her look at him. When he does this, Issei kisses Tiffany while he hugs her, but she is in shock and tries to separate herself, but Issei doesn't let her and hugs her even more tightly. Little by little, Tiffany gives in and reciprocates Issei's kiss, and after a few seconds they separate. Tiffania, why if it's my fault you can die? Issei, that doesn't matter, Tiffa. Tiffania, but... Issei, Tiffania, if the Livelito is what worries you, I'll tell you the same thing as Louise, calm down, I won't use it. I have Drake with the booster gear, with which I will transfer my power to the Pope without danger. Tiffania, you promise to be fine. Issei, I promise. In that Issei kisses Tiffania again and she gladly reciprocates and after a few seconds they separate, and Louise approaches them. When Issei sees her he takes her and brings her closer to him and hugs the two girls who blush. Issei, be careful, you are very important to me. Girls, you're equal. Meanwhile, returning to the valley, we can see how the dragon was approaching the place while spitting fire and suddenly it lets out a powerful roar that is heard as far as Issei is with the girls who, upon hearing it, get scared and hug Issei more. Commander, don't flinch. That thing will come this way. Night 1, let him come whenever he wants. Night 2, we will show you the powers of the Holy Knights. While with Issei he was still hugging the girls, but then July arrives. Julio, it's time, Issei. Are you ready? Issei, yes. Louise, Issei. Issei, girls be careful, we're going to end this once and for all, right? Girls, yes. Returning to the valley we can see how the dragon advanced between the two valleys while accompanied by several dragons flying around it. The Holy Knights are hidden so that the dragons would not see them. Commander, now! At that point, all the Holy Knights come out from where they were hiding and attack various parts of the valley, causing several landslides that fall on the dragon, trapping it, and raising a lot of dust. When the dust clears, the dragon is seen trapped under the rocks and releases a loud roar. At that point, it charges a fire attack towards where the knights were. Commander, continue the attacks. At that point the dragons that accompanied the Great One begin to attack the Holy Knights. Commander, don't hesitate. We are the Holy Knights. But while they were fighting with the dragons, they were wrapped in a golden glow and then when it disappeared, the dragons calmed down and stopped their attack. Louise, looks like your forgetting spell is working. Tiffania, what a relief, this Louise I. Louise, let's stop thinking about that. Issei already has a solution so we have to trust him. Meanwhile, Issei was flying on the July dragon, accompanied by the Pope. They were flying directly to the dragon. They placed themselves on it without it noticing, and the Pope began to prepare his spell. Pope, Canon City was Isa Unjo Ko Legis Cho daggers. At that moment, the Pope's right hand is covered in a golden glow, and it begins to grow. At that moment, the dragon realizes where they were because of the spell. The dragon's skin begins to disintegrate, which means that it was losing its magical protection. Issei, I see, it's disintegration magic. Julio, originally it is recovery magic, but it has a greater effect on evil entities. Dad, if this is my void magic, now issei, I ask you. Issei, yes. At that, issei makes his booster gear appear. Issei boost. At that, issei puts his hand on his eminence's back ready to perform the transfer. Issei transfer. So issei begins to transfer the power of the augmentation in small quantities so that it would not hurt the Pope due to excess. Thus, a green glow covers issei's gauntlet as well as the Pope, and thanks to this, the power of the spell increases considerably. While with Louise and Tiffania they were riding Irukaku and were now observing what was happening. Louise, thinking, come on issei, you can do it. Tiffania, thinking, come on issei. While with issei they got a little closer to the evil dragons so that the spell would be more effective. Papa, Bremil ancestors, lend me your powers. At that, the evil dragon begins to stir due to the spell, but suddenly on the forehead of the evil dragon a third eye appears, which thanks to it its power of control over the dragons increases, causing it to be able to control the July dragon, and it begins to advance slowly towards it. Julio, concentrate. Move. While returning with Louise. Louise, something is wrong, Sylphid, go. At that, the evil dragon, seeing that it worked, opens its jaws and begins to charge an energy attack against them. At that, issei separates himself from the father and stands in front of them to block the dragon's attack. To do this, issei summons Derflinger. When the dragon fires its attack, issei blocks it with his swords, which begin to absorb it. Derflinger, sorry mate, this seems like too much to handle. The first time I met you, you seemed so out of it, but now you've turned out to be a good man. Issei, W8 Derf. At that point, the Derflingers begin to be covered by white cracks due to the excess power absorbed. Derflinger, it was a pleasure, mate. At that, Derflinger breaks into several pieces and issei flies backwards. Julio, issei. Issei, sorry Derflinger. In that, issei is caught by Sylphid. In that, they see how the July dragon did not stop moving and continued approaching the evil dragon. Dad, the step? The dragon, seeing that they were close, lets out a roar and the Pope stops the spell and takes Julio by the shoulders. Dad, Julio, you must live. When he finishes saying that, the Pope throws Julio out of the dragon into the void of the valley. Julio, your eminence. As July falls, he sees his dragon and the Pope being devoured by the evil dragon. Julio, your eminence. Chapter 52, A Reunion. We can see how Julio had just been thrown from his dragon because Vittorio wanted to save his life. Julio, your eminence. While Julio was falling, he could see how his dragon with Vittorio still on top of him was devoured right in front of him, but while he was falling, Sylphid quickly flies to where he was and catches him with her legs, saving his life. Tiffania, and no way. Louise, your holiness. While the knights who were still in the area had witnessed how His Holiness had been devoured by the dark dragon. Sir, your eminence has. Knight 2 has been swallowed. At that, the dark dragon releases a powerful roar that generates a slight tremor in the area so that it then begins to advance. Captain, retreat. Everyone retreat. At that, all the knights began to leave the place while the dark dragon was still advancing. While with issei and the girls, issei was fainted, so he moves and leans on Louise. Louise, issei. Issei can't. Hold on. At that, Sylphid quickly takes flight back to Gallia. Meanwhile, in issei's subconscious we can see how he was in front of Drake. Drake, how are you feeling, buddy? Issei, fine, but Derflinger. Drake, comrade, even though his body was destroyed when you fused it with the booster gear, his spirit is still here. Issei, really? Derflinger, of course, mate. Issei, I thought you were dead. Derflinger, I won't be defeated so easily. Issei, but now you're just a spirit? Derflinger, yes, but I can still help you. Drake, comrade, there is still a chance to create a body for Derflinger. Issei, what do you mean? Drake, you could try fusing Derflinger's soul with Ascalon. Issei, do you think it will work? Drake, buddy, if I've learned anything by being by your side, it's that you always achieve the impossible. Issei, you're right, Drake, what do you think, Derflinger? Derflinger, we have nothing to lose by trying. At that, Issei makes Ascalon appear in front of him. Issei, how do I do it? Drake, you should try to materialize Derflinger's soul. Derflinger, I'll take care of it. Suddenly, a white sphere of energy appears in front of Issei. Derflinger ready? Issei, what's next, Drake? Drake, you must fuse Derflinger's soul with Ascalon's. Issei, Drake, is there any way that if Ascalon breaks I can recreate it like I do with my armor? Drake, for that, my friend, you must also add your power so that it is linked to your energy. So Issei takes the white sphere that was Derflinger's soul with one hand and with the other he takes Ascalon. Issei joins both while he begins to supply his own power for the fusion. In that the white light begins to shine brighter for a few seconds, all this without stopping supplying energy. When the brightness passed, Issei could see the new sword in front of him, which resulted between the fusion of his power, Ascalon and Derflinger's soul, Ascalon's new appearance. Issei, it worked. Derflinger, of course it worked. Issei, how do you feel, Derflinger? Derflinger, I feel like my power increases with this new body. Drake, now the abilities that Ascalon had before have been enhanced with your magic. Issei, what do you mean, Drake? Drake, I mean that before Ascalon could already finish off a normal dragon due to its dragon-slaying abilities, but now by fusing it with Derflinger and your power, those abilities were monstrously increased to such a degree that with that sword you can finish off the dark dragon. But for that you also have to increase its power with the augmentations if you want to increase its resistance to other attacks so that it doesn't end up like the previous one. Issei, I see, I guess with this and that it will be enough to finish him off. Drake, yes, partner, but I think it's time for you to wake up. You've been unconscious for several hours. Your girls are worried. Issei, it's okay, Drake. In that Issei disappears from her mental space, while we can see how Issei was lying in his bed at home while Louise, Siesta, Rosweiss, Kaneko, Ravel, Tiffany were surrounding him while Asia was also there, but she was with Kaneko and Ravel, in that they see how Issei opens his eyes. Louise Issei. Rosweiss Issei. Nap Issei. Ravel Issei. Kaneko Issei. Tiffania Issei. At that point all the girls hug Issei. Issei, what happened? Louise, you had us so worried. Issei, calm down, I'm fine now, but where are we? Louise, it's the Palace of Beauties Versailles, we're back. Issei, in Beauties? That's right. What happened to the Dark Dragon? Rosweiss, don't worry about it for now. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Henrietta was meeting with Tabitha Julio talking about what had happened. Henrietta, did you stop the advance? Julio, yes, it suddenly stopped after leaving the Orky Valley. Irukuku, I saw it too, nay? That big thing was rolled up like a rock, nay? Henrietta, didn't the dragon die thanks to the powers of his holiness? Julio, no, unfortunately you can still hear his pulse. I don't think he's dead. Henrietta, which means? Tabitha, he'll wake up soon. Unknown, no more, no less, but that's not all. At that, everyone turns around to see who was speaking, and when they do, they see that it was the director of the Magic Academy. Henrietta, Great Osmond has also come, hasn't he? Osmond, so I made them wait. At that the director walks over to where Julio was and stands in front of him. Osmond, I'm so sorry about what happened to His Holiness, and are you okay? Julio, yes, now we have to focus on the ancient dragon. I'm sure your eminence would also wish the same. Osmond, you're right. Well, you called me about this ancient dragon, right? Henrietta, yes, Great Osmond, I would like you to tell us the research results of your years of teaching at the Magic Academy. Meanwhile, returning to Issei, they had already explained to him everything that had happened after falling unconscious. Issei, I see, so he's still alive, right? Ravel. Yes. Issei, then I'll make sure to finish him off next time. It's revenge for the Pope. Rosweiss, Issei, are you sure you can handle him? Issei, don't worry, I have an ace up my sleeve. Rosweiss, what do you mean? Issei, you'll see, but now I'm getting hungry, Nap. Isn't there anything to eat? Siesta, why yes, I'll heat up the soup for you right away. Issei, thanks Siesta. During that siesta, he retires to the kitchen to prepare food for Issei. Issei, by the way, where are the rest of the academy? Tiffania, it seems they returned to Tristan, Luxiana and the others were saying. We'll return to the mansion. Issei, I see, but I would like to stay a little longer before returning, right Louise? Louise, I'll go help Siesta. At that Louise leaves the room and Tiffany follows her. Tiffania, Louise? Louise, I couldn't stand to see him. Issei didn't even mention Derflinger even though he was very sad. Tiffania, that's it because Issei is strong, I'm sure he's doing everything to endure. Louise, you don't need to be strong. I wish he would say he was going to fight now that Derflinger is gone, he must be feeling bad. Meanwhile, returning with Henrietta and the others, they were in front of a large map of the place where the dragon was. Osmond, that's all the information I've interpreted from the literature related to the ancient dragon. Henrietta, in short, bigger challenges await Louise and Tiffany, right? Osmond, yes, and I plan to pass this on to them as well. Julio, wasn't it a mistake to face the dragon without the powers of the 4 void mages? Osmond, it is true that in the legends the 4 have defeated the dragon, however, there is no indication that without the others they could not do it, and besides our civilization has developed during the last 6,000 years and now we also have a strong link with Hokuginia, that could be enough to compensate for the lack of the 4. At that the director looks at Henrietta who nods at his look and then turns and looks at Tabitha. Henrietta, Queen Charlotte, in Trisane we will use all our strength to eradicate this disaster. Doesn't Gallia want to fight with us too? Tabitha, of course. Henrietta, we will ask for help from Ramalia and the other nations, for the future of Hokuginia, we will protect it with our own hands. Time jump. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and the others, we can see how Louise was now talking to Henrietta. Louise, will they form a coalition with Hokuginia to fight the dragon? Henrietta, if our kingdom has decided that it will be in charge. Louise, however, the ancient dragon cannot be defeated without our void magic. Henrietta, Louise, we were all born and raised in Hokuginia and we can't just stand by and watch as our world is annihilated. Even though we have little chance of defeating the dragon, we think we'll take a chance and fight with all our might. Louise, Princess, I will put my life on the line and fight too since I was also born in Hokuginia and I will sacrifice everything for my world. At that moment Henrietta takes Louise's hands. Henrietta, thank you Louise, we will overcome this crisis until the end. Louise, yes. At that, the princess leaves with Anise, who had been standing guard while waiting for the princess, who was talking to Louise in the mansion's garden. Louise, thinking, I was also born in Hokuginia, I'm going to sacrifice everything for this world. Louise, that's okay because I'm a person who was born in Hokuginia, but Issei and the others are not from Hokuginia. Would it be okay for them to sacrifice themselves too? Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was still in his room, but he was with Rosweiss, Ravel, and taking a nap. Rosweiss, Issei, how are you feeling? Issei, well, why do you ask Rosweiss? Rosweiss, the girls told us that you lost Derflinger. Issei, don't worry. Siesta, how could we not worry? He was your friend and he. At that moment, Siesta was about to burst into tears, but Issei hugged Siesta. Issei, don't worry girls, Derflinger is not dead. Ravel, what do you mean? Issei, Derflinger didn't die when the sword broke. Siesta, but if he was destroyed. Issei, the sword may have broken, but since I had fused the sword with the booster gear, Derflinger's soul remained inside it, so while he was unconscious, I did a few things with Drake and Derflinger to solve the problem. Rosweiss, what did you do, Issei? Issei, since Derflinger was left without a body, I decided to fuse it with Ascalon and some of my power so that it would have a new body, and to prevent it from breaking again. Siesta, we can see it. Issei, it's okay. In that Issei summons Derflinger with his new appearance, which the girls are surprised by when they see him and because they noticed how the power of the sword had increased. Derflinger, what's up, buddy? Issei, the girls were worried about you. Derflinger, I see. That's when Derflinger sees the girls. Derflinger, dude, you hit the jackpot. Your partners are very beautiful. Issei, you're right, they are the most beautiful girls in the world. The girls blush slightly when they hear Issei calling them. Rosweiss, so with this you meant your ace up your sleeve? Issei, yes, but this is one of the two with Derflinger, and I'm sure I can defeat the Dark Dragon. Rosweiss, I see I trust you, Issei. Revel, Issei, are you sure you can handle that alone? Issei, don't worry, Revel. Rosweiss, although it wouldn't be bad to ask for reinforcements. Issei, what do you mean? Rosweiss, we could ask Vala and his group for help. Issei, it wouldn't be a bad idea to minimize the risks. We have to talk this over with everyone, okay? Rosweiss, yes. Issei, siesta, please call everyone to the dining room to talk. Nap, yes. Time jump, now we find ourselves in the dining room of the mansion where everyone was gathered. Rosweiss, Louise, Revel, Siesta, Kaneko, Asia, Tiffania, Issei, Luxiana, Ari. Louise, what's going on, Issei? Issei, I was talking with the girls and we came up with an idea. Louise, what thing? Issei, to face the dragon we can ask for help from a friend of mine, who is almost as strong as me, and then we would be sure of victory, but... Louise, but are you sure, Issei? Luxiana, what's going on? Revel, for that we have to return to our world. Luxiana, don't you know how to do it? Rosweiss, that's not the problem. Issei, I'm sure, Louise, besides we're not going to look for them but for Vala. Tiffania, who is Vala? Issei, he is my friend and my rival, the Vala Lucifer the Sekiryuutei. Louise, how is he as powerful as you? Issei, he has a sacred gear which allows him to divide the opponent's power every 10 seconds, and it is similar to mine in balance break. Louise, I see then, who will be the ones going? Issei, you and I will go, and Kaneko, the rest will stay here in case of any emergency, to help. All yes. In that, Issei, Louise, and Kaneko begin to prepare to travel to Issei's world. Louise, Issei, are you sure? Issei, yes. Louise, what happens if you meet them? Issei, I don't know, but I don't think we'll find them. I'm not that unlucky. Time jump, now we find ourselves in the courtyard of the mansion where everyone was gathered. Ari, so let's go over the procedure. First, Louise will open the door to Issei's land. Issei will use his powers to amplify the door. Siesta, why are you directing us? Luxiana, he likes it, he tries to ignore it. Ari, when they find the reinforcements, they'll come back here with magic, that's all. Issei, I really will come back. Louise, don't worry, I'm with you, okay? At that, Louise extends her hand towards Issei and he takes it. Issei, yes, let's start. Louise, charge up some power. Issei, yes. At that, Issei makes the booster gear appear in her other hand. Issei, boost. Issei, ready? Louise, try sending me a picture of your world so I know where we'll go. Issei, yes. At that, they both close their eyes and Louise begins to recite the spell. Louise, Kenjufu Hagara Soul Bio. Louise, sad face thinking, please open a door to Issei's world. At that, Louise finishes reciting the spell. Issei, transfer. Issei begins to supply his power to Louise to amplify the portal. When the portal is finished forming, you can see an image of the Core Academy in the afternoon, and where there were no students. Issei, the academy? Luxiana, what place is that? Siesta, is this from Issei? Issei, Louise is my world. Louise, ready? Issei, yes, let's go. In that, Kaneko, Louise, and Issei cross the portal so that it closes behind them, and Issei and Louise appear near the place of the occult club. Louise, where are we going, Issei? Issei, Kaneko tries to find your sister with Senjutsu. Kaneko, yes. Kaneko began to search for her sister with Senjutsu. After a few minutes she found where she was. Kaneko, ready, I know where you are. Issei, where? Kaneko, they are in your house, Issei. Meanwhile, going back to the Hayato residence, we can see how Rias, Akeno, Irina, and Zenobia, along with Surzek, were in the living room of Issei's house, but then a magic circle appeared, from which Vala and his team appeared. Rias, what are you doing here, Vala? Vala, I came to see my rival since I wanted to face him. The girls, upon hearing that he was coming to look for Issei, became a little tense as they didn't know what to say to him. Rias, he's not here right now, you'll have to come back later. Valley, I can wait for it. While Vala was talking to Rias, Kuroka senses how Kaneko was using senjutsu, so she decides to do the same to see where she was. Kuroka, Vala? Vala, what's wrong, Kuroka? Kuroka, she's right, he's not here, he's at Kwa Academy right now. The girls and Surzek were surprised when they heard that Issei was at the academy since he was supposed to be in another world. Vala, I see, let's go where the... In that he went together, the rest of his group left the place through a magic circle. Rias, brother, do you think it's possible for Issei to come back? Surzek, I don't know, but we don't lose, go find out. Rias, you're right, let's go. Rias creates a magic circle with which she teleports to where Issei was at the academy. While with Issei, he was currently in front of Vala since he had just appeared. Issei, I didn't expect you to come and greet me. Valley, I was looking for you, Issei. Kuroka, Issei-kun. At that, Kuroka jumps on top of Issei, hugging him against her breasts. Kuroka, I miss you so much, Issei. Issei, Kuroka, I can't breathe. Kuroka releases Issei since he was running out of air, while this was observed by Louise and Kaneko, who were jealous of Kuroka. Issei, thank you. Kuroka, I'm sorry, Issei, I miss you so much. Kuroka hugs Issei's arm. Issei, Kuroka, why are you so affectionate? Kuroka, because I've already decided. Issei, what thing, Kuroka? Kuroka, that you will be my partner. At that, Kuroka takes Issei by his cheeks and kisses him on the lips, which surprises Lousy and Kaneko but at the same time angers them. Louise' dark voice, Issei, can you explain to me what's going on? Kuroka separates from Issei and sees who had spoken to her but didn't know her. Kuroka, who are you? Louise, my name is Louise de la Valliere, and I am Issei's girlfriend. Kaneko, hey. Louise, so I ask you to please let go of my boyfriend. Kaneko, why? I have no problem sharing. Issei separates from Kuroka. Issei, Kuroka, why did you kiss me so suddenly? Kuroka, it's because I love you, Issei. Issei, are you serious? Since when? Kuroka, yes, it was something that grew over time. It began when I saw how you protected Chiron, but then I saw how you sacrificed yourself for the people you loved and how you protected them no matter what, until in the end I realized that I was in love with you. Issei, I see this is sudden, I don't know how to respond. Louise, I'm surprised you came back and already have another girl in your harem. Issei, Louise, Louise, I'll forgive you this time, but I don't want it to happen again, understood? Issei, thank you. In that, Issei kisses Kuroka, who is surprised because Issei reciprocates and is happy and returns the kiss. But what they did not realize was that just at that moment a magic circle with the insignia of the Gremory family had appeared in the place, and Rias and the others saw how Issei kissed Kuroka, which caused them to feel jealous, but at the same time their hearts ached since due to their stupidity they lost the man they loved but still had hope of getting him back. Issei, I hope that serves as an answer. Kuroka, yes, Naya. Rias, Issei. Issei tenses upon hearing that voice since it was the last person he wanted to see at that moment, while Rias begins to walk slowly towards where Issei was, but he notices her and turns around, but on his face there was a serious expression. Issei, what do you want, Gremory? Rias, Issei, I'm really sorry, I didn't want this to happen. Issei, so what did you expect? That I would react happily to seeing how the people I loved cheated on me with someone else? To see how you convinced the other girls to follow your stupid idea? Rias was just crying since she had really hurt Issei, but Surzek intervenes. Surzek, Issei, I know you're angry, but let's talk please. Issei, it's okay, Surzek. Surzek, let's go to your house to be comfortable. Issei, it's okay. In that, Surzek teleports everyone to Issei's house using a magic circle. Now everyone was sitting in the living room of Issei's house. He was on an armchair with Kaneko on his knees, with Louise on his right and Kuroka on his left hugging Issei. while on the armchair in front of him were Surzek sitting next to his sister and Akeno, while behind them were Zenobia and Irina, who didn't take their eyes off the girls who were hugging Issei, while Vala's group just watched. Surzek, Issei, I would like you to tell me what happened and what you have done so far, please. Issei, it's okay Surzek. In that Issei tells her everything that happened because he left and the attitude he had towards the girls. He also tells her everything that had happened to him in Louise's world and about his current partners, Rias and the others when they heard that felt jealous because Issei was with other girls. But they held it in because they didn't want to make this situation with Issei worse. He also told her why he had returned at this time. Vala had been drawn to the Dark Dragon. Surzek, so you came to seek Vala's help? Issei. If that's so you say Vala? Vala, okay, Issei will help you, but afterward I want to fight against you. Issei, take it for granted. Surzek, you know Issei, there's something I'd like to give you before you leave. Issei, what is Surzek? Surzek, well, for your achievements in the battle against Trihexa, you have been promoted to Supreme Class Devil and you have been given your own evil piece. So I would like it if you could accompany me to the underworld where Ajuka is so I can make your pieces. Issei, how long would that take? Surzek, no more than an hour. Issei, I think I have time, what do you think girls? Louise, I say it won't take us long so it would be good. Kaneko, we have time, Issei. Issei, it's okay Surzek. Surzek, come on Issei. Surzek creates a magic circle with which he teleports Issei and him to the place where Ajuka was working. Ajuka, what brings you here, Surzek? Surzek, well, I want you to create Issei's evil pieces, please. Ajuka, so you finally have time, sekiryuutei. Issei, yes, what do I have to do to create the evil pieces? Ajuka, you just have to create a ball of your power, I'll do the rest. Issei believed in a sphere of power the size of a soccer ball. Issei, this will do. Ajuka, it's more than enough. At that point, Ajuka takes the sphere of power and leaves to create Issei's evil pieces. Meanwhile, at the Hayato residence, Kaneko was talking with Kuroka and Louise, but at that point, Rias approaches Louise. Rias, what are you to Issei? Louise, I'm his girlfriend, and who are you? Rias, I am Rias Gremory, Issei's fiancé. Louise, so you abandoned Issei and almost killed him. Rias felt like a knife pierced his heart when he heard that, but he didn't show it. Rias, I know we made mistakes but… Louise, those mistakes you're talking about could have ended Issei's life. Rias, I lose and I regret every moment since I came up with that stupid idea. Rias started to cry because it hurt her a lot that Issei wasn't with her. Akeno, seeing that Rias was starting to cry, went to where she was and hugged her. Akeno, I know we hurt Issei but we want to get him back. Louise, I won't let them take Issei away from me. Akeno, we don't want to take it away from you. Zenobia, you are important to him so if we did it we would hurt him. That's why what we want is to get back with him. It doesn't matter if we share it. Louise, it won't be easy for you since Issei suffered a lot, especially because of you and the blonde. Irina, you mean Asia. Louise, yes, you were the ones he loved the most, and you were the ones who hurt him the most. Rias, I know I hurt him but I want to get back with him. Louise, I'm not going to stop them since this is Issei's business, and if he decides to forgive them it's fine, but I warn you if you hurt Issei again I assure you that you will pay for it. Rias, I promise we won't hurt him again. So Louise continued talking with Kaneko and Kuroka. Leifei also joined the conversation, while Rias and the others went to talk about what they would talk to Issei while Vala and the others in her group also listened to what had happened to Issei in her absence. Meanwhile, returning with Issei an hour had already passed, and he was talking to Surzek about everything and what he thinks about girls. Issei, I don't hate them Surzek. Surzek, I know you don't hate them but I ask you as a friend to please listen to them. I'm not asking you to get back with her but I want you to work things out between you. Issei, okay, I'll talk to them. Then Ajuka comes in with a box in his hands. Ajuka, are you ready Issei? Issei and Surzek go to where Ajuka was and he opens the house where crimson red pieces could be seen. But unlike the others, these instead of being common, were shaped like dragons and were also mutated. Issei, how do I do it? Ajuka, put the king piece on your chest. Issei takes the piece and puts it in his chest. After that the piece enters him, and Issei feels how his powers increase. Issei, how do I make others part of my entourage? Ajuka, you have to make him take the piece and put it on his chest and then recite. By the one of the dragon clan I command you to walk again and live for me. Issei, I understand, thanks for the pieces. Issei takes the box of parts and puts it in a pocket. Issei, it's time to return to the others. Cerza creates the magic circle and teleports back to Issei's house where they were already waiting for him. Issei, ready, we're back. Louise, how did it go? Issei, I already have my evil piece and I have something to ask you, Louise. Louise, what thing? Issei, do you want to be my queen, Louise? Louise, yes, I accept. Then Louise goes to Issei and kisses him on the lips. Issei, ready? Louise, yes. Issei: Louise de la Valliere, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I order you to walk again and live for me. The piece that Louise had in her hands next to her chest enters this, and when doing so she feels as if her power increases and her control over her magic improves. Issei, how do you feel, Louise? Louise, very well, I feel like my power has grown but I haven't lost control over it. Kuroka gets up and goes to Issei and hugs him. Kuroka, I follow Issei Naya. Issei, are you sure? Kuroka, I'm your partner so I don't care since I'll always be by your side. Issei takes Kuroka by the cheeks and kisses her. She is surprised and reciprocates. After a few seconds they separate, but a thread of saliva joins their mouths. Issei, ready? Kuroka, yes. Issei takes out one of his rook pieces and gives it to Kuroka, who puts it on her chest. Issei: Kuroka, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I order you to walk again and live for me. The piece, just like with Louise, floats and enters her chest, and like Louise, she feels her powers increase. Issei: how do you feel? Kuroka: very well, Naya. Kuroka jumps towards Issei and kisses him again. Issei: ready, now we must go back to finish this. So Issei prepares to return to Hokaginia and face the Dark Dragon. Chapter 53, Final Battle. Now we find ourselves in the Hayato house where Issei was with Louise and Kaneko along with Vala and his group and the Gremory, since they would also accompany Issei no matter what he said, until he gave up in the end since Surzek asked him to. Issei, are you ready? Vala, let's get this over with quickly. Louise: yes, Issei. Issei: okay, then let's go. Meanwhile, far from there, returning to Hokaginia, we can see how Rosweiss and the others had left for the princess shortly after Issei left for Kwa, to inform her about Issei's plan. Now they were Henrietta along with some people who were helping her plan the attack. Tabitha and Julio were also there. Henrietta: so you went looking for help? Rosweiss: yes, he went to our world looking for help to defeat the Dark Dragon. Tabitha: then we have to wait for him to come back with the reinforcements. Rosweiss: yes. Henrietta: we mustn't waste time, we don't know how long Issei might take, so we have to prepare in case of anything. Osmond: then I think it's time for us to go. Rosweiss: huh? Osmond: to the Magic Academy. Meanwhile, far from the castle where the Dark Dragon was, it was surrounded by knights who were guarding it, but then the shell that covered it began to break, and this alerted one of the knights who was there, who turned around and looked at the shell. Knight: hey, it was just my imagination. At that the knight leaves the place, but what he didn't realize was that the shell was forming some cracks, which meant that it would soon break. While returning with Rosweiss and the others, they were now on their way to the Magic Academy. They were riding dragons to get to the academy quickly. Osmond: it is true that in the past, the Void Mages would have sealed the ancient dragon, however according to my research, it seems that the ancient dragon is attracted by the powers that were granted to the Void Mages. With that he can increase his strength, when eaten of course. The dragon's strength becomes stronger after devouring the Void Mages, that is why he instinctively goes to where the Void Mages are. Tiphania: so the reason the dragon is directed at Ramalia is because. Osmond: it's because he felt the presence of His Holiness, who is a Void Mage, and when he wakes up, his next targets will be. Rosweiss, Tifa, and Lise. Osmond, that's why I'm taking Miss Westwood to the Magic Academy. There are no towns around there, so you won't need to worry about involving the villagers, and also the warships have been set up to attack the dragon on the way to this place. I don't know if it will work, but it will buy some time. Rosweiss, but if we fight in the Magic Academy, everyone in it. Osmond, calm down. Professor Colbert has already evacuated everyone. Time jump, now we find ourselves in the Magic Academy, where upon arrival they met the others. Rosweiss, Siesta, you wouldn't return to the mansion with Luxiana and the others. Siesta, but we're already here. Luxiana, I asked him, since I wanted to see the Magic Academy at once. Rosweiss, but it's dangerous here, even the others have evacuated. Then they come to a door, and when they open it they can see that inside the classroom all the students were preparing for battle. Kerchi, go Rosweiss, Stefania, and where are Issei and Lise? Rosweiss, we'll tell you later. Goiche, I was just about to tell you all about my plan to face the dragon. Montmorency, come on, come here and tell us where the others are. Stefania, why yes. At that point, everyone goes to where Montmorency and the others were, and they begin to tell them about Issei's plan to confront the dragon. While they were talking, Professor Colbert went to where Principal Osmond was. Colbert, I'm so sorry, Big Osmond, everyone insisted on staying. Osmond, upon hearing the question, just sighs. Osmond, well, I had already thought that something like this was going to happen. While the boys were talking about the plan, everyone else began to approach to listen to the Undine Knights, and even the thief brothers who had been brought by Tabitha since they were mercenaries, and she hired them. While everyone was discussing the plan to give Issei time to take a nap, she began to serve food to everyone. Meanwhile, returning to where the dark dragon was, it began to break its shell in such a way that lines of magma could be seen beginning to appear all over it. The knights who were around it became alert. Knight, what is that? Knight 2, it's the dragon this. Knight, look at that size. Captain, everyone back up. Back up. The dragon broke its shell and began to increase in size greatly, almost doubling its previous size. When it finally finished growing, it released a powerful roar, and then a pair of giant wings appeared from its back, which it extended and began to take flight. All of this was observed by the knights. They saw how it flew away in the direction of the academy while being surrounded by several small dragons that flew around it. After a few minutes of flight, the ships were about to meet the dragon. Soldier 1, there's something coming up ahead. Captain, in front you say? Soldier that. At that point, the captain saw how the dragon was coming towards them, which made them afraid since it was bigger than the last time. Captain, the ancient dragon. Soldier, I didn't hear you could fly. Captain, shoot. Attack right now. While with the dragon he saw that the fleet was ahead. When he saw them he opened his jaws and then began to generate a very powerful fire attack. After a few seconds of charging the attack he fired it towards the ships which did not offer resistance to him, and were destroyed by the dragon's attack. Time jump, it's already daytime, and we find ourselves at the Magic Academy. In Osmond's office we can see how Rosweiss was talking with Osmond about the current situation with the others. Osmond, the ancient dragon seems to be coming for them at great speed. Rosweiss, but the princess's fleet. Osmond, unfortunately, installing the pipes will take time. At that point, Maricorn, who was using his distant vision, detected the dragons, which were not far away. Maricorn, I saw the dragons. About 15 kilometers ahead. Osmond, so the fleet won't arrive on time? The dragon was not far from the academy and was flying at great speed. Renard was looking out the window and saw how they were approaching. Renard, there here. Jack, don't make a fuss. At that Jack places a large staff on the ground. After that he presses a button on the staff and the gem that was on top begins to shine red, while in another of the academy's towers Janet and Kerchi were placing another staff. Janet, let's get started. So Janet presses the button on the staff she had and it, like the other one, starts to shine, but this one is green. Meanwhile, with the dragon, it starts to charge a fire attack against the academy and then launches it. But when it reaches the academy, it crashes into a magic barrier. Blue, It is a counter for beast magic. This one was in another tower next to Gabriel, who was screaming because he thought they were going to die. Blue had also activated his staff, but it was shining yellow, thus completing a pentagon with the 5 towers of the academy. With these the barrier was formed. In another tower were Luxiana and Ari with their staff activated, only this one was shining white. Ari, who were the human ancestors? Luxiana, you really can never get bored in the land of humans, right? And in the last tower were Damien and Tabitha with their own staff that shone blue. Damien, it may not last long since the range is quite open. Tabitha, enough. Meanwhile, returning with Osmond, Rosweiss, and Ravel. Osmond, let's hope we can hold out until the fleet arrives. Siesta, look over there, it's a swarm of dragons. At that moment, everyone sees through the window how the dragons approached the barrier and crashed against it to try to break it. Siesta, seeing this, gets scared and steps back a little. Montmorency, are you okay? The barrier can't be broken just with that. At that, Maricorn, with his distant vision, could see that the fleet was already arriving. Maricorn, they're here. The fleet is already here. In that you can see how many ships were flying towards the academy, and in one of them came Henrietta with a battle suit. In that group were those that belonged to Triexa, while in another group came Julio since they belonged to Ramalia. Also came the Ostland with a fire cannon on the deck, and also came ships from Gallia and other nations, all to fight the Dark Dragon. Henrietta, Hawkaginia Alliance fleet, prepare for attack. So all the ship's cannons began to aim at the dragons, while on the Ostland they loaded the turret to fire. Anise, load cannons. Boy, yes. Colbert, thank you for your cooperation, Anise. Anise, it's a strange feeling, isn't it? I can fight alongside you. We won't fight each other like in the past. It's for the future of the world. Let's join forces, Professor Colbert. Colbert, thank you. If this attack is successful, we should break their barrier. Meanwhile, returning with the princess. Henrietta, thinking, please say hurry up. Henrietta, everyone, start the attack. So all the ships began to fire their cannons towards the dragons, killing some, but the vast majority of the shots were directed towards the Dark Dragon. The dragon, upon receiving so many fire impacts, fell to the ground. Henrietta, it's working, second round of fire. The ships under Henrietta's command attacked the Dark Dragon again. After the shots, the place where the dragon was located was covered in dust. Now they waited to see what would happen when the dust dissipated. Henrietta, I stopped moving. Night 1, we did it. Night 2, it was a success. So all the soldiers began to celebrate as they believed they had defeated the Dark Dragon, but suddenly the Dark Dragon rises from the dust without a scratch and lets out a powerful roar as it was furious by the attack, so it prepares a fire attack and launches it against the fleets, but when it was about to crash against them it is stopped by a barrier. Colbert, that's it. Thus behind the fleet appear the ships of the elves which had come to help in the combat, being commanded by Vitalshul. Ari, Lord Vitalshul. Montmorency, did you say the elves? Elf, using the powers of fire spirits to form a barrier has never been used like this, right? Vitalshul, were Joseph's actions again guided by the stones? Ari, it's the Neph's fleet. Lord Vitalshul has come as promised. At that, Luxiana approaches the window. Luxiana, there are so many goblins willing to cooperate with humans. At that moment, a dragon crashes into the barrier where Luxiana was looking, causing her to step back in fright. The dragons continued crashing into the barrier, trying to break it. When one hits, a scream forms, and Gabriel sees it. Gabriel, we were going to be okay, right? Blue, how would I know? Asked Damien. At that, the Dark Dragon also notices the crack in the barrier and gets up. It had a wound on one of its sides but was regenerating. It flies to where the screen was and stands on top of the tower where it was, causing it to break even more. Gabriel, that looks bad. At that point, the barrier breaks and the dragon passes down, also destroying the tower where Gabriel and Blue were, but they managed to escape. This was observed by everyone in Osmond's office. Montmorency, Guiche. At that moment he sees Gabriel and Blue flying towards them, and they just let out a sigh when they see that they are fine, but at that moment all the dragons begin to attack the towers where they are all. Damien, so it was useless. Tabitha, we should help each other. While in another tower were Kerchi and Janet. Kerchi, fireball. Kerchi launches his attack against a dragon that had broken through the wall. Janet, we have to move. Returning with the director, he was also fighting against the dragons. At that moment the dark dragon appeared through the window where Tiffany was. Rosweiss, Tifa, the dragons are behind you. You have to go to a safe place. Irukuku, please. Irukuku, yes. At that, Irukuku transforms into a dragon and Rosweiss, along with Tiffany, gets on it and flies away. The dark dragon, seeing that they were leaving, takes flight and begins to follow them. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, they were about to open the portal to Louise's world, but then a black magic circle appears in the place that Issei recognizes and Ryu comes out of it. Ryu, I see you're back, Issei. Issei, yes, but it's only momentary. Ryu, yes, I've already seen the situation in the young girl's world. Issei, without being rude, what are you here for, Ryu-sama? Ryu, I just came to help Vala. At that, Ryu approaches where Vala was and puts his hand on his chest, and it shines. Vala, that you were there. Ryu, I only gave you a gift like the one from young Issei. Well, it's time for me to go, but not before. In that, Ryu creates a portal to Louise's world. Ryu, ready, bye? At that, Ryu leaves the place. Issei, let's not waste time, let's go. At that point, everyone enters through the portal and appears in Osmond's office, surprising everyone. Issei, I'm back. Then they see how the place was, and Ravel, seeing him, runs to hug him. Ravel, Issei, it's good that you arrived. Issei, I already saw the situation. Arthur, your Biko and Kuroka go help the others to come here. Arthur, yes. At that moment, Arthur goes out with Biko and Kuroka to help. Issei, Rias, you cover this place and protect it from the dragons since they will come for Louise. Rias, yes. Issei, okay, you're coming with me. Vala, okay, but first, what gift am I talking about? Issei, he allowed you to use the Juggernaut without dying. Vala, really? At that, Vala's wings materialize. Albion, what Issei says is true, now you can access that transformation without dying. Vala, so what are we waiting for? In that, both of them summon their wings and see the dragon in the distance, and Issei notices that it is bigger than the last time. Issei, let's go with the Juggernaut. Vala, it's okay, it will be good to use it without dying. Issei, I, the one who will awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. I laughed at infinity, and despised dreams. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will sink you into the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut drive. Vala, I, the one who will awaken. I am the one who steals the principles of God's supremacy. I envy the infinity, and pursue the dream. I will become the white dragon of supremacy. I will take you to the farthest limits of innocence. Juggernaut drive. So both dragons take flight. While returning with Rosweiss and Tiffany, they were about to be caught by the dark dragon. He was about to devour them since he had reached Irukuku. But when he was about to bite, Rosweiss sees how a giant red dragon crashes into him, pushing him and biting his neck. This causes the dark dragon to roar in pain. Everyone was impressed to see the red dragon attack the dark one, but some recognized it. Henrietta Issei. Anise Issei. Colbert Issei. At that, the dark dragon separates from Issei and charges a fire attack against him. But when he launches the attack, it disappears since Vala had divided it until it disappeared and absorbed it, which impressed the others since they had not seen the white dragon before, so they begin a fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Janet and Kerchi were surrounded by dragons, but suddenly a girl with cat ears arrives and hits another dragon and then attacks it with magic. They continued like this until they finished off the dragons. Kerchi, who are you? Kuroka, my name is Kuroka and I am Issei's girlfriend. Kerchi was surprised because another girl who was in a relationship with Issei arrived, but she was grateful that she arrived because she saved them. After that, the three of them went to Louise's. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Tabitha was with Damien, who were fighting against dragons, but in that moment one was about to attack Tabitha from behind, but Arthur appears and finishes him off, then continues until finishing off the last one. Tabitha, who are you? Arthur, my name is Arthur Pendragon and I am a friend of issei. In that, after the presentation, the three go to where Louise was. In another place, Renard and Jack were fighting dragons, but Renard wasn't helping much, and one was about to attack him, but Biko arrives and hits him with his staff and then knocks him out until the last one. Renard, who are you? Biko, my name is Biko Sun Wukong, I come from issei. In that, the three go to meet with the others, returning with the fight of issei and Valley against the Dark Dragon. They had the advantage, but since Vala was not used to the Juggernaut, it was difficult for him to fight, but suddenly they see how the Dark Dragon, which was on the ground since issei had attacked it before, began to shrink in size until it took a humanoid form, but it was a completely black being. Issei and Vala, seeing this, detransform and activate their balance break to fight. So the dark being launches itself against issei and Valley, starting the fight. Issei fires a dragon shot against the dark being, but he dodges it and goes to where issei was and hits him in the stomach, then appears behind Vala and hits him in the back, throwing him to the ground. Issei, he became stronger. Valley, it seems that when he shrinks his power increases. Issei, then let's end this once and for all. Ready, Vala? Vala, ready? Issei, I, who am about to awaken, am the sekiryuutei who has discarded the principles of domination. I will walk the path of justice, carrying dreams and indestructible hope. I will be the emperor of the Crimson Dragon. And I promise you all, I will show you the future that shines in true crimson light. In that, issei transforms into his most powerful armor, the Crimson Cardinal. Val, I who am about to wake up. I am the White Dragon Emperor who will bring law to the darkness. I walk the path of domination with infinite destruction and through the imaginary dream. I must become a pure White Dragon Emperor. And I must make you obey the silver-white illusions and the ways of perfect evil. Juggernaut Overdrive! So Valley also activated his most powerful form to fight the dark being. After they transformed, they both go to attack the dark being. First, Vala arrives where he hits him in the stomach, and then with a kick he lifts him up, and in the air issei arrives where they hit him in the back and send him to the ground, and then with the cannons on his back he shoots him with all his power, wounding him quite a bit. In that, the dark being gets up and leaves the crater in which he was. Dark, no! No! This won't end like this. Inferior beings like you won't defeat me. At that, the dark dragon gathers all his power and concentrates it in his final attack. Issei and Vala, seeing that, also decide to end this quickly. Issei, boost, 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 Cardinal Blaster. Valley, Satan Lucifer Smasher. Thus the attacks collided with each other, but the combination of issei and Vala's attack far surpassed that of the dark being, causing his attack to be absorbed, and their attack to hit the dark being, disintegrating it completely. After that, both of them detransform and return to where the others were, but they were exhausted by the combination of the Juggernaut and the Crimson Cardinal and the Juggernaut Overdrive. When issei arrived, Louise and the girls jumped on top of him, hugging him and making him fall to the ground. Issei, I'm fine, girls, calm down. Louise, we were worried, we didn't want to lose you. At that, issei sees that they were all the same as Louise. Issei, don't worry, never leave them. So issei begins to kiss each one, all this being observed by Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Irina and Asia, who were jealous but knew that it was their fault. After that, everyone began to celebrate on the ships. You could hear the cries of joy since the dark dragon had been defeated and they had triumphed. While Henrietta and Ennis went as fast as they could to the academy, and when they arrived they saw issei, and at that moment they both went to hug him and kiss him, and then they separated. Issei, you guys were worried too, right? Henrietta, of course, you are the most important person for us. I don't know what we would do if we lost you. At that moment, Valley arrives where issei was, since he was talking with Biko, Arthur, and Kuroka, since he didn't want to interrupt issei and also had something to talk about with Kuroka. Valley, issei. At that, issei turns around and sees him. Issei, what's going on? Do you want to fight now? Because if so, I'll still beat you. Valley, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a slight laugh. Valley, keep dreaming, Hayato, but not about that thing I want to talk about. Issei, so about what? Valley, it's about Kuroka. Issei, what's wrong with her? Vala, from now on she will stay with you since she doesn't want to separate from you. Issei, I have no problem. Kuroka, upon hearing that, became happy and jumped on Issei, kissing him, which Issei reciprocated, but after that, Vala started talking again. Valley, by the way, Issei. Issei, what's going on? Vala, before we found you, we met Ophis. Issei, what's going on? Vala, she's looking for you, she wants to talk to you. Issei, I see, I'll go with her later. At that moment, Louise approaches Issei with a tender smile, just like the other girls who didn't know who Ophis was. Louise, Issei, who is Ophis? Issei, Louise, calm down, she is Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. Louise, what is your relationship with her? Issei, she's a friend. Louise, just a friend? Issei, yes. Louise, you better be Issei, because I don't think you'll fool us, right? At that, Issei approaches Louise and hugs her and then kisses her. This surprises her, but she reciprocates. Issei, I would never do something like that since you are the most important thing in my life. Louise blushes upon hearing it. Louise baka. Then Louise kisses Issei, who happily reciprocates. Time skip, now it's night, and we find ourselves in Issei's mansion. Vala's group would stay here tonight, and tomorrow they would return to their dimension. Everyone was sleeping. Now we can see how Issei was looking at the stars, but then he feels someone hugging him from behind, and when he turns around he sees that it was Louise who was hugging him. Issei, what's wrong, Louise? Louise, tell me, you're here alone instead of being in bed with us. Issei, it's nothing, I just needed to think. Louise, is it about them? Issei, not only that, it's about everything that has happened until now. Louise, do you regret coming here the first time? Issei, never since I met my future wife. At that, Issei separates from Louise and kneels before her and takes out a small box that he had in his pocket. Issei, Louise de la Valliere, you would make me the happiest dragon in the world by becoming my wife. Louise, seeing this, could only shed tears and covered her mouth with her hands. It was the happiest moment of her life. The love of her life was asking her to marry him under the light of the moon and the stars. Louise saw the ring, which was gold with a pink gem in the center. Louise, yes, I accept, Issei. Then Louise kisses Issei, who happily reciprocates. Chapter 54, Moments of Happiness. It was already day, and we can see how Issei was in his bed sleeping next to his girls with a Louise who was quite happy about what had happened the night before, and was now sleeping on the chest of the brunette, while having a great dream. Louise's dream. We can see how Louise was cooking in a big house. When she finishes cooking, she goes to her garden, and when she opens the door, she sees how Issei was playing with two children, a brown-haired boy and a pink-haired girl. They were playing catch. Louise, the food is ready. Child, I'm coming, Mom. Then the boy goes to Louise while the girl goes to Issei and takes him by the hand. Girl, come on, Dad, we have to go eat. Issei, I'm coming, my princess. In that, Issei walks with his daughter, who is pulling him by the hand when they arrive at the door of the house where Louise was waiting for them. Issei lets go of his daughter's hand and she goes inside with her brother, while Issei takes Louise by the waist and kisses her. End of the dream. Now we can see how Issei was waking up from his dream since his greatest enemy was attacking him again. No matter what he did, the sun's rays hit Issei's eyes, causing him to wake up. When he did, he noticed that Louise was sleeping on his chest while from time to time she was murmuring things about a family and having children. Which, when Issei heard it, he was only happy, but he knew that he still had to continue with the others since he didn't want any of them to be left out. Issei gets up and then wakes up the girls, who were Louise, Rosweiss, Ravel, Siesta, Anise, Henrietta, Tabitha, Tiffany, Kaneko, Kuroka, and surprisingly Irukaku was also found in his human form sleeping with him. Issei, girls, it's time to wake up. Rosweiss, 5 minutes, but. Issei, come on, girls, it's time to get up. Girls, zzzzzzz. Issei, Girls, if you don't get up I won't sleep with you again. The girls, upon hearing that Issei would not sleep with them again, quickly got up since they loved sleeping with him because he was warm and his aura felt good. Issei, siesta, could you go prepare breakfast for now? Siesta, yes, I am sleeping. In that nap she changes quickly and gets ready to go prepare breakfast, but before that Issei pulls her towards him and kisses her while he hugs her with his left arm, and with his right he spanks her, which causes her to moan from the sensation. After that they separate, and he goes to prepare breakfast for everyone who was in the house. While Issei with the girls finished changing, after that Issei left. While Issei was walking through his house he reaches the garden, where when he leaves he sees that Irina was looking at the flowers, but Issei noticed that she had sadness in her eyes, so he approaches her. Issei, they're beautiful, aren't they? Irina, upon hearing who was speaking to her, turns around and sees Issei standing behind her. She just looks down, as it still hurts her to know that he seriously hurt her childhood friend and her love. Irina, hola Issei. Issei, what happened? Irina, did you feel sad? Irina, it hurts. Issei, upon hearing that Irina was not well, felt his heart oppressed a little, since he did not like seeing Irina that way. Issei, Irina. At that, Issei notices how Irina begins to shed tears. Irina, I'm really sorry Issei, I love you and I don't know what I was thinking about following Rias's idea. I'm really sorry. It hurts a lot not having you by my side. I'm really sorry. Then Issei hugs Irina, which surprises her, but she blushes slightly but continues crying in his chest. Issei, calm down Irina, I don't hate you. Irina, but I hurt you a lot. Issei, hatred won't get me anywhere, but we won't be able to have the same relationship again. Irina cries again because it hurt her, because she thought Issei would forget about her. Issei, now we won't be able to be like before, but it doesn't mean that in the future we won't be able to be together again. Irina, Issei. Issei, I'm giving you a second chance since you are very important to me, and it really hurt me to see you with another man. Irina, don't worry Issei, I will never hurt you again since you are the most important person to me, since you are the man I love, and nothing will change that. Issei hugs Irina a little more tightly, and she reciprocates the happy hug because Issei had forgiven her and given her a second chance. After a few seconds they separate. Issei, let's go inside, it's time for breakfast. Irina, it's okay. In that both go to have breakfast with the others, while inside the house we can see how Louise was talking with the other girls of Issei while Rias, Akeno, Asia and Zenobia listened without them noticing. Louise was telling them about how Issei had proposed to her, which made them happy but also made them jealous of her, since they also wanted Issei to declare himself in front of them. But on the other hand, Rias and the others, when they found out that Issei had proposed to Louise, they felt their hearts break into pieces since they believed they had lost Issei. But then Issei arrives accompanied by a happy Irina to have breakfast with them. Time jump. Now breakfast had passed, and we can see how Issei had gone out with Rosweiss to take a walk in the countryside. At that point they arrived at the lake that was near the place and sat down to rest. Issei, you know. Rosweiss, what's up with that? Issei, I've been thinking about everything that has happened so far and what it has in store for us in the future. Rosweiss, whatever it is, we'll overcome it. Issei, that's not what I was thinking. Rosweiss, so what about? Issei, what I was thinking about was us, about everything we've been through and what awaits us in the future. That's why I made a decision. Rosweiss, what did you decide, Issei? At that Issei gets up and then kneels in front of Rosweiss while taking a box out of his pocket. Issei, I decided that you are one of the most important people to me, that's why I don't want you to ever leave my side, so Rosweiss, would you make me the happiest dragon in the world by accepting to be my wife? Rosweiss was speechless. There was the man to whom she had given her heart with a gold ring with a diamond in it, asking her to marry him. She was very happy, shedding tears. Rosweiss, yes. 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 And a million times yes, Issei. At that Rosweiss jumps towards Issei and kisses him. Issei returns the kiss while hugging her, drawing her closer to him and deepening the kiss of true love. After a few minutes of kissing they separate, and Issei places the ring on Rosweiss's right hand. After that, Issei Roswise, I have something else to ask you. Roswise, what are you? Issei, I was wondering if you would like to join my peerage. Roswise, SI. At that, Issei searches through his things and takes out a rook piece which he gives to Roswise, and she places it on her chest. Issei: Roswise, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I order you to come back to life and live for me. At that point, Roswise brings out a rook piece that belonged to Rias, and Issei takes it to give it to her later. Afterwards, Issei takes Roswise's left hand and they start walking towards the house. When they arrived at the house, Roswise separated from Issei, but not before giving him a kiss and then going to where Louise and Ravel were to talk to them. After that, Issei continued walking through his house and saw Anise, who was training in the garden, fighting against Kiba in a sword duel. When Anise saw that Issei arrived, she was there for his training and went to him to kiss him and greet him. Issei: How do you feel, beautiful? Anise: Well, love, I was training with Kiba. Issei: Anise, there's something I want to ask you. Anise: What? Issei: Anise, would you like to be part of my nobility? Anise: What? So Issei explains to him about the evil pieces and what it meant to be part of their nobility. He also explains the benefits that this brought. Issei: And what do you say? Anise: I will always be by your side no matter what, so I accept. At that, Issei takes a knight piece out of his pocket where he had the pieces and gives it to Anise, who places it on her chest. Issei: Anise, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I order you to come back to life and live for me. At that point, the knight piece enters Anise's chest, causing her to feel her speed and strength increase, as well as the magical power within her. Issei: How do you feel? Anise: I feel good. I also feel like magic flows in me. Issei: Now you will have to train to learn how to use magic. At that, Issei approaches Anise's ear. Issei: But don't worry, I'll give you lessons in private. After saying that, Issei bites Anise's ear softly, which causes her to moan and blush. Anise: It's okay, Issei thinks. Issei: It's nothing I wouldn't do for my future wife. Anise is surprised when she hears that, as she then sees Issei step back and take a small box out of his pocket and open it, showing a gold ring with an orange diamond. She sheds a few tears and kisses Issei. Anise: Yes, I accept. So she kisses Issei again and he reciprocates while hugging her. After that they separate, and Issei places the ring Anise on her right hand. After that, Anise went to where Roswise to talk about that Issei had proposed to her, so Issei after that went to talk to Vala and his group like that, spending the afternoon. When he noticed that it was already dark, he decides that it is time to continue with his marriage plan. Now he was looking for Ravel, and she was on the balcony. She was anxious but somewhat sad since Issei had already asked 3 girls to marry him, and she also wanted him to ask her. But then she feels like some arms surround her waist hugging her. She looks back and sees that it was Issei who was hugging her, which makes her blush slightly. Issei: How is my phonics? Ravel: What's up with that? Issei: Nothing, I just wanted to spend time with my Hexi manager. Why? Ravel blushes again when she hears me call her Hexi. Issei: You know, I've thought about our relationship and I've realized something. Ravel: What are you? Issei: I realized that without you my life would have no meaning, so that's why I don't want you to ever leave me because of that. At that, Issei stops hugging Ravel and kneels in front of her. Issei: Ravel Phoenix, would you like to be my wife? Ravel was very happy since Issei was asking her to marry him. At that moment she shed some tears. Ravel: If Issei agreed to be your wife. In that, Ravel kisses Issei and he surrounds Ravel by the waist and lifts her up while he kisses her and hugs her. After a few seconds, Issei leaves Ravel on the ground and puts his ring on her, which was gold with a large ruby in it. Issei: Ravel, I have something else to ask you. Ravel: What are you? Issei: Ravel, would you like to be part of my nobility? Ravel: Yes. At that, Issei takes out a bishop piece which he gives to Ravel and she places it on his chest. Issei: Ravel Phoenix, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I order you to come back to life and live for me. So the bishop piece enters the interior of this one, and from it comes another piece which belonged to Ravel's brother Razor. He picks it up to give it to himself later. After that they both go to dinner with the others. After dinner, everyone went to bed except for Issei, who at that moment was walking through his mansion looking for someone, whom he found in the garden looking at the stars. The person Issei was looking for was none other than Irukuku, who was observing the firmament until she felt someone hug her. Issei Ola. Irukuku, Issei ne. Issei, you know, I found out something from Tabitha and I would like you to confirm it for me. Irukuku, what thing? Nay. Issei, you know, talking to Tabitha, she told me that you had feelings for someone and that was me, so I would like to know if that's true. Irukuku, upon hearing that Issei already knew about her feelings, became nervous since she didn't know what to do at this moment. The person who had captivated her heart was now hugging her, asking her about what she felt for him. Irukuku, if it's true, nay. Issei, since when? Irukuku, I started to feel attracted to you because of the way I saw how you protected Tabitha, nay, and how you would give anything for the girls to be okay, nay, you even worried about me, nay. Issei, I see. If this is what you really feel, I have no choice but to accept responsibility. In that, Issei approaches Irukuku to kiss her when this time what Issei wanted to do is become happy since she was reciprocating his feelings, so he decides to reciprocate Issei's kiss, thus joining his lips with his. While they were kissing, Issei hugs Irukuku by the waist to bring her closer, and she puts her arms around Issei's neck so that after a few minutes of kissing they separate. Issei, Irukuku. Irukuku, what is this? Issei, Irukuku, would you like to be one of my partners? Irukuku, upon hearing Issei's question, becomes very happy. Irukuku, see. In that, Irukuku kisses Issei again. After a while they both go to bed with the others. The next day we can see how Issei wakes up surrounded by all the girls he loves and a smile forms on his face. After that he gets up and wakes up the girls. Today Issei would continue with the marriage proposals with those that were missing, which were Siesta, Henrietta, Tabitha, Tiffany, Kaneko, and Kuroka, and at the same time he would continue completing his entourage with his partners. Now we can see how everyone is having breakfast in the dining room of Issei's mansion. Today was the penultimate day of Vala's group here, since yesterday they had told Issei, and they also told him that from now on Kuroka would stay with him. And Le Fay would also stay with him since she had made good friends with the girls and also wanted to stay with her hero the Épée Dragon and her secret love. After breakfast now we can see how Issei was walking through the gardens with Tiffany while they looked at the flowers until they reached a large tree next to which they decide to rest. Tiffany sits leaning against the tree and Issei sits next to her. When she does this she puts her head on Issei's shoulder. Issei, you know Tifa, there's something I want to ask you. Tiffania, what are you? Issei, you know I've been thinking about everything that happened since I met you. And you know I don't regret anything since thanks to everything that happened we ended up together, so there's something I want to ask you, Tiffany Westwood, would you do me the honor of making me the happiest dragon in the world by accepting to be my wife? At that Issei takes out a small box that he opens in front of Tiffany, which contained a gold ring with an emerald. Tiffany, seeing what Issei was doing, couldn't help but hold back a few tears of happiness, which Issei noticed and worried because he thought that Tiffany was going to reject him. Issei, Tiffania, yes, no here. Tiffania, I accept. Issei, he? Tiffania, Issei agreed to be your wife. In that, Tiffany kisses Issei and he happily reciprocates. After a few minutes, they separate and Issei places the ring on Tiffany, who is very happy. After this, they both separate. Issei, Tiffania, I have another question. Tiffania, what are you? Issei, Tiffany, would you like to be part of my entourage? Tiffania, what do you mean? So Issei explains everything about the evil piece and about being part of her entourage, as well as about the raiding game. Issei, what are you saying, Tiffany? Tiffania, I accept. Issei, I will always be with you. In that, Issei searches among his pieces which would be the most suitable for Tiffania until finally he decides to give her the bishop piece, which upon receiving it she places on her chest as Issei had indicated. Issei, list? Tiffania, yes. Issei, Tiffania Westwood, by the power of the Dragon Clan I order you to come back to life and live for me. So, at the end of the spell, the piece enters Tiffania's chest, who feels her magical power increase abruptly. Issei, how do you feel? Tiffania, I feel like my magic power has grown. Issei, very well, but I think it's time to go back. Tiffania, you're right. At that, both begin to walk back to the house holding hands. When they arrive at the house, they separate since Tiffania goes to talk to the girls about the marriage proposal, while Issei decides to go and finish this once and for all and goes to the place where Rias, Akeno and Zenobia were, since these were the last ones with whom he had not yet talked. They were in the living room, they were talking to each other, and then they notice how Issei enters the room and everything goes silent for a few seconds. Issei, Rias, can we talk? You laugh when you hear that Issei wanted to talk to her, and she gets nervous since you don't know what will happen from now on. Zenobia, it would be best if we retreat, right, Akeno? Akeno, you're right, Zenobia, it would be best to leave them alone. In that, Zenobia and Akeno tried to leave the place since they did not know how to face Issei. They knew that they had hurt him a lot, and were very afraid of what he would say. Issei, girls, I also want to talk to you. The two of them, upon hearing that he also wanted to talk to them, tense up and go to sit next to Rias, who was sitting on an armchair in front of Issei. Rias, what do you want to talk about, Issei? Issei, I want you to explain to me why. Rias, Issei, I don't know what I thought, I really didn't want this to happen. Issei, then tell me, what do you think would happen if I found out that my fiancé, the person I loved, was cheating on me with someone else? Do you think I would be happy? That I would downplay the fact that you were with someone else? Rias, I didn't want this to happen. At that, tears begin to flow from Rias' eyes. Issei, so what did you want to happen? Rias, I just wanted to better understand what it was like to have a relationship with a human so I could be ready for ours. Issei, and that's why you cheat on me with one. You laughed, that's something you learn with your partner, that idea is stupid, how did you think something like that would work? We're all different. What happens if what you learned with him didn't work with me? That I like different things, that my personality was different from his? All of that would have been in vain. Rias, I'm truly sorry, Issei, I didn't want to hurt you, you're the most important thing to me. Issei, then why did you do something like that? Rias, I don't know. I know I was an idiot and that I hurt you. Issei, you almost killed me. Rias, I really didn't want this, I wanted to be a good girlfriend for you. At that, Rias stops talking because her crying increases and Akeno tries to comfort her. Akeno, Issei, we really didn't want this. Issei, Akeno, you are her best friend, how could you not prevent such stupidity if you did not follow her with it, and make the others follow her? Akeno, I know it was a huge mistake to do something like that, but we are truly sorry we lost the most important person to us, and that is you, Issei. We want to get back with you. Issei, girls, you have to understand that after this we will not be able to have the same relationship as before. Rias, Issei, please don't abandon us. Issei, girls, I'm sorry, but we're nothing more than simple acquaintances now. When the girls hear this, they feel like time stops because they think that Issei will leave them forever, and that now they are nothing to him. Zenobia, please Issei, don't leave us, we love you. Rias, a life without you is not worth it. Issei, girls, we can't go back to what we were before, you really hurt me, you, Rias and Akeno were the ones I loved the most. How do you think I felt when I saw the two girls I loved the most in the world with another man? Rias, we understand. Issei. Rias, what do you think it's like for us to see the man we love propose to other girls? How is he happy with other women, forgetting about us? You're the most important thing to us. Issei, listening to the girls' words throughout the discussion, didn't notice any lies, only pain and regret. Issei, girls, if you really want to be with me, there's only one thing. Rias, what's that, Issei? Tell us and we'll do it. If that way we can be by your side again, we'll do whatever it takes. Issei, girls, I'll give you one more chance, since everyone deserves a second chance. But we'll start from scratch as if we didn't know each other, and from there we'll see what happens. Accept. Girls, yes, we accept, Issei. The girls, knowing that they would not immediately return to a relationship with Issei, became depressed. But knowing that they would have another chance, they knew that they would not make the same mistake of hurting Issei again. Issei, well, I guess it won't be a problem if you stay for a while if you want. Rias, will you really let us stay with you? Issei, after all, they get along well with girls, just don't cause problems. The girls, upon learning that they could stay with Issei, became really happy. It was so much that they couldn't contain themselves, and the three of them jumped to hug Issei, which he reciprocated, making the girls even happier. After that, they separated. Issei, see you later, I have things to do. Rias, that's fine, Issei. At that, Issei leaves the room, leaving the girls happy. With that finished, Issei decides to go rest, since between the walk with Tiffania and the conversation with the girls he only had time left to go ask a girl for her hand, and he already knew who it would be, but he would do it after dinner and resting for a while. Time jump. Now we can see how Issei had already finished dinner, and now heads towards the basement of the house, to be more specific, to where he had the mirror towards the queen's room. Meanwhile, with Queen Henrietta, she was in her room and had recently taken a bath to relax, and now she was changing inside the bathroom, putting on her sleeping suit, but when she comes out of the bathroom she gets a surprise, since she sees Issei, who is waiting for her sitting on one side of the bed. Henrietta, Issei. Issei, how is my queen? Then Issei walks to where Henrietta was and kisses her, which surprises her, but she reciprocates. Henrietta, what are you doing here, Issei? Issei, what's wrong? Is there a problem with coming to see the woman I love? Henrietta becomes happy when she hears that Issei loves her. Henrietta, no, there's no problem, I just wasn't expecting you. Issei, I had something very important to ask you. Henrietta, what is so important, Issei? At that, Henrietta sees Issei kneeling before her and taking out a small box, which she opens and sees a gold ring with a purple diamond in it. Issei, Henrietta, would you make me the happiest dragon by accepting to be my wife? Henrietta was in shock by Issei's proposal, but she was really happy about it, so she started to shed some tears, since she didn't think she could love someone again after Prince Wales, but she was wrong. She had found another man who had captivated her broken heart and healed it, and now that same man was asking her to marry him. Henrietta, if I agree to be your wife. In that, Issei places the ring on Henrietta's hand, and then they both kiss. After that, Issei separates. Issei, I have something else to ask you. Henrietta, what are you? Issei, would you like to be part of my nobility? Henrietta, what do you mean? So Issei explains everything about the evil pieces and what it means to be part of a nobility. Issei, what are you saying, Henrietta? Henrietta, if that allows me to be with you for eternity, I have no problem. At that, Issei searches among his pieces and takes out a pawn, which he gives to Henrietta, who places it on her chest. Issei: Henrietta, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I order you to come back to life and live for me. Thus the piece enters Henrietta's interior, increasing her magical power. Issei, how do you feel? Henrietta, I'm fine. After that, Issei approaches Henrietta and kisses her again. Issei had told Louise that he was going to sleep out that night, since he wanted to be with Henrietta, since with this she was one of the ones in which he spent the least amount of time, so he wanted to make up for it. So without hesitation, after finishing the kiss, Issei carried Henrietta to the bed in a bridal style, and so they continued their night together, giving each other pleasure. The next morning we can see how Issei wakes up with Henrietta on his chest. When he sees her, he remembers what happened last night and was happy, so to wake her up, he kisses her, and with that, Henrietta begins to wake up. After that, they both go into the bathroom together, where they continue what happened last night, spending a few hours. When they finally finish, Issei says goodbye to Henrietta with a kiss and then crosses through the mirror. When he returns home, he goes up and goes to greet the girls with a kiss each and then go to have breakfast. After breakfast, Issei and the girls go out to the patio, since it was time for Vala to return to her dimension with her group. We can see how they said goodbye. Issei, see you later. Vala, we won't see Issei soon, we still have a fight pending. Issei, don't worry, I'll defeat you without any problems. Vala, we'll see about that. So Issei shakes Vala's hand and then says goodbye to the rest. After that, Louise opens the portal to Issei's dimension. Now, thanks to the Queen piece, she no longer needed Issei to give her boost to open the portal, so everyone crossed the portal, and now only Vala was missing. Vala: Issei, don't forget to talk to Ophis. Issei, don't worry, I'll talk to her later. After that, Vala crosses the portal and it closes. After everyone left, everyone goes back inside the mansion and Issei decides to continue with his mission. Now we can see how he goes to where she was napping, hanging the clothes. He approaches carefully so that she doesn't notice and hugs her with one hand while with the other he grabs one of her breasts, which causes her to let out a moan. Siesta, Issei not here, they can see us. Issei, it's just that it's irresistible if I have my hexy maid in front of me. Siesta blushes upon hearing that but turns around and kisses Issei while putting her arms around his neck. Siesta, what brings you here, love? Issei, I had some important questions to ask you. Siesta, what are you? Issei, you know, I was wondering if you would like to be part of my nobility? Siesta, how is that? Issei explains everything about the evil piece to Siesta and after a while she understands. Issei, do you accept? Nap, yes. At that, Issei takes out a pawn piece and gives it to Siesta, who puts it on her chest following Issei's instructions. Issei: Siesta, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I order you to come back to life and live for me. So the piece enters the interior of this and feels how the magical power begins to flow inside it. Issei, how do you feel? Siesta, I feel good. I feel like the magic flows inside me. Issei, you know, we're going to have to train now so you can learn to control it. Siesta, don't worry, I won't let you down. Issei, you could never disappoint me since you are the one I love, which brings me to the second question. Siesta, what is Issei? At that, Issei kneels and takes out a box with a gold ring with a white diamond. When he sees it, Siesta becomes very happy. Issei, would you make me the happiest dragon in the world by accepting to be my wife? Siesta, yes, I accept, Issei. In that, Siesta jumps on Issei while kissing him, which he happily reciprocates. After a while kissing and caressing, they separate and Issei puts the ring on Siesta. And when he does, Siesta kisses him again. After that, Issei separates from Siesta since she would continue with the work while he would go for his next partner. He begins to head towards the library of his house. When he arrives, he sees that there was someone reading that was no one other than Tabitha, who he was looking for. She was sitting in a chair reading, giving the sword to Issei. He walks slowly, and when he gets to where Tabitha is sitting, he hugs her, which surprises her, and when she notices who it was, she blushes slightly. Issei, what are you doing? Tabitha, I'm reading a story. Issei, I see, you know I have to ask you an important question. Tabitha, what? So Tabitha turns around looking at Issei, but when she does, she sees that he was kneeling with a box in his hand, and inside the box there was a gold ring with a blue diamond. When she sees the ring, she is surprised. Issei, Tabitha, would you make me the happiest dragon in the world by becoming my wife? Tabitha was happy that Issei was asking her to marry her. Tabitha, I accept. In that, Issei kisses Tabitha, and she happily reciprocates. After a few seconds they separate, and Issei puts the ring on her. After that, Issei stands up. Issei, Tabitha, I have another question to ask you. Tabitha, what is that? Issei, I was wondering if you like being part of my peerage. Tabitha, what is that? So Issei explains everything about the evil pieces and what it means to be part of their nobility. Issei, what do you decide, Tabitha? Tabitha, I accept. At that, Issei takes out the pawn piece and gives it to Tabitha, who, following Issei's instructions, places it on her chest. Issei: Charlotte Helene Orleans, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I order you to come back to life and live for me. So the pawn piece enters Tabitha, and in doing so she feels how her magical powers increase greatly. After that, Issei kisses Tabitha again and stays with them reading in the afternoon. With Tabitha sitting on his lap while with one hand he hugged her, and the other held a book that he was reading. So the afternoon passed for both of them, and then they went to dinner. After dinner we can see how Issei went out for a night walk in the company of Kuroka, who was hugging Issei. They walked through the fields until they reached a lake where they decided to sit and look at the stars. Issei lies down and Kuroka lies on his chest while he hugs her. Issei: You know, Kuroka, now I'm incredibly happy. Kuroka: I'm also very happy to finally be by your side, Naya. Issei: I would like you to stay with me forever. That's why I have something to ask you, Kuroka. Kuroka, what's that issei thing? At that, Issei carefully gets up and kneels in front of Kuroka and takes out a small box which he opens in front of Kuroka, and it had a gold ring with a black diamond inside. Issei, Kuroka, would you make me the happiest dragon in the world by accepting to be my wife? Kuroka was very happy to hear what Issei was asking her so much that she couldn't help but hold back her tears. Here was the man who had captivated her heart, and that of her sister, the one who had helped her be with her sister again and forget the pain of the past, asking her to marry him. Kuroka, yes. Yes. Kuroka jumps on Issei and kisses him, which he reciprocates very happily, and after a few minutes of kissing they separate, and Issei puts the ring on Kuroka. After that they both return to the mansion hugging, and with a very happy Kuroka. After that they all went to sleep. The next day we can see how Issei was waking up surrounded by all the girls he loved and would soon be his wives except for two for now, and those were Arukaku, who was just starting his relationship with Issei, and Kaneko, with whom he had not yet asked to marry him. After they got up and went to breakfast, Issei invites Kaneko for a walk. They walk around the mansion and stop in a field of flowers where Issei lies on the ground and Kaneko lies on his chest. After a while Issei begins with the proposals. Issei, you know Kaneko, there's something I want to ask you. Kaneko, what is it, Issei-senpai? At that Issei gets up, as does Kaneko, and then she sees how Issei kneels in front of her and takes out a small box that contained a gold ring with an amber-colored diamond. Issei, Kaneko Tojo, I was wondering if you would make me the happiest dragon in the world by becoming my wife? At that, Kaneko becomes very happy and jumps on Issei, hugging him and then kissing him. She was incredibly happy, although she made mistakes in the past where they both suffered, but now that same man who had been hurt by his stupidity was asking her to marry him, which made her very happy. Kaneko, accept senpai. So they both kiss again and Issei places the ring on Kaneko, so they both return after their walk to Issei's mansion with Issei's other fiancés. Chapter 55, Eternal Happiness. It's been a week since Valley had returned to his dimension, and Issei had asked all his girls to marry him. Now we can see how Issei was lying in his bed surrounded by all his partners who were sleeping with a big smile on his face. Since the previous night Issei had dedicated himself to satisfying each one of them, and now he was exhausted, but his greatest enemy did not care about this and decided to attack anyway. The sun's rays were hitting Issei directly in the eyes, causing him to wake up and get up very carefully so as not to wake any of his girls since they were tired. To surprise them, he decided to go prepare breakfast for them. After a while in bed, the girls begin to wake up. The first was Louise. No longer feeling her beloved, she opens her eyes and sees that Issei was not lying next to them, but then she feels how a delicious smell begins to reach the room, the same that causes the rest of the girls to wake up and then go to see where the aroma came from. The girls thought it was Siesta who was preparing breakfast, but then they withdrew that idea since she was also in bed next to them, so they decided to go see what it was. When they went down the stairs and were in for a big surprise when they arrived at the dining room and saw that breakfast was prepared for them, and they saw how Issei was waiting for them. Louise, Issei, did you do this? Issei, yes. Raswise, looks delicious. Kuroka, not only that, its aroma is the same. I want to try it now. Issei, so what are you waiting for? It's for you. So all the girls went to sit down to have breakfast, but not before each one went to where Issei was and gave him a good morning kiss. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion we can see how in one of the rooms of Issei's home Rias and the others were sleeping, which were Zenobia, Akeno, Irina and Asia, which began to wake up since they felt the smell that also reached their room, so they decided to get up and go see what it was. After a few minutes they go down and see everyone having breakfast, so they say hello and sit at the table to eat. Louise, what are we going to do today, Issei? Issei, I was thinking about going to my dimension to see what Office wants and fix other things. Louise, I see, can I accompany you? Issei, no problem, does anyone else want to come? In that they all accept since they also wanted to go to Issei's world, some to get to know it, and others since they had matters to attend to, like Ravel who had to take charge of the Issei Dragon program, also Rias who wanted to go talk to his brother. So after they had breakfast they went to prepare things to return to their dimension. After a while and when everyone was ready, Louise proceeded to create the portal, this time directly to Issei's old house where his parents were. When they saw him, they quickly went to him because they were very worried because they didn't know where he had been all this time, and whenever they asked the girls, they said that he was on a mission, but after a while they didn't see the girls either, so they got worried. After he greeted his parents, he told them everything that had happened since he had left, and why he had left, and everything he had lived, and also who were the people who were accompanying him. Issei's parents felt various emotions while he told them everything that had happened. They felt disappointment for what the girls had done, sadness for what Issei suffered, helplessness for not being able to do anything to help him, joy because he moved on, calm knowing that he was fine now. But above all, they were very happy since now they could have grandchildren without having to wait so long because their birth rate is low like with the demons, since the girls he had fallen in love with were human, which meant that they would only have to wait for them to want it. At that, Issei's mother approaches all the girls she had not seen before. From Issei, you are the ones who helped my dear son, right? Louise, yes, my name is Louise de la Valliere and I am one of your son's fiancés. Siesta, my name is Siesta and I am also one of his fiancés. Tiffania, my name is Tiffany Westwood and I will also marry your son. Tabitha, my name is Tabitha and I am also engaged to your son. Inez, my name is Inez, Issei's future wife. Kuroka, my name is Kuroka and I am also your son's fiancée Naya. And for Issei, thank you for taking care of my son. Louise, don't worry. And for Issei, just call me Mom. Louise, yes, Mom. At that, Issei approaches since he had to do something before being able to accompany the girls to walk around Kwa. Issei, girls, I'm leaving now. See you later. Louise, okay, we're going to stay and talk with your mom for a while. In that, those who had to do left. Ravel went to his family to tell his mother what had happened, and then he would go see everything he had to see about the Ape Dragon program, and Rias went to see Surzik. While Issei, before going to look for Ophis, went to Ajuka since he was going to give a report on his mutated pieces, and also the last time he told him that if he came back he should go see him since he wanted to talk to him about something, so he created a magic circle and teleported to his laboratory. When Ajuka noticed the magic circle and recognized it as Issei's, he stopped working to see what brought him here. Issei, hello Ajuka. Ajuka, sekiryuutei, it's good to see you again. Issei, and why did you want me to come back here apart from the report of my pieces? Ajuka, well, you see what happens is that when I created your pieces, instead of the common set of pieces, yours came out where they were mutated. But apart from that set, this also came out. At that, Ajuka takes out a small wooden box and opens it. When Issei does, he sees that inside there is a queen piece, but it was pure white. Issei, what's going on with this piece? Ajuka, this piece is different from the others I have created before. Issei, what do you mean? Ajuka, what I mean is that this piece is special. It has a power that I have not seen before, nor do mutations compare, since it seems to be made with a power different from normal magic, therefore its power is greater than these. Issei, how much? Ajuka, apparently this piece is a mixture of your power with that strange magic, and this causes the power of the piece to increase if necessary thanks to your magic. Issei, so with this piece I could revive whoever I wanted without taking into account their level. I would just have to add power to increase their level? Ajuka, exactly, this piece is limitless, it only depends on you who to revive. Issei, I see, thanks for this. At that point, Ajuka gives the piece to Issei and he keeps it with the box that Ajuka had and puts it in one of his pockets. Ajuka, the only thing I ask is that you keep me informed about how this piece develops and the person you decide to revive. Issei, it's fine, I have no problem with that. If there's nothing else, I'll say goodbye. Ajuka, until another sekiryuutei. In that, Issei creates a magic circle and goes with it back to the house where the girls were still talking with Issei's mother. Only at this moment she was showing them a photo album where Issei appeared as a baby. Louise, you're back, Issei. Issei, yes, I came to see how you were. Siesta, your mother was showing us some photos of you as a child. At that moment, Issei sees the album and blushes because he was embarrassed about it. Irukuku takes one of the photos in which Issei appears as a baby in the bathtub, naked. Irukuku, Tabitha Mira is issei-senyu. Tabitha then looks at the photo that Arukaku was showing her and blushes because she found it adorable when she saw Issei as a baby. Issei, well, I just came back to see how you were. Now I'm going to offices. Louise, hadn't you gone to her? Issei, no, I went to see Ajuka since he had asked me to go see him when I returned since he had something to give me. Louise, what was it? At that, Issei takes out the piece that Ajuka had given him and shows it to Louise. Louise, what does this piece have? Issei, according to Ajuka, this one is very special since it has no limit on the power to revive. Louise, and why is it different? Issei, according to what I believe, this piece was created by joining my dragon power with the power of the void that I have thanks to you, which caused it to have no limit due to Drake's ability to multiply the power at the same time that with your power of the void as it is very strong. This was created, I think. Louise, I see, but who are you going to use it with? Issei, honestly, I don't know. I don't think I'll find someone so powerful that the mutated pieces can handle him, so for now I'll keep it safe. Louise, well then, see you later. Issei, it's okay. In that, Issei kisses Louise and then creates a magic circle to go to the dimensional gap. When he enters it, he activates his balance break and begins to search through the crack where Ophis was. After searching for a while, he began to feel her energy, so he flew to where she was. When he arrived, he saw her looking into nothingness, so he decided to slowly approach her to talk to her. Issei, hello Ophis. Ophis, Issei, it's good to see you. Issei, why did you want to talk to me? Ophis, I wanted to talk to you since you caught my attention. That's why I decided that you will be mine and I will be yours. Issei, what do you mean? At that, Ophis begins to float, approaching where Issei was. Issei, what are you doing? At that, Ophis approaches Issei and makes his helmet disappear, then kisses Issei, which surprises him and he stays still since he doesn't know what to do at this moment. After a few seconds, they separate. Issei, why was that? Ophis, you are mine and I am yours. In that, Issei understands Ophis's words and that this was a declaration of love towards him. Issei, do you know that I have more partners? Ophis, it doesn't matter, you're mine and I'm yours. Issei, are you sure? Ophis, yes. At that moment, Issei feels something moving in his pocket. He checks what was moving and sees that it was the box that contained the piece that Ajuka had given him a while ago. He opens the box and the piece flies to Ophis, who takes it with her hands and stares at it. Ophis, what is this? Issei, that's one of my evil pieces. Ophis, what is it for? Issei, it's for. So Issei tells Ophis about the evil piece, who was just watching Issei while he was talking. After a while, Issei finishes talking. Issei, that's all. Ophis, I see, I want to. Issei, what do you want? Ophis, do I want to be part of your nobility? Issei, I don't know if with my pieces I can. In that, he sees the piece that gives off a shine which makes him wonder if that would be useful. Issei, let me try something. At that, Issei takes the piece and begins to charge power increases, making the power of the piece increase. Issei, I don't know if this will be enough. Ophis, what thing? Issei, you see, this piece is different from the rest since it apparently has no power limit, it is only limited to the power that I put inside it, and with that I can revive whoever it is. Ophis, I understand. In that, Ophis puts his hand on the piece and transfers part of his power to this thing that the piece shines very brightly, something that surprises Issei. Ophis, I hope that's enough. Issei, me too, ready? Ophis, yes. Issei. Ophis Ouroboros, by the power of the Dragon Clan, I command you to come back to life and live for me. So the piece that Ajuka had given to Issei begins to float and enters Ophis's chest, who feels an increase in energy. After that, Ophis approaches Issei and kisses him again, and after a few seconds they separate. Issei, I think it's time to go back, are you coming? Ophis just nods and then hugs Issei, which surprises him and makes him blush slightly. After that, Issei creates a magic circle towards his house. When he arrives, the girls go to greet him, but notice how Ophis was hugging him, which angers them, which causes them to hit Issei for being unfaithful. After the beating they gave Issei and that he recovered, he tells them what he talked about with Ajuka to all, and also tells them about his new relationship with Ophis. After he explained it, the girls just surrendered since Issei was too good to reject someone with pure feelings, so they proceed to introduce themselves. After the introductions they started talking, and after a while they laugh with Akeno. They return to Issei's house, but when they do they see that Ophis was sitting on one of Issei's legs while he caressed her head, as well as Kaneko, who was on the other leg of Issei being caressed by him. Rias asks him why Ophis was here. So Issei tells them what had happened and how Ophis was now his second queen, which surprises her since she had never thought that someone would have one of the dragon gods as a piece. After that they continued talking and then went to dinner, and Ravel also arrived, who had left to face Issei's program, and tells him that she had solved the problems regarding his absence, since before he disappeared he had left several chapters recorded since he had some time because he didn't spend time with the girls, so they used those to continue, but from now on they would have to return to this dimension at least once a month to record episodes, something that didn't bother the girls much since it would give them the opportunity to get to know this world to those who didn't know it, and that they could go out on dates with Issei. When they finished dinner they decided to stay overnight at Issei's parents' house, which was still a mansion. The next day they returned to their normal dimension, but the girls would continue coming to talk to their fiancé's mother. 2 weeks later, we can see how Issei was preparing to go out in the company of Louise, who was quite nervous. Issei, come on Louise, it will be fine. Louise, even if you say that, I'm still nervous. To understand, Issei had decided to do things right, so now they were about to go to Louise's parents' house to ask her father to give him his daughter's hand in marriage. Issei would go only with Louise since he wanted to do this with her. The girls stayed in his mansion somewhat sad since they could not accompany the brown-haired man, but they were happy since he had promised them a date as compensation for each one, something that they were now planning how it would be. Returning with Issei, this was already ready, only Louise was missing, which was also going down the stairs to go out with Issei. He said goodbye to each of his girls with a kiss on the lips. After that they got into a carriage that was driven by Siesta and began the journey to Louise's parents' house. Time jump, a day of travel had already passed, and they were close to Louise's house, which made her even more nervous. Issei noticed how Louise was, so he took her and sat her on his knees and then stroked her head, which made her blush but was relaxing her. Issei, why are you so nervous? Louise, I'm scared. Issei, what about? Louise, I'm afraid my parents will oppose us. Issei, if they oppose it, it doesn't matter since I will still marry you. After Issei said that, he kisses Louise, which she gladly reciprocates, and then she hugs Issei's chest, and he hugs her. After a while of traveling, the carriage had stopped since they had reached their destination. They both got off and began walking toward Louise's parents' house. Together they took a nap. When they arrived, they were greeted by several servants who directed Issei and Louise to where Louise's parents were. For Louise, daughter, it's good to see you. We were talking about getting engaged. Louise, mother, about that. For Louise, I know you don't like it, but it's for the family, so please understand. Louise, mother, I want to talk to you about that. At that, Issei comes a little closer and starts talking. Issei, Miss Valier. For Louise, who are you? Issei, my name is Hayato Issei, and I have come to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. Louise's parents were surprised when they heard that he was coming to ask for Louise's hand in marriage, as they hadn't expected that. However, Louise's father recognized Issei from the last time he saw him kiss his daughter on the boat, which made him angry. Louise's guards. Catch him. At that point, several guards approached to try to catch Issei. Issei, wait. From Louise, why should I listen to you? You're the one who takes advantage of my daughter and tarnishes the family name with your relationship? In that, one of the guards tries to catch Issei from behind, but she jumps dodging him and then falls on him, crushing him. The other guards tries to attack Issei with his sword, but he summons his gauntlet and stops it to then charge and increase and tear it to pieces. The rest of the guards were surprised by his strength and were hesitating whether to attack him or not. From Louise, what are you waiting for? Catch him. At that point, the remaining guards were going to attack Issei, but he dodged the attacks again and hit them in such a way that he knocked them out without hurting them too much. Issei, now that there are no more guards, can we chat? Louise's father was a little scared since he had finished off all the guards he had. P from Louise, this is Gri good, what do you want to talk about? Issei, I came to ask for your daughter's hand. P from Louise, sorry but Katlia is not available. Issei, although she is very beautiful and a good person, she is not the one I want. P from Louise, do you love Eleanor? While they were talking, Louise had a vein in her forehead. Issei, I don't want Louise's hand either. This surprised Louise's parents a little since they didn't expect her to love her since, according to them, she wasn't good at magic and neither was she good as a wife. P from Louise, are you sure you love her? Issei, more than likely she is the person I love. P from Louise, but who are you? Issei, my name is Hayato Issei, Knight Chevalier. Louise's parents were surprised because this boy was a gentleman. P from Louise, okay, I accept that you have my daughter's hand. That's when Louise's mother speaks. M for Louise, please take care of our daughter. Issei, I won't let anything happen to her, I'll protect her with my life. While they continued talking about some things about the engagement, Louise's sisters had been listening to everything, Katlia with joy for her sister who had finally found love and Eleanor with envy and anger since she did stay informed about what was happening and who Issei was and what he had done. Something that she had to admit surprised her. P from Louise, well, I guess the agreement is ready. Issei, thank you for accepting. Then Issei goes to Louise's side and takes her by the hand. After a while, they say goodbye and go to Siesta's side to then return home. 6 months later. It's been 6 months and in this time Issei had been enjoying himself with his girls, he had gone out on dates with each one and at the same time he was planning the wedding he would have with each one. Also what has happened is that the relationship with Irina, Zenobia and Asia has improved a lot to the point of being a couple again, but they still haven't talked about marriage or something bigger. While with Akeno and Rias they had also increased their relationship with Issei but not as quickly as the others since these were the ones who had hurt her the most. Now we meet an Issei who was a little nervous because tomorrow would be his wedding with Louise and this made him very happy. Everything was ready but he still gets nervous. He had invited all his friends and family at the same time. They had also invited everyone from the Magic Academy as well as Madame and the others. They had invited Julio and Luxiana who came in the company of Vitalshul and they were dragging Ari. Now we can see how Issei was looking out the balcony at night as the stars shone but in that he feels like someone was approaching. Louise, what's going on Issei? Issei, it's nothing, I'm just a little nervous. Louise, why? Issei, I never imagined everything that would happen. Louise, do you regret it? Issei, not a single second, since all of that led me to meet the woman I love and who I'm going to marry tomorrow. At that Louise approaches where Issei was and hugs him and he reciprocates while both look straight into each other's eyes. They stayed like that for a few seconds until slowly both began to shorten the distance between them until they ended up kissing, a kiss full of love and happiness. They stayed like that for a few minutes until they separated due to lack of air while a thread of saliva united them. Louise, let's rest. Issei, if it is the best. After that, they both went to bed with the others. Time jump, it's already day and it's Issei's wedding. Everyone was present from the supernatural world to the normal one and those from Hokujinia. We can see how Issei was standing at the altar in a tuxedo while waiting for the wedding to start. Then the music starts and everyone shuts up. After that the door opens and you see Louise come in a wedding dress and walk until she reaches the altar where Issei was. Issei, you look beautiful. Louise, thanks, you too. That's where Issei's wedding begins. 2 years later. It's been 2 years now and Issei has married all his girls, including Irina, Zenobia, Asia Akeno, and Rias. A lot of time has passed, but everything has been calm, something that Issei enjoyed at this moment, especially because of the news that his girls had recently given him. Flashback starts. We can see how Issei was arriving home after returning from his dimension where he was recording in a Pay Dragon movie. This series was in collaboration with the Seraphal series. He appeared at his house through a magic circle and when he did, he could see that the girls were gathered together talking, but the atmosphere was more serious than usual. Issei, hello girls, what's up? Louise, Issei, There's something important we have to tell you. Issei, what's going on? Louise, Issei, I. At that, Issei gets a little closer to Louise and hugs her to calm her down since she was quite nervous. Issei, what's wrong, Louise? Louise, Issei, I'm pregnant. Issei, what? Louise, Issei, we're going to be parents. When Issei heard that Louise was pregnant, he couldn't help but feel very happy inside, but he didn't show it outside. The girls saw how Issei was still without saying anything. They began to worry that Issei would get angry. Louise, Issei, I don't. Issei, sad face whispering, I'm going to be a father. Louise, what? Issei? Issei, I'm going to be a father. At that, Issei hugs Louise more tightly and kisses her with much love while shedding tears of joy. After a few seconds, they separate. Issei, we're going to be parents. Louise, yes, Issei, we're going to be parents. At that, the rest of the girls come over to hug them, but Louise wasn't the only one who was pregnant. Rasweiss, Issei. Issei, yes, Rasweiss. Rasweiss, Louise isn't the only pregnant one. Issei, who else? Rasweiss, we are also pregnant. Issei, all of them? Rasweiss, yes. Upon learning that all his girls were pregnant, Issei couldn't contain his joy and fainted from the surprise. After a few minutes, he woke up and saw all the girls there waiting for him to wake up. Issei, Rasweiss, is it true? Rasweiss, yes, Issei, we are pregnant. Issei, he stood up and hugged all his girls and kissed each one. Issei, I won't let anything happen to them. I will protect them with my life since they are the most important thing to me. Louise, you are also the most important thing for us. Then Issei kisses Louise again. Flashback ends. In that, while Issei finished remembering one of the happiest moments of his life while he was watching the stars from the balcony of his house, behind him a black magic circle appears from which Ryu comes out, something that Issei realizes and turns to look at him. Issei, Ryu-sama, long time no see. Ryu, I know, kid, but it seems like it went really well for you in the end. Issei, yes, thank you for helping me when I needed it, but why haven't we heard from you in all this time? I thought you'd find it interesting to observe me? Ryu, yes, it is, especially when you are with the girls in bed. Issei, what did you say? Ryu, it's just a joke. Issei, okay, but what brings you here? Ryu, nothing special. I just came to congratulate you on the news that you're going to be a father. Issei, thank you. Ryu, that's why I'm giving you this. At that, Ryu takes out a kind of paper with a magic circle on it, black in color. Issei, what is this? Ryu, you will apply this circle to a door and it will become a portal between both dimensions. It will be useful to you now that the little girl is pregnant. Issei, thanks, but you still haven't answered my question. Ryu, which one? Issei, why haven't we heard from you in a while? Ryu, Issei, how many dimensions do you think exist? Issei, I don't know, Miles. Ryu, not even close. I have to take care of all the ones that exist, that's why I don't come to see you, but I like you even though I've been watching others and helping other versions of you that also had problems. Issei, I see. Ryu, well, without further ado, see you, Issei Hayato. In that, Ryu creates a magic circle and disappears, leaving only Issei, who decides to return to his home with his girls.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.